Nice to meet you, Bull City. We're Earfluence, and we produce over 20 podcasts for entrepreneurs, businesses, and thought leaders in the Triangle and beyond.
And we recently moved to downtown Durham, right here at American Underground.
If you're a creative entrepreneur, you know that finding the right space to support your projects can be difficult and usually very expensive. That's where we and you come in.
We partnered with American Underground to build this podcast studio, where all AU members have access to equipment to help them sound their best.
And we're so excited to celebrate this new space with you today as we're live streaming 8 episodes at this podcast marathon.
To learn more about us, visit www.earfluence.com.
But for now, enjoy this episode.
Welcome to the Earfluence Podcast Marathon, where we are live from our new studio at American Underground in Durham, North Carolina. We are so excited for the show today. We've got 8 episodes back to back to back to back. However many backs that is. That's what we're doing today, streaming from 10 o'clock till 6 o'clock p.m. And just so you know where you can stream it, we are at LinkedIn, on WRL TechWire. We are on YouTube, on Discover Durham. We are on American Underground and Earfluence social media channels. And if you want to give us a thumbs up, if you want to make a comment, please do that. We would love to hear from you. And maybe the easiest way to tell your friends where to go is podcastmarathon.com. We are off today, which is a podcast we've been producing for about 2 years from Hutchison Law Firm in Raleigh, North Carolina. It is all about startup success stories, the grind, the hustle, all those things, pretty much exactly what's going on at American Underground here with all the members. So, leading off is Trevor Schmidt, host of the Founder Shares podcast. Trevor, take it away.
Thank you so much, Jason, and welcome to the Founder Shares podcast. We're so excited to be kicking off today's podcast marathon here at the American Underground, and we're happy that you've chosen to spend some time with us. As Jason said, I'm your host, Trevor Schmidt, and I'm an attorney at Hutchison, a law firm here in Raleigh, North Carolina. We work with founders and entrepreneurs in technology and life science companies to start up, operate, get funded, and exit. We're inspired by the people we work with daily. And on this show, we share their stories with you. So, no matter where you are in your entrepreneurial journey, we hope that these Founder Shares help encourage you as well. And today, I am joined by Jessica Mitsch Holmes, co-founder and CEO of Momentum. Momentum is a leader in talent identification and development in tech and related skills, and conducts tech training for career changers. So thanks for coming to the show, Jessica.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I just realized I'm the first person of the day. For whatever reason, I thought there was somebody before me, so this is exciting.
You and me both. You know, it's just something about being able to kick this off, and hopefully for a great day for the podcast marathon.
Yeah.
So I gave a brief introduction, but tell me a little bit more about you and about Momentum.
Yeah, so a little bit about me. I'm originally from this area, which I feel like, you know, there's so many people that are relocating here that it's kind of something I like to call out is I'm born and raised, I've seen the area transform, and I'm really committed to the local ecosystem. And my history locally, I've also been really ingrained in the tech community here. My first job out of college was with Red Hat, which is, as you know, one of the local great success stories of our area. And was thrilled to work for them, and I learned so much and met so many people that are now entrepreneurs that came out of that success. And then I've been in the startup ecosystem and working with the American Underground folks since about 2014, and in the space of training and code education. So I've been at this for a long time, and Momentum opened, we officially kicked off our first round of classes in 2018. We formed as a company late 2017. And so we've been at it ever since here, and we are a training company, first and foremost. So what we do is we support the growing ecosystem through providing talent services, and training and education to make sure that we have talent, which, as you know from working with companies, is you know what makes a company successful.
Well, it absolutely is, and I want to get into that a little bit more later, but tell me a little bit, what drove you to start Momentum? What was the inspiration?
Yeah, so Before Momentum started, I was with a startup that was one of the first out of the gate in the code education coding bootcamp space. And I like to say, kind of even before then, one of my goals in life was to work with a school or start a school that would transform education. I'm dyslexic, so I think entrepreneurs find an area in life that they feel like can be improved. And because of that experience I had in K through 12 education, having dyslexia and having to figure out a different path through school and, always running up against walls and having to break those through to get the education that I wanted. I wanted to do something in my professional life towards education. Of course, at the time, when I was in college, that was, I'll have a professional career and then one day I'll have the resources and ability to do something with the school.
Right.
And luckily, I got a job in HR and on the people team at Red Hat coming out of school, learned a lot about the tech industry, fell in love with the tech industry, and then was approached by an entrepreneur who was starting one of the first coding boot camps on the East Coast. And he kind of was like, hey, do you want to come and open this school we're opening in Durham, a code school in Durham? And I was like, sure, yes, absolutely.
So when you had imagined this kind of education business that you would run, did you think it would be in the tech space when you first started?
No, not at all. I knew nothing about the tech industry. I was a religious studies and dance major in college. And was very, had no idea. And Red Hat is really what I learned about the tech industry and really fell in love with it. I love being on that cutting edge of what's happening and in the global economy and seeing people that are ready to make a change. So I did not know. It was one of those things where I tell people it was an intention, but with no specifics tied to it, and the specifics just played out as life went on.
Yeah. And I think sometimes having that open hand and being willing to not necessarily adapt your goals, but fit your goals into whatever it is that comes your way.
Yeah.
Also helps a lot. So I guess kind of talk about that process of how Momentum came together and how the team formed around it and how'd you get started?
Yeah, so I have to tell our founding story as also incorporating the company I mentioned, the first code school. And most of our team members came from that experience. So we had seen and kind of got the contagion of continuing to do this from that experience.
Okay.
So back in, I think it was 2014, 2015, we ran the first code education program in Durham with the Iron Yard. And that was the first time that we all saw the benefit of hyper-focused education. So you think about our current world, we're all distracted. We've got 1,000 things going on, a lot of distractions pulling our way. So we're living in an unfocused world. So bringing in focused education and dedicated training is, really an interesting thing to do in this time. And in addition to that, we saw a multi-generational classroom, which is, there's no other aspect of education where you really see that. So our first class, we had, teenagers that were tech natives and folks that were going on to their third career, and watching them come together and mold together is, it's hard to walk away from that when you see the magic of it. And so the Iron Yard was really successful for a couple years. Grew, I think, because not only the growing tech community, but also, we've got a ecosystem of education in this area. People are used to saving money for education, going and seeking professional education, and so there's something about that combination here locally that really worked. So when the Iron Yard closed, I went and told many people in person who had hired from us and had supported us over the years, and Doug Kaufman, who was at the time CEO of Transloc, I went in his office and told him, I was like, hey, just so you know, thank you for being a hiring partner, but this isn't going to make it. And he looked at me and smiled, and he was like, so what are you doing next? And insinuated, you've got to carry on the torch. And so he helped inspire us to move forward, and we pulled together a small team coming out of that experience, and that's how Momentum was founded. And we saw the opportunity of, we want to continue moving forward with this code education. We want to make sure that's in our community.
Right.
But in addition to that, we saw a lot of other opportunities and ways like, how are we going to make this work in another iteration when the business model here, didn't make it?
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Was there concerns, or how did you think about that when you just came out of a business that didn't quite make it, and kind of in the same space, and now you're jumping into the same pool, for lack of a better word?
Oh yeah.
How did you kind of address that, and how did you overcome those concerns?
Yeah. Well, I think first of all, we're all optimistic, the folks that come into it and came into this, and we did see that we had a strong local ecosystem here, and we knew that if you broke down the economics of what was working, that this was a great model. This local ecosystem and supporting code education had a good foundation to it. So we knew that we would start with a good foundation, and then we saw the opportunity to do more and more work with companies and organizations. I come from talent acquisition and from a people background early in my career, and I know what companies need to do to stay competitive and to make investments, and I saw that growth opportunity here and well beyond as well. And so we kind of turned the lights off on one company and turned the lights on and kept the bread and butter of what was work moving forward. It's what we knew. And then have been seeking ways to get into different spaces, college partnerships we've gone into, and then also working more directly with companies and having companies fund the training.
So it sounds like you have a diverse kind of range of students as who's coming to Momentum. And it sounds like, it really appealed to me when you talk about having a multi-generational classroom, because you really don't get that anywhere else.
There's no other model of it.
And it's such an opportunity to kind of learn from your peers who are not necessarily your age peers. So I think that's fantastic.
Yeah.
But tell me a little bit about that. So like, So imagine, hypothetically, you've got an attorney who doesn't want to practice law anymore.
Yes.
And really wants to get into tech.
Yeah.
How does Momentum help that person?
Yeah, we work with a lot of paralegals that make the transition,
Really? Okay.
actually. Our program, we have a 4-month intensive program that's full-time. It's the main course. We also offer a part-time course, but we're in the process of getting a different collaboration going with the part-time format. So our core format right now is a 4-month program.
Okay.
And it's full-time. So it, unlike other forms of education, it models a professional workplace. You're with us 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. You've got deadlines, and we are actually, you're coding day one.
Oh, wow.
And so it's 640 hours of education. And a lot of folks compare, they're like, well, why would I do this when there's a computer science degree that I could go seek at a 4-year institution? Or something that we commonly hear from hiring managers is, well, I like to hire comp sci majors.
Right.
How are your students going to have as much experience? I'm like, well, if you look at just the hours they spend, 640 hours is a lot more than you're getting in one specific area within a 4-year degree. So it's very, very focused, and it's broken into 4 phases of coursework, 2 phases that are your fundamentals, everything you need to know about full stack engineering. The 3rd phase is your choose your own major.
Okay.
Students choose their own track to focus in either advanced topics in back-end engineering or advanced topics in front-end. And then we have a 4-week final project that's kind of like a capstone, if you will, from more traditional education. And that's where they're building something real world on a team, and that models the professional work experience.
I was going to say, so it sounds like they've got that opportunity not only to code for themselves, but like you said, to code on a team, which is a whole different
Oh, yes.
animal in some respects.
That's a very, we really focus on all of those, people will call them soft skills, but making sure that people can work on a team, they understand agile development, they understand also how to give feedback. So we do something that I took from my Red Hat days is we sit down, we talk about situation behavior impact models, like the SBI model of giving feedback and receiving feedback and going through that. So we're filling in a lot of gaps for folks too, from just how to be a professional and how to be an effective professional. And our students are coming out with just a lot to offer an employer.
Now, do your students have backgrounds in tech to begin with? Do you see people coming in completely?
Most of them are completely green.
Really?
We get a lot of people that, so a little about 60% of our students have formal education, a bachelor's degree.
Right.
On top of that, I think we're about to release our annual outcomes report, which has all this data. So some of it I can tease out, which is coming out in the next couple of weeks. But it's 15% have higher education, master's degrees, PhDs. And when I've done code education in the past at a national scale, that's unique to this region. And then everybody else does not have, they have non-traditional backgrounds.
Okay.
And so, no, most people are pretty green. And when it comes to tech, on occasion we'll work with people. We see a lot of folks that were in marketing or sales within a tech company that want to make the transition. and they have some context there of the industry, but most people don't even have the industry context. They're leaving from nursing or education or, other fields.
And do they find it daunting to get started? I mean, how do you overcome that kind of fear of this is something completely new?
Absolutely. I think everybody finds it daunting. We had, when we had our location down here at American Underground, we had a big quote on the wall. It's by Francis E. Willard that reads, "The world is wide, and I will not waste my life in friction when it can be turned into momentum." And to me, when you were doing your intro and you were talking about how your clients inspire you, to me, that's what the ecosystem of startup founders have, and that's also a trait that our students have. They're hitting some point, they're career changers, they have life experience, a lot of them have families that they have to take care of, and they're sitting there in a point of friction doing whatever it is that they were doing, and they just decide to turn that into momentum. And that quote is one of the reasons we named the company Momentum.
I said the connection, I see it.
Yes, yeah. Amy, who's our director of engineering and instruction, found that quote, and we just felt like it really embodied what folks do. So yeah, it is absolutely daunting for people to take this leap of faith into another career at whatever stage of life they are in. But how we support them in that is, one, we have a lot of success stories. We like to connect our prospective students with people that have done this. Okay. And that's a big help. When you can see somebody similar to you that has the same background. We actually, this past weekend, we have somebody coming from a music background, and we have a music teacher in our current class who's doing really well, and we connected them. And so we're very big on your network is how you get work, sustain work, and stay and grow a career. So we build those networks for our students early on, and we make those connections, and I think that helps. But yes, otherwise, it's a big leap of faith. Our folks have a lot of courage.
Well, it's amazing to people want to do this and then to make that commitment, because, like you said, it's a lot that they're going to commit themselves to doing, but it's amazing that people are kind of taking that step. I wanted to ask you, historically tech has not really been the poster child for diversity and inclusivity, and there's really this stereotype of coding being a male-dominated area. And I'm wondering, do you feel Momentum has a role in changing this or kind of helping to alleviate that?
Absolutely. I think really, too, for the moment that we're in, one of the reasons that it is such a male-dominated field is if you look at the generation that's working right now, they came out of a time where there was advertising and very direct targeting towards young men at the time to get into computers and computer science. Whereas if you look, predating that, there are a lot of women in early computing stages. And, as times change and cultures change, that change. So where we are right now in the time and space, more men got into this field at an earlier age. And what Momentum can do, we work within the existing workforce. We work with career changers. So there is that pipeline problem to address with young folks. That's not what we're addressing. We're addressing right now what's happening in the existing workforce. And so as a result, actually all of our instructor team right now, all of our full-time instructors are women. Okay. We work with awesome part-time instructors. That team's more diverse, but all of our full-time instructors and our instructor leadership is all women. And I think that makes a big difference as far as having women be able to see themselves and say, oh, okay, I can come into this industry and, have that entryway point that's really welcoming. So we definitely can have a big impact with organizations, and we're working with companies. Companies are coming to us and saying, okay, instead of hiring onesie, twosie from Momentum, we have to be really strategic. We have a hiring need where we're going to need 20 new associate software engineers every quarter, or every part of the year. And we say, okay, cool. So let's sit and work with you. And what are your DE&I goals specifically for your organization, and how can we align your goals with what we can recruit for, source for, and train for. And I think it's been really exciting, especially over the pandemic, to see companies starting to be more strategic, and companies in our area also realizing there's a lot of pressure on talent right now in this area. Yeah. The announcement of Google and Apple kind of lit everybody up and said, okay, we've got to be really smart about how we're going to attract talent and then retain it. Right. And that's one of our points to companies is we know now 72% of Momentum graduates stay with their organization for two or more years. Wow. So that is actually higher from a retention standpoint than a lot of folks in the industry and specifically in software engineering. So when you invest in somebody and you help them gain a skill, and then they come and join you and work for you, you've got a loyal employee.
So when you're working with these hiring partners, are you first looking to kind of train up within that organization, or they tell you what they need and you go out into the community and try to find?
A mix of both. Okay. And sometimes it is both at the same time.
Right.
Because companies want to retain folks on their existing team. And a lot of, for example, we spoke with a major airline last year who said, hey, we have a great diverse workforce. They're all in the airports. When you get to our corporate office is when it doesn't. So we want to find opportunities for people to gain training. And so they're looking internally. Where can we find the talent? And then there's some companies that are coming to us and saying, hey, we're on such a rapid growth trajectory. We need to bring talent in elsewhere.
Okay.
And in that case, we do work with partners and work with our own pipeline of interested people and source talent for them.
Good. So tell me a little bit about some of the early challenges for the company. As you were first getting started, what were some of the hiccups that you faced?
Yeah, our biggest challenge was making a shift from a business model that was already in existence here and under a different brand, and thinking that we could just kind of take that and move it forward.
Right.
And what I learned is brand has a big impact on a consumer choice, and it takes a while to establish a trusted brand. So that was, I thought just by the people that were behind the brand, folks would the name, having a different name and a different brand and a different company wouldn't really matter. But it turns out, if people are making a big choice and making putting a lot of money into what we do, having a reputation really mattered. So we had to build that. Couldn't make a big, a quick switch like we thought we could. So that was one challenge. And the other challenge is we have a lot of competition. A friend of mine, coming out of the talent acquisition space, said, the bootcamp coding education space reminded her a lot of the recruiting agency space in like the 80s and 90s.
Right.
There's just a lot of folks that can get into the model. There's, low barrier entries. It is a regulated industry, but not everybody, goes that path.
Right.
And so we all of a sudden had a lot more competition, and universities are starting to white label programs and get into the space too. And obviously they've got fantastic brands. So we had to get really scrappy, and we, for our first couple of years, put in a refund policy, whereas if we did not get you a job, we would refund your tuition. So we did things like that to build trust, knowing that we were a young brand and we needed to establish ourselves. And even though the people working on the company really, we knew what we were doing, and we had learned through failure and success.
Right.
We had to really establish that trust with the community.
Yeah, it raises an interesting question too, because as I think about it, I think it was Elon Musk who mentioned, like, if anybody has an internet connection, they can learn to do just about anything through YouTube or through the internet generally.
Absolutely.
And so there are all these coding resources that are out there, free online course. How do you, to me it seems obvious, but how do you compete with the kind of just that general availability of information?
Yeah. So education is a personal choice, and people have to choose something that's going to work for them. Most of Momentum students have started with an online resource that was low cost or free. And we really encourage it. It's a good pipeline to make sure that people are interested. We like to tell our applicants that if you're interested in this, you'll be good at it. If you're not interested in this, don't move forward.
Right.
You're going to be miserable. And so how do you find out interest? You tinker, and you do a lot of online resources. But what we hear from people is, I want some structure. I want to, life is busy. I've got kids. I've got all this going on. I want a structure in place, and I want that ability to learn from another human where I can have that dialogue. And they want peer learning environments, and they want something to reflect the job.
Right.
And that's the most important thing is you're not going to be coding in isolation when you get into the field. You're going to be on a team with a company. And so we mirror that environment, and we help give that focus. And similar to anything, we also curate really well what is good and what's not good. That's out there on the internet for our students to have that kind of support, or our learners to have that support. So, I think it's a personal choice. Our folks want a career. They want a new job. And so they're buying into not only the education and getting the hard skill, but they're also buying into the network and the support that we provide to get them that job. And that's, you're not going to find with a online education.
Well, you touched on it, but I think that's one thing that stood out to me as I was looking through your website is, Momentum really is emphasizing this fact that this is really a stepping stone to a career and a job, and it focuses on placement. And I just wonder if you could talk a little bit more about that and kind of about that emphasis, and then kind of about the relationships that you have to build as a company then to have this pipeline for your graduates to be able to work.
Yeah. We have two customers. We always have, our learners, our students coming in, the career changers, and then the companies. And that we have to start with the companies, because if we're not training to what they need, then the learners have no reason to come seek us. So we are very, very active. We're constantly talking to hiring managers, making sure that we understand what's going on with job postings. That job has shifted during the pandemic because now we are more nationally focused.
Okay.
Instead of just specific here with local relationships. By product of, as soon as we went virtual, we have people signing up from all over the country.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And they want to stay usually in their area. We also do get the people that are really eager to move to Raleigh-Durham, and they just see it as like an up and coming city, and so that's why they choose us. But yeah, we it's a daily practice for us to stay involved with the hiring community.
So you did shift to kind of online learning during the pandemic.
We did.
How was that kind of as a transition for you in the company?
Well, it wasn't a planned one,
Right.
as you can imagine. Everybody went through this. I remember we had a group of students going into final projects that week, which was like this week.
Yeah, it's coming up on
2
it,
years
right?
ago.
Yeah.
And I kind of had my head down and wasn't really paying attention to the pandemic, and my staff certainly was. And we had that notification of, we're going to go on a 2-week lockdown. So we did the whole clean out the fridge so it doesn't smell when we get back. And Amy, who's head of instruction and engineering, looked at me and she was like, I don't think we're going to see each other for a while. Wow. And so overnight we made the change, and we found a lot of benefits to it.
Right.
And a lot of assumptions that we had feared going to virtual education, which we had certainly spoken about before, turned out to really not be true. And I think part of it was folks were so resilient and they wanted to keep going. But then we also, learned that, okay, well, the industry is going to look like this for a while. Right. In fact, in our data that we are about to post, our annual outcomes report, 80% of our graduates are working virtual, and out of them, over 50% or know that they're going to stay in a virtual or hybrid environment. So one of the reasons we were in American Underground before is we wanted people to have that experience of what is it like to be working in this industry and rubbing shoulders with people that are doing this job. And now what the industry looks like is virtual and working from home, Zoom. So we're going to keep the education to match what people are going to experience in the professional world. So yeah, we did it overnight. Of course, it had a lot of its hiccups. I felt like we all were just nonstop working to make it happen. But then once we settled into it, we found a lot of benefits, and we're staying that way.
Well, I was going to say, and I also think, imagine as you have kind of a more national platform now that you can do virtual classes, does it make it harder to have kind of those job opportunities then? Because if you have a coder in, I don't know, Seattle or in Maine, they may not have necessarily the same channels to job opportunities that they would if they were here in the Triangle.
Yeah, right now the whole industry is operating virtually, and it's just kind of like there's no walls. So it's and there's just so much job opportunity that it really doesn't matter where you are. We certainly have employers now that are coming. Like I spoke with the Wet last week, really eager to have a team in Raleigh-Durham. And part of that is there's an assumption that the cost of living is a little bit lower. That's going to balance itself out. I mean, we're seeing salaries, compete with New York and the West Coast right now. But we are seeing employers nationally also come to us because we have a stronghold in this region. But then when we talk to them about our candidates in other places, they're like, oh, that's fine because we're virtual.
Right.
So,
well, I mean, it kind of ties into it. What do you see as some of the challenges facing just the general tech ecosystem, and specifically here in the Triangle? Because we talk to clients all the time. It's just like we can't hire coders. We don't have the people who can do it. So
scale. I mean, we're going to have and momentum. Really, truly, we could be doing 10 times the amount that we're doing and still have local folks say we still need more people. Right. And so I think that. I spend a lot of time talking to senior leaders in engineering and senior leaders in HR. And right now, the positions in HR, chief people officer, head of talent acquisition, are like playing musical chairs. Everybody's rotating. Our contact at one company is now at a different company and another different company. And part of that is because there's every organization is, how do we think differently about talent? How we thought about it 2 years ago is not, it's out the door.
Right.
We need a different strategy. We need fresh eyes. And there's a hyper focus on how are we going to get the people to get our goals achieved. And so there's a lot of I think, especially right now coming out of the pandemic, a lot of poaching action happening, and
Right.
a lot of companies just kind of borrowing talent or stealing talent from other places, and the musical chairs is being played. And so retention is a big issue for senior leadership. And that's where we're kind of coming in and saying, hey, let's think differently. Let's get out of the talent war. This is not working, and think more long term. How are you going to build talent that's going to stay with you for a long time? That's also going to hit your D&I goals, and how do you build the team that you want, and that's going to be with you and be sticky. And you've got to think about investing in talent in a different way, instead of just throwing recruiting resources at it and having them just play this game that everybody's playing.
Yeah.
And I think for our region, we need that. And we've got a strong start. We've got a lot of great education providers. We're working on a couple of local university collaborations we're looking forward to announcing this year. So I think if we come together as a region, we can solve this problem.
Right.
But talent and scale, it's going to be, and then housing and all the things that come
I was
with
gonna
it,
say,
lifestyle.
the dominoes just kind of trickle out from there.
Yeah.
But one of the things that you mentioned is kind of the people aspect of this, and it seems like from looking back over your career, that's been a big emphasis, kind of at the different jobs that you've had. And I guess as I was thinking about momentum, I think of it as kind of a tech coding training space. But as I listen to you talk about it, there's a huge HR aspect to it. So I wonder if you could just kind of talk about how your past experience has influenced what you're doing and allows you to then speak into these companies a little bit differently than you would otherwise.
Yeah, I've definitely always been on the people side of the industry, and love people, love seeing those lights go off. And I tell people I want to work with people that have their lights on when they come to work.
Yeah.
And are really jazzed and ready to make a change, and ready to make take risks, and believe in themselves, or find that belief in themselves over time. So that's been the thread of my career. And I believe it also comes from my parents are executive coaches, and they've run a business where they've done coaching leadership, starting in the 90s when I was a kid. And so I've always seen that side of the business. And I majored in religious studies in college. And so much of that was just a sincere interest in people and how the world goes around and culture. So that is, kind of where I spend a lot of time thinking. And so I love the people side of the business, and it can be challenging. People, obviously it's not as easy as pulling a widget and saying this is what the product does, and it does these things, and it can print money overnight. People are not that. So it comes with its challenges for sure. But
I was going to say, because I think in some respects it's a service industry.
Absolutely.
As is the legal field, and there are certain challenges associated with that you constantly have to meet those people's demands and kind of continue to meet them where they are. But I also think about it for you. You've got two aspects of the people, because you're running a company, and then you've got your students that are coming in, and you've got to manage kind of both of those. And are they different challenges, or are they all related?
They are certainly related. Our team, because we focus on, to your point, there's a lot of ways you can learn to code online. Why you choose us is because we're going to work with you, and we're going to have those one-on-one conversations, and we're going to encourage you, and we're going to help figure out a way to make this work for each individual learner. So that takes a lot out of our instructors. Our instructors are software engineers for a reason.
Right.
And so they're kind of, they pour their heart and soul into their job every day, and at the end of the day, they're guests.
Yes.
They're done. And so finding a way to get everything that we need to get done to continue to move the company forward, but also acknowledge that we're all having face-to-face or Zoom-to-Zoom conversations and pouring a lot into every person that comes through. It takes a tremendous amount of energy and understanding. And, So in some ways, the team and the students are similar in that, is we're all just putting everything into it, and we're very much feel what the students are feeling.
Yeah.
And we take that responsibility seriously. We know that these people's lives, and ever since we've gone virtually, we know their cats, we know their pets, we like everybody else, we see, the life that they have behind them on that screen. And we want to make sure that they have the same outcome as other folks. And the report that we're about to publish, still teasing it out, but we see a 41% increase in people's salaries pre-momentum to post-momentum. So we know that this is life-changing.
That's amazing.
We really believe in it. And so part of our job is to be that cheerleader for our students. And as a result, I've got to be a cheerleader for the team, and and make sure that we're still going.
Well, maybe you could share, I wonder, do you have any kind of examples or anecdotes that you think of success stories of some of your students that come through?
So many. I will say, because we're coming off of, or it's Women's History Month. I can't keep up, but I know that we're coming off of this. We have so many women that make this career change, that are kind of transitioning from taking care of young ones to, I need to get back into the workforce, right? Or have gone through some sort of life experience. And one of the women that came through recently, or actually she didn't come through recently, but her recently came through our program. Single mom, had just gone through a separation, 2 kids, young at the time. I was a preschool teacher before.
Yeah.
And of other kids all day. And she had a knack and an interest for tech, and she had some support from the community to go through the program. And during the pandemic, she bought a house for her kids and called us and said, I bought a house for my kids. And she worked so hard. She is one of the only students we had that got from the CEO a job offer on the spot coming out of her interview. And because she had to make it work.
Yeah.
That's what I'm so impressed with the moms that come through our program specifically is they have to make this work.
Yep.
And so they're so, their eyes are popping out of their head. They're so dedicated. And she did a really great job presenting or getting ready for an interview, went and presented a product that she built in the code, and the CEO of the company wrote a number on and slid it across the table. I've never seen that happen.
I thought that only happened in movies.
Yeah, I mean, really. And she got the job, and she was with that company for over 2 years, and then took another job with an organization that recruited her. And she bought a house for her kids. So that kind of transformation, and that's one of, hundreds of those stories we have.
Well, I imagine that's got to help with going back to the energizing the team and staying focused and those types of stories.
Oh yeah.
Some jobs it's tough to get up in the morning and say, why am I doing this? But it sounds like you've got a lot of that inspiration.
Yeah, we know now. The report we're putting out has the salary ranges of our students that started with us in 2018, and they're all making over 90. That's
fantastic.
And so we saw, we know that they make a 40% increase on their salary before momentum, and then after momentum, we're seeing I think 35.8% increase that goes on from there. So it's life changing for people, and it's positively impacting the industry that we care and love about too.
That's great.
Yeah,
just so good. And I wanted to go back to one of the things you're talking about. You're talking about how you're working with universities now, and I wonder if you could talk about that a little bit, because we have so many great universities in the area. And I was wondering, are you competitive with universities? Are you collaborative? How does that work out?
Yeah, it's a mix of both, for sure. We're taking the approach of how can we collaborate. The challenge that universities have, and the whole reason that the coding bootcamp space exists, is universities are fantastic and they've been around for forever. But part of their issue, like so many institutions that are getting challenged by the tech industry, is that they've been around forever. And so they have a system and a way of doing things. And to get a curriculum passed or changed in a university, could take years. Right. And the tech industry is moving way faster than that. And so we have the advantage of being really nimble. And we are regulated by the state. We are regulated under the Community College Board. So we do have some regulation, but it is nowhere near what a university has to go through and all the bureaucracy there to change and get a new class up and running, or get a curriculum changed. Hire a professor that probably is not working full-time in the industry, all of those things. Right. So what we're seeing is universities have been approaching us and saying, hey, we need this thing that industry is saying they need.
Right.
Can you bring it in? Can we plug it in? either through a white labeled or a collaborative program. And so that's what we're getting ready to launch 2 partnerships this year that we're really, really excited about. And so again, this is another tease, not ready to go public with it quite yet, but helping universities fill that gap and then also fill that gap for continued education.
Okay. Well, see, we're getting a lot of little tidbits here,
Yes,
exciting things to come from Momentum.
Yeah.
But that leads into, so what do you see as some of the challenges that you face kind of in the next few years as you continue to grow Momentum?
For us, we're really going after, we have been in this business model that's more B2C focused, business to consumer focused, and we're really going towards another direction where we want the income coming to the business, the revenue coming into the business to be more from industry. And we will still be providing those life-changing services to individuals, but that industry needs to be kind of footing the bill. And we're seeing that the talent acquisition space right now is so competitive that it makes sense for industry to do that and not assume that people are going to go out, pay for themselves to get qualifications, but instead work with their companies on getting those qualifications.
Almost like an MBA type process where...
Yes, except even with an MBA, the company's paying for it.
Well, that's what I'm thinking.
Rates.
So companies
Exactly.
pay to get people into these executive training programs.
Yeah. And I think for any company that's ever tried to make that transition from B2C to B2B, it's a challenging one because we have, our existing product that's running.
Right.
So I think, that it's going to be a big lift, and we're going to be looking at who do we have on the team that's going to be able to work with companies, and there's a different level of expectation there. So that is our challenge that we're facing moving forward.
And do you see is like a Momentum Austin or a Momentum some other place in the country, or like being based here in the Triangle, do you have enough of a footprint that you can reach where you need to? Yeah,
I actually think the pandemic had a lot of silver linings for the business, and one of our instructors right now is not local, and she lives out in St. Louis, and we will be able to hire and expand our reach as the clients or the customer needs pretty easily. And because we're doing a lot of virtual training, it doesn't really matter to the companies so much where the talent sits. So we kind of gained more of a national strategy kind of overnight, like everybody,
right,
in March of 2020. So,
and still here we are, March of 2022.
I know, it's wild.
Yeah. So when you founded Momentum, you said it was right here in the American Underground, right? Can you talk a little bit about your partnership with AU and that experience?
Yeah. AU has been, always, it's like coming home every time you come here. I think they've done such an excellent job pulling together an incredible amount of drive and entrepreneurship and resources for entrepreneurs. And so we were founded here in the basement of American Tobacco, actually, which is original AU location. Spent a lot of years in the basement, as did so many people. But being able to walk up and down the hallways and run into people that were having similar experiences and trying to get a company off the ground, and people that have done it before, like Chris Hively and Dave Neal, and being around investors that work, with a lot of different companies and all of that. Just the energy of this ecosystem, I think, is so critical. And if you're starting a company, I would highly recommend getting into one of these ecosystems. And I think American Underground has done it the best.
Yeah, I think they've done a great job. And it's an interesting question because, as we've talked about with COVID and being remote and people moving kind of into this, I'm just in my basement, I'm just working here, you lose out on that rubbing shoulders opportunities.
Right.
And I just wonder, I guess, as you see your students kind of preparing for their workplace and as you talk to recruiters, I guess, how do we replicate that? Or are we just going to bide our time until we can get back to in-person?
Yeah, I think it's really important to have this kind of space. And one of what was really attractive when I left Red Hat to come into this type of ecosystem was when you leave a big company, you are leaving a lot of the happy hours and the, Red Hat always does this thing around Halloween, which you all probably have seen downtown, where all the executives dress up and do skit and all, and that kind of cultural component of working at a company that brings people together, or the fitness challenges or the holiday parties, and so when you come back to a small company, you don't lose that when you're in a space like this.
Right.
They still do all those things, and you get to then meet people across other organizations, and I think that and a little bit easier to stomach going into and starting a company.
Yes, for sure. Well, so we are the Founder Shares podcast. So I always like to ask all of our guests, if there was one piece of advice that you wanted to share for somebody else who's thinking about starting a company, what piece of advice would that be?
For anybody, especially in this ecosystem, there's so many people that are generous with their time and advice, and there's so many people around you that have done it that want to help. And so my biggest advice would be to start having conversations with people. And then to, like anything in life, like you might never feel ready, but you're going to learn so much by actually just going after it and making the full-on commitment.
Now, can you think back to your experiences, like people who have been there for the advice, and like how did you approach those people and kind of get that encouragement?
Yeah. Oh, so much of it just happened through, again, like being in a space like this where you're having those daily conversations and water cooler conversations, if you will, and telling people what you're interested in, what you want to do. And then, people are, I always try to be really generous of my time to other founders and entrepreneurs, because I had that experience where people, everything, even from our recent investment to our initial investment to get the company off the ground, all of that happened through connections and pretty much through the AU network. Saying, oh, hey, you need to meet this person, you need to meet this person, and that's how it developed. And so I think you just have to let people know what you're thinking and what you want to do, and be willing to go to a lot of coffee meetings. And I think it happens organically in an ecosystem like ours where people are generous of their time.
It's amazing to me how true that is. Just letting people know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of people really are anxious to help, anxious to be, useful. And so they can't do that if they don't know what you're doing or what you need or what you're interested in.
Right.
So it is having that opportunity to kind of just put that out there.
Yeah. I think it's I traveled the country for the last job, and I think that's something really special about our ecosystem that I want to keep. Is you go other places and people are like, oh, we signed a non-compete, or like, I don't want to tell you my idea. And it's like, your idea is so early stage. Like, you have such a hill to climb. Tell people what you're doing.
Right.
They're not going to try to, most likely go after your idea. And if they do, like what, it just, I think that us being really open and having that kind of open source mentality and
I hope we don't lose it. You talk about lots of companies coming in and lots of changes coming for the ecosystem.
Yeah.
I hope we can maintain what's good about it.
Me too. And I think having those intentional conversations, and we have Raleigh-Durham Startup Week coming up in April. I'm one of there's many of us that are collaborating on that.
I'm glad you said that. So put that out there.
April 19th through the 22nd, Startup Week. There's 4 or 5 tracks, great talks. They start at 1 o'clock. American Underground is one of the hosting locations, and everything will be in walking distance down here in Durham. And we've got some incredible keynotes that will be Wednesday night. Those are also coming out. I don't want to be the first to announce it because the committee's going to announce it.
This is great. You got to keep checking in.
Very soon, yes. So stay tuned. There's so many people organizing it, and we'll all be posting very shortly what's coming up. But it's going to be great. It's a free event to the public.
Yes. So, for anybody of our show who's listened to it, I think it's something definitely that's worth checking out and participating as much as you can.
Yeah, it's our comeback party.
Everybody come out. It was like organizing right before the pandemic hit, right?
This is the 3rd time we've organized it. It was originally supposed to happen in 2020.
Yes.
We're close, and then obviously didn't happen. And so we reorganized the event for 2021. Again, optimism.
Yes.
Didn't happen. And so we have organized this event for 3 years.
Third time is the charm, and it is going to be amazing. Yes. Nothing else is going to interfere with it. It's going to be great.
Yes.
The optimism still has to hang in there.
Exactly.
Well, thank you so much for joining me today, Jessica. I really appreciated our conversation and appreciate you coming out and doing this marathon with us, and for being on the show. So for our listeners, if they want to connect with you or learn more about Momentum, how do they reach out? Follow us on social media. I'm active on LinkedIn. Okay. So Jessica Mitsch Holmes, my new last name as of October. I'm still getting used to it. And then follow High Momentum on social. We're pretty active on Instagram, LinkedIn, and Twitter. Okay, very good. And one more time for the Startup Week. Startup Week is coming up Tuesday, April 19th through Friday the 22nd. And where can they find that online? You can check it out, trianglestartupweek.com.
Oh, I should know this. But check us out. If you follow me on LinkedIn, I post about it frequently, and there is a link to the website. You can sign up for the newsletter to get the updates.
Perfect. Well, thanks everyone for tuning in to the Founder Shares podcast and the American Underground Podcast Marathon. And if this is your first time listening to the Founder Shares show, be sure to check us out and follow our episodes by scanning the QR code in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. And to learn more about what we do at Hutchison, visit us at hutchlaw.com. That's HUTCHLAW.com. So up next on the marathon, we've got NCF&B podcast with the guest Saltbox Seafood Joint's Rickey Moore. So I'm Trevor Schmidt, and this has been the Founder Shares podcast.
We are the innovators, the creators, the risk takers, the movers and shakers, the rule breakers. We're the hustlers, disruptors, kick the dust up, muster up the strength to trust in our strengths. We're a collection of the curious, a posse of problem solvers, a group of grit and ambitious people. They call us underground because that's where seeds grow. They call us underground because we do it different than the mainstream as we turn daydreams into great things. We're different. We may scream, "Hey you," because we're getting your attention. Hey you, the atomic symbol of gold. Hey you, an alternate universe where we support the fruit of your genius as it unfolds from bold conviction. We're a campus of doers, a herd of helpers, a gaggle of good ideas from go-getters. Don't act like we know better, just that we know something. And take that know something and turn it to mo somethings. We're learners, earners, burners of the midnight oil. And if our night is foiled, we return to soil, underground. And then rise again with our tribe again, and we try again. Hey you.
The 919 Beer Podcast is your go-to resource for the latest information impacting the craft beer scene in the Triangle and across the state. Join Adam Eschball and Wayne Holt of 919 Beer and me, Joe Obias, from the OG every Saturday morning on Buzz Sports Radio from 8 until 9. You can also download the podcast and listen to it anytime at WRALSportsFan.com or wherever you get your podcast. Join us each week for the 919 Beer Podcast, a part of the Capital Broadcasting Podcast Network.
Walking in someone else's shoes, seeing it from a different view, learning to appreciate how differences for the better. So much more than our backgrounds, deeper than a you or a pronoun. As unique as you are, you yourself are strong. Free the change, put the work in. Let's free the change, gotta put the work in. Let's free the change, it's so worth it. We all belong, we all deserve, we all have voices to be heard. It's who we are, who we are, who we are. Yeah, take some courage and a little bit of unknown, mixed with kindness and watch how it grows. It's who we are, it's who we are. I'm trying to get the lens in focus so we can see eye to eye. I know that the grass is greener when we see the other side. Even if courage is borrowed, then there's hope for our tomorrows. And believe we're all worth it, can be the change, put the work in. We all deserve, we all have voices to be heard. It's who we are, who we are, who we are. Yeah, take some courage and a little bit of unknown, mixed with kindness and watch how it grows. It's who we are, it's who we are. Oh, to be the change, we gotta put the work in. Oh, let's be the change, put the work in. You put the work in, gotta put the work in.
The Maternal Health Learning and Innovation Center is a national resource center dedicated to eliminating maternal health inequities and improving well-being for all families in the U.S. It is through collaboration with our experts and stakeholders that we can help to advance maternal health through community and clinical engagement, policy and systems change, and innovations in maternal health. Our team is made up of national maternal and child health organizations to develop and distribute free trainings and webinars to inspire innovation and new policy in maternal health. Learn more about us and the work we're doing to help improve maternal health outcomes. Visit maternalhealthlearning.org.
Forward with NACY, Inspiring Entrepreneurial Action, a podcast that shares the stories of everyday entrepreneurs, entrepreneurial leaders, and the communities that support us. We hope that this diverse collection of stories brings you inspiration, inspires you to take action, and ignites entrepreneurship in your community as we make our way forward together.
Authorities say Jordan died of a single gunshot wound to the chest.
Police have charged 18-year-old Larry Demery and 18-year-old Daniel Green with first-degree murder.
Where did that bullet hole come from? And how is it suddenly there when this case comes to trial?
Is it possible for a man to be shot in his car and authorities not find any blood?
It couldn't have happened as described.
I didn't kill James Jordan. I'm innocent of murder.
Are you looking for diversity education that fits the way you work? The Diversity Movement offers a new way to improve workplace culture. Anytime, any place. Micro Videos by the Diversity Movement delivers brief, to-the-point insights that teach you how to speak, interact, and lead more inclusively. Our videos are created and curated by proven business leaders and diversity experts. With Micro Videos by the Diversity Movement, it's micro learning for maximum impact.
This sound like Quill.
Nice to meet you, Bull City. We're Earfluence, and we produce over 20 podcasts for entrepreneurs, businesses, and thought leaders in the Triangle and beyond.
And we recently moved to downtown Durham, right here at American Underground.
If you're a creative entrepreneur, you know that finding the right space to support your projects can be difficult and usually very expensive. That's where we and you come in.
We partnered with American Underground to build this podcast studio, where all AU members have access to equipment to help them sound their best.
And we're so excited to celebrate this new space with you today as we're live streaming 8 episodes at this podcast marathon.
To learn more about us, visit www.earfluence.com.
But for now, enjoy this episode. Welcome back to the Earfluence Podcast Marathon, live from American Underground in Durham, North Carolina. I am so excited for this next episode today with one of the original podcasts in the Triangle area, the NCF&B podcast, the North Carolina Food and Beverage podcast. They have now had 320-something episodes up, with guests such as Ashley Christensen and Vivian Howard and Scott Crawford and Mike Lee and just all these superstars. And today they're interviewing another superstar, and I'll let them get right to that. For all of you watching at home, you can go to podcastmarathon.com. Tell your friends to go to podcastmarathon.com or watch us on WRL TechWire's LinkedIn or Discover Durham's YouTube. But with that, I'm going to hand it over to Max Trujillo and Matt Weiss, the hosts of the NCF&B podcast. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Well, hello, and thank you for listening and watching the North Carolina Food and Beverage Podcast. I am your co-host, Max Trujillo.
And I am your co-host, Matthew Weiss, and it is great to be here at the American Underground Studios, and it is great to sit across from this gentleman that we are about to talk to. So this gentleman has been lording over the fish of the North Carolina coastline for years and bringing it to your table at Saltbox Seafood Joint, Chef Rickey Moore.
Greetings, everyone. What's going on, good people? Glad to be here.
Yeah.
I love hanging out with you guys.
We love hanging out with you.
Straight up, I love hanging out, man.
Well, you know, like that's like when we book people on this show. Yeah. It's informal. It's not like call my PR agent, call my whatever. Right. It's just because we're all doing this. Yeah. We're all Matt's selling wine. I'm opening a food hall. You're slinging fish, and it was just a quick text. Hey, man, would you be on the show? Yep. And you're like, cool. When and where?
That's it. Done deal. No complication. No going around about it. Straightforward, man. That's how we do business.
Well, speaking of, let's get into business. But before we even get into business, you know, the fish, the whole history, James Beard nomination this year. Congratulations, Mazel Tov. You're a huge hip hop fan. I'm friends with you on Facebook. You're always post things about it. Without in no particular order. Right. What's on your Spotify list or Apple too or whatever you're listening? Like what hip hop artists?
Whoa, man! I wasn't even prepared for this.
I know,
but I'm gonna go off the dome.
Young MC, bust a move.
Let me see here. Let me see where you know I'm very classic. I mean, I'm a J. Cole. Okay, let's go contemporary.
Yeah.
Okay.
J. Cole, Kendrick Lamar.
Okay.
For me, those are pivotal MCs that speak to something. I'm go classic. You know, people may not know this, but I'm a big L fan.
Okay.
AZ. Yeah. Okay, obviously KRS-One.
Yeah.
Rakim, the R. Okay. Big Daddy Kane.
Okay.
All right. I won't get into my Furious Five because it changes often. You know what I mean? It's 5 MCs always changes for me. But yeah, those are the people.
I'm thinking like just Tribe Called Quest, De La Soul, Farside.
Right. Okay. Black Thought.
Black Thought. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. From a female perspective, you know what I mean? I'm a Light fan. MC Light. You know what I mean? Obviously Queen Latifah,
Half of our listeners have no idea what we're talking about right now. Like
KRS
One, what?
Really?
Right there.
Oh,
I like that you dropped J. Cole, Fayetteville's own.
Absolutely.
But you did that like on the back end because he's got Dreamville happening like in a couple weeks.
Absolutely.
And you're like, if I say it out loud enough times, maybe Jay will hear.
Yes.
J. Cole is a foodie. He used to come
absolutely.
into Standard Foods all the time and get like very healthy, very clean food.
Okay.
And I'd see him around. He's a good dude.
Well, he has an invitation. I can give him a clean meal at Saltbox. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, let's get into that. Let's get in. So Saltbox.
Yeah.
We have had, in one way, we've had you on the podcast on 2 different occasions.
Yes.
But the first time, we just kind of forced you on it because you were at Terra Vita and you had no way of saying no because you were in a public forum. We had a microphone in your face.
Exactly.
And we just
I was
said,
cornered.
Rickey, talk to us right now. And you're like, okay, I guess. And so that was great. That was like the first time. And then back in the pandemic and post George Floyd, the chaos that ensued, we had something that was a little bit more about the culture of America and how Black Lives Matter. And we went through there and it was, we had 3 different people on the show and you were one of them.
Right.
But we never sat down to just talk to you. And even this is not how we normally do things. Now we're live, we're on Earfluence, American Underground Radio.
Right.
So we never do things normally with you.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that is so interesting. It's always either crisis mode or just spontaneous. But you know what? For me, those circumstances and situations are just as good. A lot of times things that are planned out, man, they seem to come across unauthentic.
Yeah.
And sometimes, off the cuff, in the moment, freestyling it, it's more compelling.
Yeah. And authentic is what I would say with you and your food. I will have just like a food memory, if you will, and it was so amazing, but it also kind of tells a little bit of the story about where you are with Saltbox in Durham. Last year, my wife and I, Felicia, we decided to have a little romantic getaway.
Yeah.
And our decision to do it was to spend a night or a weekend in Durham.
Yes.
And, we're Raleigh natives, so it's not like it's like a staycation almost,
Sure,
but we were like, let's get out.
Yeah.
So we got a hotel at the Unscripted, got a room just around the corner, and we made our way to eat and drink through all of Durham.
Awesome.
And the first thing we did was go to Saltbox.
Right.
But you messed it up for us. Because we went to the wrong Saltbox.
Wait, okay, hold on, wait a minute. I went to the wrong one, meaning the one that's no longer existing?
Correct.
Okay. Well.
And I needed to be up on my beat to know that. But your original location, ultimately, you closed down, I think, in August of last year.
Yes.
So this must have happened, I think it was even like prior to that, but I think you were like you were getting ready to shut it down. So there were certain days that you were just already preemptively closing.
Absolutely.
So that just happened to be that day. And then I went, oh man, I was even telling our producer Elizabeth on the way in here this story. And I said, I looked at my wife and thought, oh man, this is not the best way to start a romantic weekend. Like strike one already. But then we went to your current amazing space and we had I was saying to Matt, you can have fried fish, and you can have fried shrimp or lobster roll or whatever you're going to do. And everyone has an opinion of what that might taste like and flavors and all. All of that just gets thrown out the window when I went to Saltbox because it's so fresh and so clean. And even though there is a fry to it, there's such an elegance to what you're doing.
Thank you for that.
And my wife, who is a healthy, clean eater, was like, oh, I can get down with this.
Right.
And we ate so much food to start. So much so that after a beer, a couple rolls, some hush puppies with all that that honey on there, we had to go back to Unscripted and take a little afternoon nap.
Yo, man. Well, thank you for sharing that story, man. Listen, you hit it on the head. Look, the preparation of frying gets a bad rap. Okay, you know what I mean? It's unhealthy. Too much this, too much that. I don't want to eat it all the time, this and the other. But the way I think about it, and me personally growing up the way I've been eating it, it was never overly battered. And also, I put what we do at Saltbox in the same context as tempura.
Right.
I mean, let's think about that. Does tempura ever get that same sort of flack as being unhealthy? No, it looks it's more of elegance. So for me,
crunch.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I try to do, And like I said, obviously you don't eat fried food all the time, but the way we do it, it's approachable. Okay. I've heard a lot of my guests say, you know what? Was this fried? Really? You sure?
Right.
So I mean, that was part of the plan.
Yeah.
You know, it's part
Speaking of the plan, the genesis, as I understand it, of why you created Saltbox Seafood Joint, and by the way, I want to get into this, but your training is as a very high end culinary chef.
Yes.
But it had to do with your wife, as I've read.
Yeah.
So tell that story.
Well, okay, so here's the deal. Okay, my whole professional career has been higher echelon, fine dining, Michelin starred, stage in Europe, all the stuff that one had to do in order to be validated as a skilled professional.
Right.
Let me just say that. And you know, I mean, I enjoyed it. I love it. I enjoy it now. You know. But when I decided to open my own business, I thought about all of those things that I learned in those environments. And obviously, as an employee and a business owner, it's two different hats. So as I thought about developing a concept or a restaurant idea, I said, well, you know what? I don't want to spend time in that space. You know, I feel like there's other people who are doing fast casual concepts that are not culinary trained or even chefs.
Yeah.
And they're killing the game.
Yeah.
So why aren't we?
Right.
Okay, so, and as I thought about it, I said, you know what do I want to do? Saltbox it could have been, I mean, I could have done a million things, all right, but I took a trip to Singapore. Let me tell you this story, you're going to trip out.
All right.
I hope you didn't do any graffiti in Singapore.
Nah,
that would be a harsh punishment.
They're crazy, man. You get caned in Singapore, man.
Yeah.
But, someone called me up, man, a headhunter. Those know what a headhunter is. Hey, we're looking for an American chef to open an American brasserie in Dubai.
Oh, yeah.
And so I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Hey, babe, I'm going to CC you on every email because if I get killed or stabbed or, kidnapped, you know where I'm at.
You need to know. Yeah.
So
let's not go there about Dubai. Arabic and a lot of so yeah.
But you were in Singapore when you got this Dubai offer.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I was doing a tasting.
Got it.
So they flew me over. I mean, that's how it happens.
Chef Rickey Moore, why not?
And I went over there and I did a tasting and I was over there for 2 or 3 weeks hanging out. Nothing came of it. So I had a free vacation technically.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but during that time though, guys, I was there and I saw these hawker stalls.
Hawker stalls?
Hawker stalls. It's basically an open air food court,
Okay.
technically. Okay. Mm-hmm. Little small places where you got 1 or 2 people in there cooking something really delicious.
There's bats for sale.
Possibly.
Right.
But I'm going to tell you something. That is my favorite place on the planet to eat.
Yeah.
As of right now, Singapore. And I went over there and I saw all these little operations, man, functioning with 1 or 2 people in them and killing the game. And beautiful food being created. So as I thought about what I wanted to do, I said, you know what, I would love to do something along that line, something that's small, I can do myself. And frankly, as I thought about it, there is a big transition from being an employee to a business owner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The mindset is huge, so you got to think about things differently. So Saltbox was sort of my apprenticeship to entrepreneurship. As I came to the ranks as a young cook, I worked and I apprenticed with folks, so for me, this was a whole different transition. And frankly, I got burnt out being the executive chef of this and the executive chef of that. And, I was in a place of maturity, professional maturity, to do something on my own. So, I was doing recons around Chapel Hill, Durham, and then I ran across this place on Mangum Street and nobody gave a damn about it. Initially somebody was doing something out of it, and they were doing burgers, but they didn't care. Mm-hmm. And I sat there and I watched that place for 3 weeks, morning, noon, and night, just to understand the traffic patterns and that sort of thing. And I just went in there one day like boldly and say, are you guys want to rent this place? And they slammed the door on me. So I went around them, because see, here's why I did it. Man, I sat there watching for 3 weeks, man. They would come to work and bring a TV in. They weren't interested in selling them food. They weren't interested in cooking.
Yeah.
They just wanted to hang out, So I just kind of...
You see that way too often.
Yes. Yeah. And so I went around and went to the landlord and said, hey, I can pay your... And see, these folk that were in there, they weren't paying their rent on time. So I said, hey, I can do that. I can pay it on time consistently. Don't worry.
Yeah.
So that's how it happened.
But wasn't there a story about your wife
Yes.
asking you about, hey, where do I go to get a really good fish sandwich?
Okay, so here's the deal. Norma would ask me, because, she grew up in a fisherman family. Her grandfather was a fisherman. So they ate fish all the time. But, we were just moving to the area, and we kind of did a recon of all the other seafood places. Man, there's not a good fish sandwich around here. I mean, and for me, that's a simple thing. It's 2 pieces of white bread and some fish, man.
Yeah.
Cooked, hot, and served seasoned.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
You know, you can put all the other extra stuff you want to, but we were unsuccessful. So that conversation, her thought, her request kind of motivated some things for me. Okay?
So to say that when you saw that burger place, I don't want to call it a joint because that diminishes what you have with your joint.
Right.
You didn't know what you were necessarily going to cook at that point. You
Not
just
at all.
knew that I could make this space, a la what they were doing in Singapore, into a very simple food, some
Yes.
sort of shack, and blow it up.
You got it.
Yeah.
That's it, man.
And then you have this conversation with your wife, and
Yes.
all of a sudden you're like, oh,
There it is.
fish sandwich.
And then, you know, I'm thinking about it from my perspective growing up in Eastern North Carolina. You know, you went to specific places to get specific things. So you get a burger at this burger joint. You got a fish sandwich at this place. You got a shrimp burger at this place. You got, you know, it was very specific. So in my mind, you know, that's something that, you know, roadside place, man. You see them all the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Ales is another one of the inspirations. You know, when you go down to Moorhead, you go down Atlantic Beach, everybody goes to Ales.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Do we need to go to, what's ale? I don't know ale.
Oh,
Do
whoa,
you know
whoa,
ale?
whoa.
No.
Yeah,
School
you
us.
guys, you guys don't know what ales is?
No.
Yo.
ALES?
E. Let me see. ALs.
We'll reference it in another. We'll figure it out.
You're driving down 70, going to Atlantic Beach, man. It's on the left-hand side. Ales. It's an old school drive-in. You know, old school. I mean, the pigeons still hang around there. They got picnic tables, kind of raggedy, but they still walk out to your car. Cars are situated sort of strategically, and then they walk out, man, and they take your order, and they figure out how to get everybody their food. But it's been around a long time.
Little disclaimer for those, because you might be listening to this podcast for the first time on this other network, and you're like, wait a minute, how did those two hosts of the North Carolina Food and Beverage Podcast not know about this? To give you perspective, we're idiots, but we're also technically like Yankees and West Coasters. So I'm from LA, he's from New York, and we moved here independently. We're friends from long ago, just as a little background. But this show, too, is perspective on what this food culture is like, kind of from the outside looking in, because we're from the outside. Now we've been here for a while and we know it a little bit more, but every day we learn certain things like that. And that's where it's like, oh, okay, now we got to go. We got to do
also,
that.
just to add to that point, we strategically chose to pick North Carolina as our home.
Right, we didn't just end up here. We said, this looks awesome,
Well,
we want to be
you
here.
got to go to Ales and get you a shrimp burger.
All right.
That's what you got to do.
So I feel like you gave us a great understanding of the genesis of Saltbox. But I just, so the question I've been noodling around in is, so you were, as you talked about, you built this career into this high-end Michelin-starred chef. You work at the likes of Danielle, speaking about New York, which is one of the culinary destinations of New York City and possibly the world. You worked at True Restaurant, which I'm not as familiar with, but these are on your resume as like shining stars. So I think about this, and now you're making this very simple seafood joint, right? Like it's a seafood shack. In my mind, I can't help but thinking this is like Rodin or Michelangelo, like putting their Legos in a museum, you know? It's so simple, but but you're on the cutting edge of it because it's like what like David Chang has done years ago and stuff like that. Do ever times you feel like, oh man, this is so simple. I want to get back to creating and going crazy with flavors and ingredients?
Yes.
Okay.
The honest answer is yes.
Okay.
But as I think about it and where I'm at in my life and separating business, I'm prior to being a cook, I was gonna be an artist. All right. So, I enjoy creating. I enjoy thinking about things in a creative light. I can think of some of the most memorable meals I've ever had, and I never crave anything that was overly complicated. I always crave something that was so simply done. Michelin star chef Joel Robuchon, me and my wife had dinner there. Okay, he top tier. I mean, he was known for mashed potatoes. That's it.
Yeah, and he's not doing anything different than you and I do, except for probably just a little technique.
Exactly. There is a technical prowess that goes along with doing something so simple and having the confidence to do it. You know what I mean?
And the restraint sometimes too.
Right, because sometimes we want to be all overly creative. Oh, let me put some, tarashi inside of it. Let me do some more extra madness that doesn't matter. And it takes a lot of restraint, for a lot of us, particularly myself, who was a very creative person. I really go through a lot of trial and tribulation, think about what it means to put food on a plate. I mean, you look at the dish at Saltbox, you see some fried fish, you see slaw, you see, hush honeys, but no, I went through some process. There's a seasoning, there's some balance, there's why I don't put mayonnaise in the slaw, there's a reason why I put honey on the hush honeys, there's a reason why I season them a certain way, there's a reason for everything. You go inside the restaurant, same thing. There's reasons why the color palette is what it is. There's a reason why I put this here. I want to evoke this. I'm taking on the same sort of behavior that a fine dining, establishment would do, but in a more palatable or digestible way. So that people have. Yeah.
It's such a simple, easy way to just walk in. You order food. Everything is simple.
Yeah.
But then it does just knock you over when you get the food. You're not expecting. To get what you ultimately do receive, and you're just like, wow, man, that's the cut above. I mean, obviously, I think we mentioned it at the top too.
Yeah.
You were nominated for a James Beard Award. This year. For this unassuming small fish shack joint.
That's right.
That breaks the rules.
Yes.
That is pretty amazing. But to anyone that has A, known you, and B, had your food, it comes as no surprise.
Right.
You're like, oh, but most of us all went, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, James Beard, you got it right. You got it right. And these are nominations. There's a bunch of people nominated, and they'll get to the point where they announce winners.
Right.
But we've also said on the show, being nominated is to win.
Absolutely.
You're already in now.
Yes,
Because, yes, they got to give an award to someone, but now it's like, this put a blip on. You're now on the radar of a more national and a widespread.
That's right.
Did the lines get a little longer after that announcement happened?
You know what? Yes, but it was a very gradual thing, and which I like. Look, we can only cook fish so fast, right? so I would love when people recognize how to come to Saltbox now. You know what I mean? I spent years kind of trying to figure out or formulating how to manage that.
Yeah.
Look, Friday and Saturday, everybody's going to be balls to the wall, you know what I mean? But now people are coming strategically because they know, like, man, I can't come there this time because it's going to be crazy. So let me come during this time. So it's been really good. It's been really healthy. And just to reference the whole James Beard Award, I mean, it is so wonderful to receive that. I receive it, I appreciate it. Food in any context, man, when done with a level of care, soigné, if you will, deserves to be recognized. Right? You know what I mean? I mean, another case in point, Singapore, gentleman was known for doing chicken and rice and got Michelin star for that. And rightfully so. I mean, he's been doing the same dish over and over and over again for years. It's perfect now.
Yeah.
It's perfect. Excellence comes every now and again. It'll pop up every now and again, but man, it's perfect. He was doing it so much, So for me, excellence, whatever award you want to garner, it's because of consistency over and over and over the long haul, over a long period of time. That's what, for me, James Beard, Michelin star, whatever else you want to put out there. That
was going to be kind of a follow-up question to that is, because many people that listen to our show are chefs themselves or in the business, and they're just kind of like I mean, we've had previous guests on the show too, just like say things like, man, how do I get on the radar of James Beard? Like, do they only give it to those that, do what, whatever, like actively seek it and all?
Right.
But like, any advice just for those young chefs? Like, how do you do what you do, but also make yourself available to be noticed, I guess?
Well, I would say, first of all, everything that you do, well, let me just simplify this. I don't want to overcomplicate this thought. Be authentic, always and forever. In any space that you're in, whatever you're doing, be authentic. Be around people who have, I guess, won these awards, I guess. You are who you around.
Be in good company, yeah.
Yeah, be in good company.
That helps.
Like I said, be authentic and deliver consistently. You know, the whole adage, let your spoon speak for yourself. Okay, fine, but like that's real. It sounds corny, but yeah, man, do good work consistently over and over again. Folk will recognize that.
Yeah.
Those folk who are, I guess, in the know, or you know, who believe in something done correctly, they'll support you.
Yeah.
You know, that's all. I think a lot of people, they start to want to, you know, they see other people doing, getting awarded or whatever the case may be, and they say, well, I got to figure out how to manipulate this because I don't want to really put the work in. All I want to do is get it because I believe I should. And that's fine. That's confidence. I wouldn't call that cocky, but, you know, always work at a James Beard level. Always work at a Michelin star level. Yeah. And it'll naturally come. How about that? You know, a little quick segue. Coming up through the ranks as a young culinary professional, someone told me, if you work a position currently, work at the next level. So when the next level comes, you're already ready for it. That's always what I've always done. Yeah. When I was a commis, I worked like the chef de partie. When I was chef de partie, I worked like the sous chef. When I was a sous chef, I worked like the chef. You know, and when I was executive chef, I act like the owner. So my mental state was already ready. So when that opportunity came, I'm good to go.
Do you hear that, everybody? Like seriously, what you just said needs to be said like 17 times in a row so people can get it. But do the job that you want to aspire to today.
Right.
And the worst thing you can tell anybody is, you know, once I get the job, I'll be there. I'll come extra early. Right. I'll work harder. Like if you pay me, I'll do it. It's like, no. Yes. It's the Field of Dreams thing. If you build it, if you yourself build it, it will come.
Absolutely.
And you can't do it the other way around. You can't expect, you know, my whole thing is like when people show up late all the time, late.
Yeah.
And then they go, but man, like I wanna get that promotion. It's like, stop being late first.
Yes.
Start doing the fundamentals first. And then now you're just at zero.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then start doing the next things.
There's in my mind, I don't know about anybody else, there's a behavior that goes along with being successful.
Right.
A behavior. Everybody gonna look up every now and again. But you gotta have a specific behavior to prepare yourself to be successful, whatever that means to you. Okay, success is different for a lot of people, but you know, I've always said, okay, you know, I find models that make sense for me, and I model my stuff after that. I make adjustments when need be, but you know, I mentally prepare myself to be successful. And bottom line is, if you ain't a worker, a real worker, I don't know what your return is going to be.
Yeah. Well, that speaks to even just the operational spot of just working the restaurant. Like if you only prep to do enough to serve 150 people that day, then that's all you'll ever do.
Yeah.
If you don't understand that, okay, maybe you don't want to prep for 250 knowing that your average is 125 people or whatever.
Right.
But if you can make a plan that in the middle of the shift you have a B team or a prep team or somebody that can then shift into overdrive and start prepping to then support the next thing.
Right.
If you have a plan to then be successful, then you will.
Absolutely.
Because if you just tell people, sorry, we're at our hill, and I'm saying this because I've made that own personal mistake.
Right.
And it's like, we just can't do it right now. We just can't. And then you won't.
Yes.
And you can't expect that the line's even longer the next day. Like people are just going to assume, no, get there early. Don't get there at a certain point because they can't handle it. And then they don't come back. And it's not always easy to do, but you have to have that mentality.
Yeah. And I share with my team a lot of times, you know, just look, you know, I'm really interested in making you successful. I'm really interested in that because it's important to me, you know, outside of being in a profitable business and a good business person in the community, that's primary. You know, I worked for a company that had a little motto, and they said, you know, there's 3 entities that are important in your business, and first is the guests. Well, you have 3 guests. I think a lot of people take on the same, but there's 3 guests. There's the consumer that comes in the door, and there's your employees, and then you. Okay, you know, and you know, we do a good job. We do a good job with the consumer, and I always want to work better for my employees, you know, because that's kind of a sort of a rotating effect. You know, if they're happy, I'm gonna be killing the game.
Yep.
Okay. Period.
Yeah.
You know, so I try to figure out what it means for me to, you know, because I always try to, you know, it ain't about me and this and that and the other, but man, your employees. I'm having a conversation with a person who, this individual started a business. He grinded it out, you know, and he told me yesterday, "Hey, I'm just a chef. I'm just trying to figure out how to not be there and have the business still run." I said, "Good for you, sir. Good for you. That's the game.
Yeah.
That is the game. You know, you are not there, and your employees are happy. They're fulfilling the standards. They meet the expectations and exceed them when they need to. You know what I mean? So that's the game."
I think many people who want to be entrepreneurs or own their own business or are owning their own businesses at that time, especially in our industry, are wondering, well, Rickey, what does that mean? How do you keep your employees happy? Can you share any tidbits or?
Then first, through the utmost, I address the women in the kitchen as Miss, and that's sort of a Southern thing. It's something I grew up doing. You know what I mean? I extend that courtesy. I make sure day one there's no foolishness going on in this organization. You know, no disrespect. All right, all the males in the kitchen, Mister. You know what I mean? Sounds old school, sounds corny, but I'm immediately setting a tone within the kitchen. So anybody else who comes in there, if they're going to be comfortable with it, great. I can tell. Come aboard and share the vision and your authentic self, then this job's going to be easy. You know, I don't want you to be a copycat of anything. Just be who you are, but fall in the guidelines of what we're talking about. And if you share that, we should be good. Secondly, you know, I reward people who do good work. Look, I want to say this on air right now because I think a lot of times, man, the restaurant industry gets a bad rap. There's no restaurateur out there that I know of in my circle, let me say that does not want to pay their employees. The goal here is that you have to justify with skill set to garner money. Right. I believe that. I don't think it's irregular. I mean, and it all depends on where you're at in your life or whatever. The more skillful you are, the more money you get paid.
Right.
Yeah,
I believe
this has been a conversation we've been having a lot recently. And, you know, we just spoke with Chef Scott Crawford the other day. And it was, you know, I think what we were saying, at least my opinion of it, is that we're very employee-centric right now, trying to make sure that we are creating the right environment for our employees.
Right.
So that, because we have abused that industry for so long, paying people too little, asking for too many hours, workload, just whatever, you know, and all for what? To make a couple extra bucks, perhaps, or just that's because that's the way it was, you know. And so I think we've been in this, you know, the pandemic kind of gave us that pause, and then really more importantly, the staff had a pause to say, do I really want to go back to that semi-abusive or toxic environment and all? And so now we as business owners and employers are saying, okay, we have to at least establish some ground rules and some standards. But I also want to swing that pendulum back a little bit more to the, okay, can we, now that we're at this point where we've respected everybody's bare minimums and we've got like a nice foundation, now I want you to work here because you're working for Chef Rickey Moore, because you're working for Scott Crawford, because you're working for Max Trujillo. But like, I want you to go, no, I like working for that person because they've A, created a great positive environment, but also B, because this is a fun place to work and there's creativity and then my creativity gets rewarded by doing that. And we're slowly getting there, but we're not there yet.
I you know, I think about it, you know, I mean, and a lot of the culture that was created was definitely toxic, you know. Those folk participated in it. You know, I kept my nose down and I made sure that I got what I needed out of the situation. I never participated in anything that was unhealthy or disrespectful, you know. But what I do know is, for me, that's a priority, you know. I mean, even safety, you know. Nobody leaves the kitchen or closes the restaurant at night by themselves. There's at least 4 people. You know what I mean? I think about my family staff. I think about those things that sometimes we don't think about, you know what I mean? Because of some experiences I had. But, you know, I want everybody to feel safe.
Yeah.
You know, nobody leaves. No, one person will, I don't care if you're a manager. I don't care if you're 6 foot, 2 feet. No, you're not going to leave by yourself because somebody can take you down. You know what I mean? So people leave together. They come in together, they leave together. You know what I mean? Everybody got each other back. You know
Max
what I mean?
is feeling guilty right now because he sent his second in to open the coffee shop this morning at Crafton all by herself. How dare you, Max?
Actually, if you want to know the truth, it's so funny that you say that. I was gonna give myself a pat on the back, Matt, and instead you made it sound like I was an asshole. The honest truth about today is we open up as a coffee shop at 6:45 a.m.
Right.
And I have two people that open that place together because I don't want a single person opening it up.
Yeah.
And we found out one of the two people just wasn't there. And so the other employee texted me at 6 o'clock in the morning and said, it was like 6:05. Hey, so-and-so isn't here yet. And, I'm just by myself and this and that. I said, yeah, she's like, I'm just in my car. And I said, just chill for a second and let me find out. So I'm texting the other employee. I don't hear back for a while. And now like 20 minutes, 30 minutes has gone by. And I just said, just go home. We don't need to open right now. I said, maybe you want to come back at 9 o'clock as the cooks are starting to come in and we'll figure this out. And she said, okay. And then I heard that the other employee's sister texted me on his phone to say that he was in a car accident.
Oh, dear.
And that's why they weren't there. Matt feels stupid now.
I don't feel stupid. I just didn't hear the whole story.
So then I said, I said, I didn't want her opening the place all by herself. Yeah. And I also know that the other person didn't just not show up because that's who they were.
Right.
There's a reason.
Yeah.
And the bottom line for us was, do we need to be open and put this person in harm's way, being all by herself in this place? What if just something happened? I couldn't forgive myself if whatever. And for what? To just sell a few coffees in the morning?
Yeah, I got you.
So we pushed back and we opened up 2.5 hours later and it was fine. And life is okay. And literally as we're having this conversation right now, my bartender's texting me to ask me how to turn Spotify on.
Well, let me apologize. At the top of the show, I meant to congratulate you on your opening.
Oh, thanks.
Good night, man. I am so sorry. I mean, I was
dare
thinking
you?
about it.
We were thinking that.
I was waiting for
I
this.
was like, what in the world?
It took to minute
I can't
36.
believe I didn't let the, yeah, man, congratulations.
Thank you, man.
I mean, honestly, man, I'm going to, my daughter said she was out there in the area, and I said, did you go by that place? No, I didn't get to go by there, but man, I'm definitely coming to see you.
Please let me know. Please let me know when your daughter comes too.
Yeah.
We don't have any fried fish or seafood in the space.
Really?
No. And in fact, that was the joke I just
subtle
had.
hint there.
I know.
But now it's listening to people like you and all the great chefs and leaders that has made Max this great leader for Crafton.
No, that's real, man. I mean, we wear a lot of hats in my mind. I'm the oldest of my siblings, so I'm a big brother.
Yeah.
Right. So that's responsibility. So I joined the military, learned leadership. Was in charge of people during combat situations and that sort of thing. So that's what I know. I know to take care of my people.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do anything else. I know that whoever I'm responsible for. Well, as a father, as a husband, same thing. I take care. That's part of my personality. So that's a big part of me in terms of leadership, like making sure whomever I'm responsible for, I'm taking care of them. I fall short, not perfect. I call some wrong shots every now and then, or my assumptions are wrong, or my perceptions are wrong, but I work on them.
Yeah.
And I fix them straight away.
And your empathy and sympathies are there for your
absolutely.
people. I really want to jump back into the topic of compensation because as a leader in this industry, and I hear a lot of your military background coming into in the simplicity of being an expert at the simple things, shining your shoes, making your bed,
that's right,
making mashed potatoes.
Right.
But the problem within our industry, as I see it for so long, when we were talking about, you said skill level should equal financial reward, right? The more skilled you are, the more money.
Right.
That's topsy-turvy, or at least it was for a very long time in our business, right?
Right.
You could walk into the front of the house, not be very skilled, but just kind of be naturally gregarious or have a personality. Right. In the back are the line cooks who might have worked and staged for years.
Right.
So I guess that's a question, how do we fix that in our industry at this point?
Okay, so let me think about what you just said and receive what you just said, because so people don't misunderstand me. There is a skill set, a very defined skill set that goes along with this industry, whether it's front of the house or back of the house. Now, obviously, attitude comes in a big part of this. It's how you come into a situation, how you react to situations, and how you come into and say, okay, you know, I can be a contributor. See, here's one of the things when I interview people. You're not an employee to me. You're a contributor to my organization. What can you contribute to my organization? That's how I define them. That's how we talk. That's how I give them that title. You're a contributor, okay? And I'm going to treat you as such, okay? And so for me, you know, skill set means for me, you know, if I have a person in the kitchen who can come in there and understand how to set their station up, they have these specific behaviors that go along with being a professional cook. Now, and I will, you know, you hire for that. Obviously, when you're doing the interview process, you validate people's skill sets and, you know, how it goes. You bring them in and do a stage, do some knife work. You know, I'm very adamant about you come into the kitchen and wash your hands before you start doing anything. That's important to me. Right. Simple, but it's important. Like, you mean to tell me you're going to walk into the kitchen, suit up, and then start working?
Yeah.
You mean, we don't wash hands no more. Oh, so for me, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
It's a big deal, Max.
Yeah.
I mean, for real, you know, so that to me is
Didn't we have a hand washing class that we all did as a
absolutely
nation all last year?
Look, if we don't have a damn hand stick in that restaurant, we ain't opening. So I want to use it up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, I look at those things and like I said, it's different things and different parameters, man. But, you know, for me, all I know is from my perspective, the more skillful, the more experienced I had, the more salary I could command.
Yeah.
And justify it. You know, and for me, it was never about, and once again, you know, I didn't have to look for a job. I worked in such a way that I was always recommended, you know, and that to me is the best endorsement, man.
Yeah.
It's like somebody talking good about you. A living, breathing soul says, this guy is worth it.
Yeah. That's
I mean, real, man.
Just like we talk about James Beard Awards and recognition, that's recognition. When somebody else sees you and sees your abilities and then recommends you to somebody else, that's special.
I mean, you know, I'm a bit offended, not offended, but people say, "Oh, Chef Rickey," you know, they use the term legend. I'm in this
Rickey, none of us have said that.
Yeah. But I've heard that, and I'm like, yo, man, like for real, I just work. I know how to work. You know, in that little small place, and people, this work. I needed this work. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. You know, and I work hard. I like working hard. Give you a quick backstory, man. As a kid, you know, I worked early on farms doing work, tobacco, corn, potatoes. You know, I don't know if anybody's ever worked in a tobacco farm, man, but you ain't never worked. It's harder, right. Straight up.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, so that's part of my DNA.
Right.
So I know how to work well. And I know now I'm in a place now where I'm rethinking that. You know, my work now becomes not always physical, but something different.
Yeah. It's
and working hard, I know, is your constant narrative in general. I know you got a heart out in a few minutes. So before we say goodbye to you, what's next now? What's happening in Chef Rickey Moore's life, both career wise and in general? Like, what do we need to know?
Okay, you need to know that my daughter Hunter, she would love that I shout her out on the show here, is going to college soon, so we're working on that, getting her organized or whatever.
Wait, you named your daughter Hunter, not Fisher?
Yes, Hunter.
Come on, it was right there the whole time.
My wife had something to do with that, so you had to balance that out. But yeah, Hunter and my son Grayson, I had to shout him out too, you know, because he'd be mad at me if I don't say his name either. But he's a lacrosse player, you know, doing his thing, you know.
Midfield, defense, attack, goalie.
Goalie.
Wow.
Yeah, it's tough. And me, I'm working on some product lines, guys. I'm working on putting my seafood breader in a bag, putting my cocktail sauce, tartar sauce.
Yes.
Also working on the vinaigrette that goes with the slaw. I'm going to work on that, you know. So Saltbox has been this sort of nucleus, man. I'm trying to spin things off of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know, to create revenue opportunities.
Right.
You know, honestly. You know,
yeah. So, and on top of that, I think I've heard you said that you'd like to now that Saltbox is, you know, settled, you've built the roots, the foundation, you want to open up more joints.
Yes.
So that's the thing. And then getting back to what you were saying, you're a hard worker. You know how to put your head down and peel potatoes or do that. But at some point, then you have to figure out how to work smarter and not harder.
Yes.
And as opposed and get other people's in your organization. So how do you make that transition? And what would be some other joints and where? Or like, will there be a Saltbox seafood joint Raleigh, perhaps?
Well, the day one, the goal was to hit the triangle, right?
Yeah.
Chapel Hill, Durham, and Raleigh. That's the goal.
Okay.
And 10 years in business. I'm working on it. How do I get people to share the vision that I have or the work ethic?
Yeah.
I don't have an immediate answer. It's an ongoing process, and I'm gonna be very honest. You just got to work at it.
I know.
Once again, the term "works" pops up, right? Regardless of what we do, that's something that we got to continuously work on. So, work in progress.
What that tells me right now is to our listeners: if you're a young aspiring chef, you want to do something, go introduce yourself to Rickey.
Yes.
Because he needs you.
Yeah.
But seriously, for real, like, you're only as strong as your team.
Absolutely.
And if you had a serious team, you'd probably have your second or third location open right now.
Yeah. Well, if I take out the whole pandemic thing,
Sure.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, and for me, Max, I'm methodical. I'm not, Chick-fil-A, right? Chick-fil-A took a long time for him to get those things popped off, man.
That's true.
Right. Okay. I mean, and just on a side note, I read a lot of the restaurant history about how things were evolved and how things were grown. And, I'm a big fan of the American history food, the food that altered American history.
Yeah.
I love listening to that, man, because, it takes time. Five Guys, true story, and I got to get off here. Five Guys was in the Washington, D.C. area in a neighborhood in Virginia. 5 dudes in the kitchen listening to hip-hop music. That's how it started. Honestly.
Yeah.
A little joint. And they were deliciously good.
Right.
Old school hamburger, greasy, full, stuff dripping all down your wrist. You know what I mean? And me and my wife used to go there all the time. Now look at it.
Well, there's the story.
Rickey, thank you.
Yes.
We'll say goodbye to you. I'm going to go hop around on your side. I'm going to give you a hug and say goodbye.
Right on.
You go do your thing, and then Matt, you'll interview me. How about that?
Awesome.
Sounds good.
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, man. Appreciate you, man.
All righty. You take care.
All right, man.
Thanks. We didn't even get to talk about the wine dinner you did for Dan Petrosky's Wines years ago.
Wine dinner.
Amazing.
Man. Okay, we'll get it another time.
Yeah, we'll have part 2.
Next time we'll actually have you in the studio at the kitchen in downtown Raleigh. We'll do it the way we normally do it.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah,
that'd be real nice. And I can allot the time. We can hang out, man. We can eat too, man. Bring some food or something.
Thank you.
Congratulations again.
All right, appreciate you guys. Thanks so much. Appreciate you all. Appreciate it. Cocktail sauce, bro.
Cocktail sauce. Well, Matt, hello.
All right, Max Trujillo, owner, proprietor of Craft and Nightdale.
Yeah.
When's Craft and Clayton slated to
That's
open?
the question everybody wants to know. I mean, we're going to start breaking ground soon, but it'll take a few months to get that going. So hopefully by the end of the year, that's the goal. We might have some super secret surprises coming too that no one knows about yet. So we'll talk about that. Even you don't know. I don't think.
I don't know.
But you know what we have planned?
Yes.
On June 4th is Bubbles and Brisket, Part 2.
Yeah. What is Bubbles and Brisket?
Well, it came to be from having a conversation on our podcast. I think one James Sampson was on the show of Corner Boys Barbecue, and we were chatting about just, we're always talking about pairing. And for those that are new to listening to our show, both Matt and I have a pretty long and storied career in the wine and beverage program. I've been a wine director for a long time. Matt sells wine. He's a sommelier. I don't even pretend to call myself a sommelier anymore, but at a time I kind of was.
If you don't use it, you lose it.
You really do. And so, but what I do though is if you're someone like me who's not using it any longer, stay friends with someone who is using it like you and help them build your wine portfolio at the restaurant as you do. So, but we were talking about it, and it's like the best way to pair most foods is with champagne. Champagne's like the great equalizer. It's got the acid, it's got the enough sugar, the carbonation helps kind of clear the palate, does all those things. And everyone typically, not everyone, but a lot of people drink soda or beer with their barbecue because that's kind of just the standard.
Yeah.
And we thought, well, why can't we be hoity-toity and fancy and do the things that we love and mix some champagne with brisket? And so we had that conversation. It manifested into a reality. And last year we had 7 chefs, barbecue people, and just local chefs too. Actually, just a stone's throw from away from here was Carrie Schleifer over at Alley 26
on the docket again.
Yeah, she's on it again. And we have some great people that have committed. Should we talk about some of them? They're on, right?
Why not? They've already committed. Yeah.
Yeah. So our good friend Jake Wood over at Lawrence Barbecue is going to be there. We have Nick Dampf of Damp Good Barbecue, who is doing pop-ups all around town. But and I can say this now, he's going to join us in Crafton as it comes in at the Clayton location.
You can say that now?
Well, he said it out loud.
Oh, okay.
And I said, "Are you saying this?" He's like, "I want to say it." I'm like, "All right, well then I guess we're doing this." So he's going to be there. But then we have Carrie.
Say again.
We have Carrie Schleifer of Alley 26.
William Sampson of Corner Boys Barbecue.
James Sampson.
Nick Dampf.
Kyle Sutton of the Stowe Baked Goods,
Yep.
who's been on there, and he just makes crazy barbecue.
One of the things that I'm very excited because we're not just doing like the traditional smoked brisket, like you mentioned about Chef Schleifer over at Alley, but Hank's Downtown Dive is going to do what I absolutely love to eat there is their brisket taco, which is phenomenal.
Yeah,
so we'll have a little difference there, and then Butcher's Market is on the docket again to do a brisket.
Yeah, we're going to have a strong team. We might have some Crafton Lager and IPA that we're all make an appearance. So we will have some beer.
Yep.
We're going to have obviously all of these champagne houses that through our partnership with Triangle Wine Company and through some of the people that have been able to provide tons of different types of champagnes and sparklers and Prosecco's and Cavas, Cremants, to go through. And then we're working on the live entertainment aspect of it too. We're still in the infancy stage about how we're building the whole thing, but we have a date and we have a location. The date again is June 4th. It's a Saturday from 2 to 5 or 2 to 6. And it's going to be in Smoky Hollow, which if you don't know about Smoky Hollow, it's fairly brand new, but it's in downtown Raleigh, kind of where the Publix was just installed right off Person Street next to Glenwood South. And so it's this beautiful spot that's going to have a bunch of new food and beverage and retail businesses all coming up possibly by this summer. So we're really going to kick off this space. Oh, and our friends, I want to give them a shout out, but Longleaf Swine's going to be there as well, who make just amazing food. So join us. Yeah. Tickets will go on sale soon. We'll make those announcements, but right now it's a save the date.
It's a save the date. If you're interested in this and you don't follow us yet, we're at NCFB Pod on Instagram, which is our most used social media platform, at NCFB Podcast on Facebook, and or sign up for our mailing list. Just go to ncfbpodcast.com and then you'll receive all the information about Bubbles and Brisket.
Yeah.
And if we forgot you and you're listening or watching right now, just hit us up and you can give us the what for. But
because Brandon Shepard is also
Brandon Shepard, Be Nice, is on former
Shepard
guest
Barbecue
of the show.
out there in Emerald Isle. He's going to be a part of it, so he's driving all the way out. And our good friend Matthew Register down in Southern Smoke.
How could we forget about him?
We didn't forget. We just wanted to keep him waiting. So he's like, "I'm waiting for my name to be announced, boys."
He's probably texting you right now.
Yeah, well, that's why. Yeah, I was like, "Oh, there it is." Sorry, Matt. No, but it is great. This is such a great camaraderie, a community of, I don't like using that term pit masters anymore. It's kind of an outdated term, but people that do barbecue
chefs.
And if you're a chef or whatever, and again, like DM us or put it up. What do we call someone that does barbecue now that makes sense? But yeah, we'll call them chefs for now.
Yeah.
And but we're excited. It'll be fun. It's going to be a great way to spend time with your friends and your family, and for us to reconnect. I mean, now we're kind of get out into public. We just did this in Charleston. We went to Charleston Wine and Food, and that was such a cool way to connect back with the industry. Those episodes, if you're listening today's a Wednesday, our Charleston excursion, if you will, has turned itself into many individual interviews. Then we had some fantastic people on the show. Those are all going to be dropped tomorrow on Thursday when we normally drop our episodes. So new episodes every Thursday on the NCFB podcast.
Yeah. And some people to think about coming up as a result of Charleston Wine Food. If you're a wino and you read the New York Times, Eric Asimov, famous wine writer of the New York Times, is going to be on probably episode somewhere late April. We're thinking we'll release that around the 22nd of April.
Yeah.
Any other guests slated that you're super excited about? I mean, we're excited about all of them.
Well, the ones that we already interviewed, like we had Chef Joe Flam, who was the 2018 Top Chef winner. He spoke to me about Croatian food, which was great. Manit Chaufra, I can never, forgive me, Preeti Was, who was also my co-host on that particular episode. But Manit, you know from Chopped, she gave us her time like minutes right before she went on stage and talked to us about her new book, Shot, which apparently means lick in her language. And so, which is great. And then, and Meg Bickford from the Commander's Palace, first female
amazing
chef that is at Commander's, 128 years of a restaurant, and she is running it now. Really fun, thoughtful conversations. Quentin Middleton of Middleton Made Knives, which was hilarious and fun and just a good conversation. So if you like food, if you like beverage, if you even just like the idea of entrepreneurialism in this industry, that's really what we get into. If this conversation with Rickey gives you any idea, this was a pretty good example of what we do when we talk to our friends in this business and we make it consistent.
Yeah, they drop little hints and nuggets about how to cook, how to start a business, how to live your personal life, and it's awesome. So thank you to Earfluence and American Underground for inviting us and having us be part of this podcast marathon. Like we said, go follow us on the gram at NCFB Pod. And for those of you who love seafood, go to Saltbox Seafood Joint. You will eat and drink extremely merrily.
Thank you.
We are the innovators, the creators, the risk takers, the movers and shakers, the rule breakers. We're the hustlers, disruptors, kick the dust up, muster up the strength to trust in our strengths. We're a collection of the curious, a posse of problem solvers, a group of grit and ambitious people. They call us underground because that's where seeds grow. They call us underground because we do it different than the mainstream as we turn daydreams into great things. We're different. We may scream, "Hey you," because we're getting your attention. Hey you, the atomic symbol of gold. Hey you, an alternate universe where we support the fruit of your genius as it unfolds from bold conviction. We're a campus of doers, a herd of helpers, a gaggle of good ideas from go-getters. Don't act like we know better, just that we know something. And take that know something and turn it to most somethings. We're learners, earners, burners of the midnight oil. And if our night is foiled, we return to soil, underground. And then rise again with our tribe again, and we try again. Hey you.
We all belong, we all deserve, we all have voices to be heard. It's who we are, who we are, who we are. Yeah, take some courage and a little bit of unknown, mixed with kindness and watch how it grows. It's who we are, it's who we
Healthy mothers, parents, and babies are a cornerstone of thriving communities. Maternal health refers to the health of women and other birthing people during pregnancy, childbirth, and the following postpartum period, sometimes called the fourth trimester. With the right care and support, each of these stages can be a positive experience. Unfortunately, every year in the United States, more than 65,000 women suffer complications related to pregnancy that are life-threatening, and more than 700 die every year. Maternal mortality is defined as the death of a woman during pregnancy, at delivery, or soon after delivery. Maternal morbidity is a term used for injuries or negative outcomes a woman experiences related to pregnancy that do not kill her. The health impacts may be life-threatening and may impact her for the rest of her life. Both are currently on the rise in the United States. The good news is that we can reverse this trend. Access to quality healthcare services and other social determinants of health play an important role in ensuring birthing people have positive outcomes such as safe and healthy pregnancies and births. In 2019, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, or CDC, published a report stating that about 60% of the pregnancy-related deaths that occur annually in the United States are preventable. We know that roughly 1/3 of these deaths are due to heart disease and stroke. We know that stark racial and ethnic inequities exist, especially for Black women and American Indian and Alaska Native women. We know that listening to and involving pregnant people, families, communities, as well as the community health workers, doulas, midwives, nurses, doctors, and public health workers who care for them is key to improving maternal health. We also know that addressing the health of individuals before and beyond pregnancy is essential. Collaboration and strategic partnerships are instrumental in ensuring that mothers, parents, and babies have positive experiences and outcomes. The Maternal Health Learning and Innovation Center is committed to supporting maternal health practitioners in public and clinical settings by sharing best practices and promising innovations. Our goal is to ensure that every pregnancy, birth, and postpartum experience is a healthy and positive one through policy, innovation, and engagement.
This sound like Quill.
Nice to meet you, Bull City. We're Earfluence, and we produce over 20 podcasts for entrepreneurs, businesses, and thought leaders in the Triangle and beyond.
And we recently moved to downtown Durham, right here at American Underground.
If you're a creative entrepreneur, you know that finding the right space to support your projects can be difficult and usually very expensive. That's where we and you come in.
We partnered with American Underground to build this podcast studio, where all AU members have access to equipment to help them sound their best.
And we're so excited to celebrate this new space with you today as we're live streaming 8 episodes at this podcast marathon.
To learn more about us, visit www.earfluence.com.
But for now, enjoy this episode. Welcome back to the Earfluence Podcast Marathon live at American Underground in Durham, North Carolina. I'm so excited for this upcoming podcast episode with Donald Thompson from the Donald Thompson Podcast. While you're listening, if you could give us a thumbs up, if you could put a comment on YouTube and LinkedIn, wherever you're watching, and tell your friends about it, we are at podcastmarathon.com. Well, the reason I'm so excited for this episode is because the host is my mentor, CEO of the diversity movement, former CEO of Walk West, on the boards of so many different places, WRL TechWire contributor. He is awesome, and I can't wait for y'all to hear him today on the Donald Thompson Podcast. Donald Thompson, I'll leave it over to you.
Well, Jason, thank you very much, and I'm really excited to be here in a very sincere way. A couple of reasons. Number one, I'm a big fan of Earfluence and all that you're doing and bringing quality messaging to the masses and introducing us to entrepreneurs and thought leaders. But number two, I get a chance to spend some time with Jim Sills. And Jim, we know one another. We've spent time. We've done business. But it's hard to get an hour with your schedule and my schedule together. And so today is going to be about me asking a bunch of questions because I'm super curious, but I get to spend time with a market leader in the financial industry. Welcome to the show, Mr. Sills.
Thank you, Donald. It's great to see you. You know, I've not seen you since the beginning of the pandemic in person.
That's exactly right.
So this is a first. So it's great to be here.
So let's jump in. But before we get into kind of business, and I want your opinion on what's going on with the economy, with all the different things that are happening in the world, talk to us a little bit about you. Give us a little background. Where'd you grow up? Do you have brothers and sisters? Talk to me about how you ended up in the finance space. Anything that you feel comfortable sharing that lets people know a little bit behind the covers of you, the stuff that's not on LinkedIn.
Yeah, great question. You know, I'm the oldest of three. I grew up in Wilmington, Delaware. I never thought my career would actually start in the finance business. I was a public administration major. My father was a college professor and also a public servant. He was the first African-American mayor of Wilmington, Delaware. So I always thought I was going to be in a kind of a political role.
Gotcha.
Or a public service role. And when I graduated from college and graduated from graduate school, my first job was a statistician.
Okay.
So I would just crunch numbers all day, just constantly, 8 hours a day, just crunching numbers. And I was sitting in an area of this organization in systems and programming. And so eventually I became a programmer analyst, network analyst. So my first 6 or 7 years in the banking business, I actually was in IT.
Gotcha.
And they called it data processing back then. So I'm kind of dating myself a little bit.
Yeah, key cards and punch cards.
Yeah. And carried a lot of cards and paper and, green bar paper, things that a lot of the younger people, they don't even know anything about.
That's right.
It was all on mainframe computers. Mm-hmm. But that's how I started my career. I never thought I would be the president, CEO of a bank or, any of the things that I've accomplished over my career. So I would just sum it up by saying you never know who's watching you. You never know where your career may turn, even though my undergrad and my graduate school was all public administration.
Gotcha.
You just never know.
One of the things that I say to folks that will ask my advice, and one of the things I tell people is the reason I'm good at giving advice is I've made a lot of mistakes. And I've learned from those mistakes and kept pushing through. So I don't come from a judgmental standpoint. It's just, how do we learn? And can you learn from me? Can I learn from Jim? What are some of the lessons along the way as your career started to traject and grow that you would share with emerging entrepreneurs, emerging business people about reinventing yourself, about chasing those goals and dreams, about, right, how do you follow that purpose?
The audience is primarily probably startups and entrepreneurs, and I think it's real important to establish as many relationships as possible because you never know who may be able to open the next door for you for that next opportunity. And a lot of times we're kind of tied in with these phones and our computers and social media and LinkedIn, but sometimes you really need to connect with people kind of face to face and let them know, here's what I'm doing. Maybe they cannot help you right now, but maybe down the road they can help you. And you kind of want to have a kind of a process of checking in with someone every 3-4 months because you just never know. And so I've had those kinds of opportunities by checking in with people over time, and they'll say, hey, I was just thinking about you, and here's something that I want you to consider. And I just see that some of our younger entrepreneurs, they're so focused on what they're doing, they never really look at it from the social interaction, personal relationship standpoint. I just think that's something that's critical.
I will extend on that. When I was doing the Donald Thompson podcast early on, before Earfluence, when I was just figuring out what a podcast was, right, I interviewed the folks at the Sports Shop, right, Earl Reese and K-Mac. And they said, and I'm going to extend what you described, your network is your net worth. And they talked just about what you were describing, that every relationship that you have is an opportunity to grow professionally and personally, but you don't know where that seed's going to come up that you plant. And so the way that you described it is super powerful because we do get trapped behind our keyboards, right? We do get focused on the thing that's right in front of us and forget to cultivate those long-term relationships. And so I think that's great advice. President of a bank, president of a historic Black-owned bank, Durham, North Carolina. Tell a little bit about the M&F Bank story.
It's a great story. We're actually celebrating 115 years in business this year.
That's awesome.
We're the second oldest African American owned bank in the United States. The bank has, you don't have enough time for me to tell you all the history, but it has so much history that it's actually unbelievable that I work here. I'm the 13th president of the institution. I came here in September of 2014. I didn't know a soul in Durham. My father is from North Carolina, so I was familiar with North Carolina. But the history of it in terms of, it started with 9 founders with $10,000. They had to get their bank charter from the state legislature back in 1907. Think how difficult that would be. Mm-hmm. They've been profitable 113 years out of 115 years. They actually had a streak of 108 straight years of profitability. That's unheard of.
Wow.
The bank was founded on the principle to provide access to capital to small businesses and nonprofits and churches. And it was always there to kind of help people and help the community. And so it just has such a rich history that I'm exhilarated every day to go in there because I just know that I'm standing on the shoulders of so many great presidents and boards of directors, but also the management team who's just built this up over time.
Yep.
But just happy to be there, and the bank is doing extremely well.
Oh man, that is powerful, and I'm getting chills a little bit because when I think about 1907, and I'm not a history buff, but I can put periods of time to get a bank charter for a Black-owned bank during that period of time. They met with some resistance.
Yeah, of course.
There were some back channel things to hold them back, and so I'm always appreciative to learn the perseverance, that we all stand on, and we all can learn and appreciate those things. One of the things that I'd like to ask is, as a financial leader, as a banker, and we're talking to entrepreneurs and emerging leaders, how does that banking relationship work when you're starting a business? You don't have 5 years track record. Your credit may be a little up and down. What is that process to start a strong banking relationship so that you can access capital, you can access advice, right, from a more traditional financial institution, different than venture and private equity?
Sure. It's super important to have a relationship with a bank where the banker knows who you are, not just your account number. And let me just tell you a quick story with the Paycheck Protection Program. That really propelled the bank over the last 20 months or so. Because when they called the larger institutions, people were just numbers. But when they called us and we were able to help them, they developed a relationship. So I think the first thing is develop a relationship with the bank.
Gotcha.
And so you want to make sure the person knows who you are. So you want to be able to call that bank from time to say, hey, I'm having this problem, or this is an opportunity. How do I access credit? Or how do I take advantage of the product and services that your bank actually offers? But you got to have a relationship.
Got it.
Right? Where they know it's Donald Thompson. And then I think the key goes back to what I was saying earlier. Check in with that banker from time to time, even if it's once every 6 months. Because what people do is when they have an opportunity and they need credit, they run into the bank, but they don't have a relationship with the banker or that bank. And so the bank goes, whoa, 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 whoa. I don't know you. I don't know your business. You're a startup. You don't have a track record with us. And so that's what you want to do. You want to build a track record over time. And so when you finally need some credit, they'll know who you are.
Gotcha.
They can look at your deposit activity. if you have a credit card with them, they can look at your credit card activity. If you have a debit card with them, they can look at your debit card activity. They can tell you which financial products make sense for where you are in your business cycle. Because there are different lines of credit are different than term loans.
Gotcha.
Equipment loans are different than real estate loans. And so, credit cards are different than personal loans. So you really want to work with someone who can help grow your business over time while you're, getting to that next level of whatever it is that you're trying to achieve.
That is powerful advice. And as an entrepreneur, that's one of the things that's super important is you don't go into business because you're a financial whiz typically.
Right.
You go into business because you have a technology product. You think you're going to change the world with your new algorithm for a search engine or whatever the case may be. And so what I've found is whether it's banking, accounting, legal, having people that are experts in their field to help you through those potential minefields is super important. And to your point, before you have a crisis or a need. Right, because there's both needs and then sometimes there's little mini crises in business. So that's great advice. When you think about kind of the landscape for entrepreneurs and in particular entrepreneurs of color, how have you seen the landscape change in business for them, and what advice would you give? Because I'll make this statement, then I'll turn it back over to you. A lot of times we believe everything we hear, that it's so difficult for Black founders to get credit and access to capital. And these things are true. I've experienced it. I get it. But it's not impossible, right? So how do we acknowledge, right, the higher bar while we create that optimism, that push to keep going and pushing, because there are instruments out there. There are people and networks. What would you recommend in terms of helping that mental model?
There's plenty of capital out there. It's super important that you understand where those capital sources are. And what's interesting, what's happening in the banking industry and the financial services industry, believe it or not, 50% of all banking products are not provided by financial institutions. They're provided by fintech types of companies. So the Cabbages of the world, the lending clubs, I can't think of some other ones, but they're providing SoFi's, they're providing a lot of the financial services, even though they're not financial institutions or banks or member FDIC.
Gotcha.
So it's important to figure out, who do I really want to partner with? Do I want to partner with a bank, or do I want to partner with a lending club? And so, of course, I'm going to push the banks and having a relationship. But there are a number of banks, especially the larger ones, that have all kinds of different programs for entrepreneurs and small and medium-sized businesses and veterans and women-owned businesses. They're buried; those programs are buried into the various big banks' websites. And so you really want to go into a bank and ask the question, do you have any specific programs for a startup tech company?
Got it.
Or a startup whatever? Is there anyone I could talk to about how do I apply, or do you have any programs? Because a lot of banks are offering different kinds of programs over 10 weeks on how to build your business. And so, for example, not to plug our bank.
No, please do.
We just established a partnership with Harvard Business Publishing. And so we're going to have business content on our website about, how to develop a business plan, how to have a relationship with a banker, why it's important to have your ducks in a row related to your financials and how you present yourself with your financials. And so that information is free. You'll be it's from Harvard. Did you hear me? Okay.
I did.
Okay,
yeah.
So it's from Harvard. But there's all kinds of information, there's all kinds of sources. But again, it comes back to, do you have a relationship with a financial person? Plus, to your point, that kitchen cabinet of, do you have a lawyer? Do you have an independent person like a bookkeeper who does your books?
Yep.
Do you have a marketing consultant? Do you have, whatever? Do you have that circle of influence that can help you make the right decisions and kind of avoid the pitfalls when you're trying to, go this direction or that direction?
That is powerful advice. And one of the things that I would add is a lot of times entrepreneurs think about everything as what they can afford or not afford. And legal, accounting, finance folks are looking for the next opportunity that's going to be big. So they'll give you time and help evaluate that because small businesses grow large, right? And so everyone isn't going to be talking with you with their hand out. And quite frankly, when you're brand new, if they are, sometimes that's a red flag. You should be looking for folks that believe with you in your idea. And certainly people don't work for free, but there are creative ways that professionals can work with entrepreneurs until that business starts to sustain itself. And so I try to encourage folks not to keep the blinders on that they can only access sound advice when they get to X level or Y level. It's really the power of your dream, the power of the market you're going after. And I use it, quite frankly, when I'm looking for creative services, when I'm just starting a new idea, it's a way to test the idea. Right? Because if I can't get my legal team to be a little bit flexible with this new idea, maybe they don't believe it'll be around in a year. But if they believe with me that it's going to be around for a year, I've seen a little bit more flexibility on all of those different things. And I share that with entrepreneurs. Question now, zooming out a little bit and kind of just looking at the macro economy and the environment. Switch gears and then we'll come back to entrepreneurship. There's a lot going on in our economy. And I hear things like, and feel gas prices are going up. Inflation is out of control, right? But when you're a layperson, not in the financial space, you don't really know what that means. You feel the impact. So talk to us a little bit about what is inflation and how is that impacting us in our daily lives? And give us a little education there if you could.
Sure. The Federal Reserve has, over the last 20 plus years or so, has had a good control over our economy and inflation specifically in terms of the way, from a monetary policy standpoint. But given what's happened over the last 15 to 18 months with the chip shortage, supply chain issues, the rising prices of gas, the rising prices of housing, the rising prices of everything else. Inflation is, I don't want to say it's out of control, but it's broadening.
Got it.
And I think it's going to take probably another 12 to 18 months before it gets back under control. And so the average person is going to be spending about $300 more per month just to accommodate these increases in, food prices, car prices, gas prices. The Federal Reserve is planning to raise rates probably tomorrow, 1/4 point. But they're in a delicate situation in terms of, do they go 1/4 point or 1/2 point? Because they don't want to drive the economy into recession, because we're still not out of this pandemic, so to speak. And I don't know if you saw the news this morning, how there's been a spike over in China and over in Europe of a different variant of Omicron. So no one really knows. It's critical that you save as much as you can for a rainy day, because you just don't know. Inflation has a lot of different factors. And so, for example, used cars and new cars are factored into that.
Yep.
And gas is factored into that. So everything is not rising. It may seem like that when you're listening to the news, but it's various categories that are rising that create the overall economy. Airline tickets, so there's different segments that factor into the consumer price index.
Gotcha.
But prices are actually increasing. Some small businesses are passing those prices on to the consumer, and labor costs are outrageous at the moment.
It's because when you hear things, or at least I do, I'll speak for myself, right? You feel the impact, but you don't know what's creating that impact, right? And as an entrepreneur, right? And here's another question. I don't know the specific answer. I'm like, where'd all the people go? Right? Like, yes, we had a pandemic, but now, to your point, labor costs are rising for every kind of business. Everybody, right? And it is affecting how you think about growing your firm, right? And so what are you doing? What are you thinking about that talent supply, right? Because you're an employer, just like I'm an employer in terms of running a business. How's that affecting you? How are you thinking about it? How are you being creative with it? Because what things you're thinking about and doing will affect the tech startup, diversity, equity, inclusion journey, finance, all of us.
You know, in 2021, we were impacted by the Great Resignation. And so we had a 25% turnover rate, which is kind of unbelievable on a small company. We were able to hire some really good new people. But I think the key is, how do you engage those new employees? I think that's the key, especially in this Zoom environment and hybrid work environment. There's a lot of competition amongst banks. You know, we're in the 5 largest markets of North Carolina, so we're competing against the largest banks.
Gotcha.
And some of those banks have actually increased their living wage to $19, $20, $21 an hour. We've had to do the same thing.
Gotcha.
To retain and attract employees to our bank. I don't see that going away. I think once inflation gets under control, then I think wages will level out. But to answer your question, which you asked first, I think the problem is a couple things. One, more people are retiring. Number one. Number two, females or women are exiting the workforce rapidly because they don't have the child care. They're not getting the support of infrastructure of, working, taking care of their child, their kids home because their school's closed and all that. So I think once we see more women going back into the workforce, then I think you'll see more opportunity to hire more people. But I think that is the one demographic that's keeping us where we are today.
Got it. It's both interesting and really challenging, right? Because for us, it's, one of the things we've had to think about is, how do you upskill people that may not have all the requirements that you need, but they're smart, they're willing to learn, and there's a longer learning curve to kind of get them where they need to be. So we've actually, I don't want to call it lower the bar, because that's derogatory, but we've had to change the bar such that we have a different view on what an A player looks like. And then we've had to increase the way that we train and onboard in order to keep our talent pipeline full is one of the things we've had to think about.
I think that's a great strategy, and a lot of tech companies are eliminating the need to have a college degree. And then if you have certain skills, they are putting you in, various kinds of certificate programs and training programs. And I think that's the future.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to downplay a college degree. I think a college degree is still important. But I think when you look at it from an employer standpoint, they need the talent. They need the hands to do the work. And they need it now. So they got to think differently. And I think a lot of employers are thinking differently in terms of recruiting and retention, and how do I get diverse talent into my company. I think that's a positive of all the things that are going on. I actually think that's a positive.
Yeah, I would share that. And I'm really fortunate in the work that I'm doing now with the diversity movement, is I talk to a lot of leaders that are struggling with everything from what does DEI even mean to I know what it means, I'm into it, how do I implement it, to, man, I'd like to do more, but I got this business crisis over here, and how does it really link? One of the common threads in the CEOs that I talk to is obviously that talent acquisition, but even more important than that, I'm seeing a lot of CEOs invest in mentoring and career development training. One of the things that we've seen in our work that's a pretty powerful data point through hundreds of companies that we've worked with is that the mentorship, that relationship with that direct manager is the linkage to retention. And so everyone's throwing money at people. Everyone's trying to equalize the perks. So those things are, they're not going to change the game because everybody's rising to that pressure, just like you described in the living wage in the banking space. But that ability for people to see their career being developed on a plan, a program, and people investing in them is one of the things that our market leaders are seeing in terms of helping with those attrition numbers. And it's like you gotta slow down to grow, right? It's not just task. It's task, train, right? Lead, educate. Question for you, as you look at this new economy and how leadership is changing, I'll make this one statement and then I'll ask a question. 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 4 years ago, I was still that hard-driving entrepreneur CEO. And a business coach that I was working with said to me very clearly, he said, Don, what kind of success could you have if you were a more empathetic leader? And that statement, because I'm about achievement, I want to grow, I want to make things happen, and it stopped me about 5 years ago in my tracks. And I thought about that, and I started a real kind of self-evaluation and how to be a better leader. My question to you, having been a leader for many, many years now, a CEO, a former CIO, what are some of the things that you value and want to emulate as a leader and that you're still growing in and trying to achieve it?
You know, because of the pandemic, I think it's critical that as a leader, you're empathetic, because your employees are going through a lot of different challenges all at the same time. So you got the pandemic, childcare issues, inflation, you know, just the whole economy and what's going on politically and all the racial issues that we've had over the last 22 months or so since the murder of George Floyd. So I think when you take a step back and just say, what are my employees going through and what are my customers going through and how do I adjust? Because I know they're going through something.
That's right.
So I think it's critical that you show empathy and you become a better listener. And also to piggyback on what you said, Donald, I think it's important to be a mentor and give back and share kind of what you're experiencing also to let them know that you're human. And just because I sit in this seat doesn't mean I'm not going through something, but I think you want to recognize that they're probably going through even more.
That's right. Leadership is such an evolving topic for me, and I'm so blessed that I get a chance to talk to a lot of different leaders and learn and just see what they're working through. But I do see strain on those leaders that are used to a more hierarchical style, a more command and control style. And now the world is an employee-centered workplace. Mm-hmm. And some of these leaders are really struggling with that change. And one of the things that I've tried to encourage people to do, it seems simple, but takes time to emulate, is really, instead of making statements of what you want to see your team do, tell them the goal that you want achieved, and then ask them how they think we should do it. And as I explain that to some leaders, they're having an aha moment. It sounds, again, super simple, but when we're all stressed for time and we're all doing this, as leaders, we tend to make more statements and ask questions. And I'm encouraging people to do that. My question to you is, what are some of the leadership tips? And now we're going to circle back a little bit to entrepreneurs, because most entrepreneurs typically haven't led teams of 10, 20, 30, 50 people before, right? It's their first or second opportunity in leadership. What are some of the things that you would tell an emerging leader to think about, to work on, to make sure that their skills are sharp as a leader?
The thing that hits me, the first thing that hits me would be, as a leader and as a younger person, as an entrepreneur, interpersonal skills or soft skills are critical. And so I think listening, communication, negotiation, public speaking, all of that stuff is super important if you're going to lead people. You cannot hide behind that phone or that keyboard. And you have to be approachable.
Yep.
And you have to be open to either criticism or commentary or, hey, maybe there is a different way to do whatever it is that we're trying to accomplish here at this company. And so Don't take yourself too serious,
Right.
and you'll be successful. But having that, if you have the opportunity to have that one-on-one time with that particular individual or employee, and then figuring out what is it that they're trying to achieve, and if you can kind of blend in whatever the company's trying to achieve with that, what that individual employee is trying to achieve, you can be super successful as a manager leader, and your company will be super successful because now everybody is kind of rowing the boat the same way, and you're saying, hey, this guy wants to get here one day. Well, let me channel him and his energy to get there, but also help the company at the same time.
That is powerful. I mean, basically what you're describing, right, is link the personal goals with the corporate goals.
Right.
But it takes the leader slowing down to really understand what that team member wants.
Quick thing. Recently this year, I actually had my direct reports. I asked them this question: what do you want your legacy to be? And what do you want the bank's legacy to be? And I actually made them write it down and send it to me. And then I compiled it for everyone that actually reports to me, and I shared it with them. And so now I'm aligning their legacy goals with what we need to achieve to take the bank to the next level. And it's powerful for them to write it down and then see, well, this person's trying to do this and this person's trying to do that, and this is how it fits in with, you know, where the bank is trying to go. And it's working.
This is a public forum, and any advice we share is there for the taking. I'm taking that one.
Okay.
And the reason that I'm smiling is simply because people know the things that they want and desire, and they respect those that want to help them get there. And what we're all chasing, right, is to be a part of a team where we feel respected, where we feel valued. And a lot of times entrepreneurs will ask, and leaders and CEOs, well, what's all this belonging stuff at work, right? Like, how do I make someone belong if they don't want to belong, right? Because their experiential connectivity to that statement, like they don't get it. But what you just described very succinctly is based on some questions you can ask employees and then work with them to achieve the things that they want. And that's one good way of helping people feel belonging at work, when their leader, in your case, is lockstep with them to achieve some of their goals. And I really appreciate that. I have that mental note down, and so I'll try to give you credit like next time I'm speaking or whatever. But it's a good way to implement that in an authentic way, right? There's like leadership book learning ways, checklist A, B, and C. But what you described is asking a very thoughtful and authentic question, and then you demonstrated how much you care by doing it.
And just so you know, we've had a pretty consistent management team. Like, I've been there 7 years, the CFO's been there 9 years, the chief credit officer's been there 5 years, the chief sales officer's been there 5 years, the senior VP over operations has been there 7 years. And so we have a pretty senior team, but we're trying to take the bank to the next level. And I need all of them to focus on taking the bank to the next level, but how it fits in with them taking it to the next level.
And what is that, when I look at M&F Bank and proud of what you've accomplished and a big fan, and we work together on some of the marketing side, I'm just so pleased that you've given us that opportunity, and we continue to earn that trust from you. What's next level for M&F Bank?
We've had a unbelievable 2021. We received $18 million in additional capital from the 4 largest banks in 2021.
That's awesome.
At the beginning of this year, we received an additional allocation from the U.S. Treasury of $76 million in additional capital. So the bank will have about almost $120 million in capital, which will allow the bank to grow to about $1 billion.
Note to self, I need to come see you. But
in total assets. And so think of it this way. We're about 375 million, but now we have the fuel or the gas to drive it to $1 billion financial institution. So that's why that legacy conversation is so important, because I need them to see how they fit into driving it to $1 billion.
That big picture. Mm-hmm. That's awesome. And, I'm so excited. We're sitting in the Earfluence studio. We're at American Underground right here in Durham, North Carolina. And there's so much success that we can talk about and brag about. And M&F Bank is one of those flagship organizations. And the question that I would describe or ask is, you talked a little bit about team. What are some of the things that as a leader you've got to do, you want to do to go next level, to get that $1 billion? What are some of the things you're striving for?
We don't have enough time. But a few things, and I shouldn't share this, but it's important that I'm active in the banking community. I'm the chairman of the North Carolina Bankers Association.
Gotcha.
I'm involved with the FDIC on a national level. I'm involved with the Independent Community Bankers of America. I'm a chairman of one of their committees on a national committee. So we're not going to get to $1 billion without some networking with some other banks, networking with investment bankers, talking to people like yourself. So I got to let my team do what they're doing to kind of run the bank on a day-to-day basis, but I need to be out there doing more, because it's all about relationships and finding out, here's a bank that may want to sell itself.
Gotcha.
And so you kind of need to be connected to kind of all that's going on in the financial services, where they think of, M&F has X amount of capital. They can actually do the transaction. So you got to make sure people know that, and they understand where your goals are. So when something does happen or something comes across somebody's desk,
you're top of mind.
You're top of mind.
So there's no perfect answer, but that was one, because that links back to what an entrepreneur has to do once they get above $1 million. There's a hustle and a survival mode to get that first revenue threshold. But when you do that, in order to get from 1 to 5, 5 to 10, the leader has to be outside the business. The leader has to be leading the charge and creating that mantle of success that other people can envision doing business with that organization. And you've got to build that team, right? And you're fortunate to have one, and others are developing one that can run the day-to-day so that leader can continue to grow and think bigger. And that's one of the challenges that I'm working on right now with the diversity movement. We grew from $0 to $2.5 million, over 100 clients.
Congratulations.
Really quickly. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Really quickly over the last 2 years. And we took this new leap of faith, this new thing we were doing. So we're building out our technology products. We've got our new offering, which is basically our Netflix for DEI. So companies can subscribe to our platform and they get access to over 500 micro videos. So their company can now have all of their employees access these 2 to 3 minute micro videos on DEI topics. It allows us to have an offering that scales through the business when people don't really have the time for 2, 4, 6 hour trainings. The reason I bring that up is that it's my job to now think about those next level type of things that we offer. And I have the same thing that I'm charging my team, which is being able to run and operate that day to day. And so it's really exciting to kind of hear we're in different industries, but some of the leadership growth opportunities and challenges are the same. So I really appreciate that. When you think about leaders that you admire, who are some of the leaders that you admire and why?
There's a number of banking CEOs that I admire. I just think, because that's the industry I'm in.
Sure.
I read a lot of banking journals and banking magazines just to kind of see what's going on in the industry and kind of how some of the bigger bankers think without giving their names. I can't think of just one specific leader, because I follow a lot of different leaders, but I'm always looking for leaders that are approachable, who are empathetic. I think the word visionary is overused, but I do think you always want to be looking at what's going to be next and how that's impacting your business and your industry versus just being so single focused on your actual business. Because a lot of times if you're not open to new ideas or what's happening in cryptocurrency or the new digital currency that's coming out with the Federal Reserve, you better, or
You get left behind.
You get left behind. And so that would be, the main thing is just following people that kind of you can identify with and just say, hey, I like what he's thinking. I like what he's doing, But
That is powerful. Final question for me. So I'll make a statement and I'm going to give you the final word, but I'm going to give you time to think about it. I'm going to ask you, if you had a magic wand, right, what would you do in this world? What would you want to see different if you had a magic wand? And so that's going to be my question. So I'm going to say a couple wrap-up comments for entrepreneurs, and then I'm going to come back to you with that question. One of the things that I wanted to share with our audience as I talk with Jim and listen to some of his leadership lessons is just to say leadership is a journey. You're going to make mistakes. It's okay as long as we don't make the same mistakes again and again and we learn from them. And we don't try to hide behind our title as if we didn't make a mistake. And one of the things I had to learn as a CEO is that if it happens good, right, and I get the credit, if it happens bad, then I got to be equally as vigilant to take the blame. And it's both of those things, right? And sometimes people will see my name up in lights, and I know, right, that the team behind me helped propel me forward to achieve that goal or that recognition. And then when something doesn't go quite right, I have to really look at how I led the team and what was my contribution to getting it there. So that level of leadership humility, I would say, is the biggest thing that has grown in me over the last probably 7 to 10 years, that maturity of how to look at things. But I'm interested. There's so much going on in the world. There's so many things that one could describe. But if you had the magic wand, right, what would you want to do to help this world be a better place with that magic wand?
it's very simple. I would love to reduce the wealth gap. If I have time, let me give you a statistic.
You do.
The American Banker published this last summer, and I'm going to send this article to you.
Please.
I think it'd be important for you and your business. Donald, did you know that just a consumer to consumer, a white consumer and a black consumer, the wealth gap is 10 to 1 in terms of your net worth?
Wow.
But if you're a business owner, it's 3 to 1. And so if we have more entrepreneurs, more business owners, the wealth gap reduces to 3 to 1. And so if you have a relationship with a financial institution and you're a business owner, you can potentially reduce that wealth gap down significantly and create a better life for your community, for yourself, and for your family.
Jim, that will be the last word. Because that is concise. That's what we're trying to do. You and I are similar in that we want to see our impact in what we do each day affect the community in a positive way. And I'm a big fan. And as I watch M&F and I read about the articles and different things and some of the work that we are able to do with you, I'm just so glad that you're in our community and you're leading the way and you're giving that inspiration, right, to many others, and I sincerely appreciate it. Thank you so much for spending time on us on the Donald Thompson Podcast. It was great.
Hey, Donald, thank you, and I appreciate everything you're doing for our community. You're a tremendous leader, and you're doing some great work. And we appreciate all your support.
All right. Well, we are rolling out, CC team, and we are good to go. Thanks again for listening. DT over and out, and make it a great day.
We are the innovators, the creators, the risk takers, the movers and shakers, the rule breakers. We're the hustlers, disruptors, kick the dust up, muster up the strength to trust in our strengths. We're a collection of the curious, a posse of problem solvers, a group of grit and ambitious people. They call us underground because that's where seeds grow. They call us underground because we do it different than the mainstream as we turn daydreams into great things. We're different. We may scream, "Hey you," because we're getting your attention. Hey you, the atomic symbol of gold. Hey you, an alternate universe where we support the fruit of your genius as it unfolds from bold conviction. We're a campus of doers, a herd of helpers, a gaggle of good ideas from go-getters. Don't act like we know better, just that we know something. And take that know something and turn it to mo somethings. We're learners, earners, burners of the midnight oil. And if our night is foiled, we return to soil, underground. And then rise again with our tribe again, and we try again. Hey you.
Are you looking for diversity education that fits the way you work? The diversity movement offers a new way to improve workplace culture. Anytime, any place. Micro Videos by the Diversity Movement delivers brief, to-the-point insights that teach you how to speak, interact, and lead more inclusively. Our videos are created and curated by proven business leaders and diversity experts. With Micro Videos by the Diversity Movement, it's micro-learning for maximum impact.
My name is Zainab Baloch, and I'm the co-founder of YAP. We're currently working on making and developing an online entertainment platform to engage Generation Z in our democracy. I think Raleigh Founded is a space that's accessible. Raleigh Founded is more than just a host location. It's a place where they really invest in the community. Everyone's really open and supportive. I definitely think Raleigh Founded makes it way more attractive to get really competent and high-level employees. People just come in and are just like amazed with the space right away. And it's not just beneficial to me or the company, it's beneficial to, honestly, an entire community.
The 919 Beer Podcast is your go-to resource for the latest information impacting the craft beer scene in the Triangle and across the state. Join Adam Eschball and Wayne Holt of 919 Beer and me, Joe Obias, from the OG every Saturday morning on Buzz Sports Radio from 8 until 9. You can also download the podcast and listen to it anytime at WRALSportsFan.com or wherever you get your podcasts. Join us each week for the 919 Beer Podcast, a part of the Capital Broadcasting Podcast Network.
Forward with NACY, Inspiring Entrepreneurial Action, a podcast that shares the stories of everyday entrepreneurs, entrepreneurial leaders, and the communities that support us. We hope that this diverse collection of stories brings you inspiration, inspires you to take action, and ignites entrepreneurship in your community as we make our way forward together.
Walking in someone else's shoes, seeing it from a different view, learning to appreciate how differences for the better. So much more than our backgrounds, deeper than a you or a pronoun. As unique as you are, you yourself are strong. Bring the change, put the work in. Bring the change, gotta put the work in. Bring the change, it's so worth it. We all belong, deserve. We all have voices to be heard. It's who we are, who we are, who we are. Yeah, take some courage and a little bit of unknown, mixed with kindness and watch how it grows. It's who we are, it's who we are. I'm trying to get the lens in focus so we can see eye to eye. I know that the grass is greener when we see the other side. Even if courage is borrowed, then there's hope for our tomorrows. And believe we're all worth it, can be the change, put the work in. We all deserve, we all have voices to be heard. It's who we are, who we are, who we are. Yeah, take some courage and a little bit of unknown, mixed with kindness and watch how it grows. It's who we are, it's who we are. Oh, to be the change, we gotta put the work in. Oh, to be the change, put the work in. You put the work in, you gotta put the work in.
This sound like Quill.
Nice to meet you, Bull City. We're Earfluence, and we produce over 20 podcasts for entrepreneurs, businesses, and thought leaders in the Triangle and beyond.
And we recently moved to downtown Durham, right here at American Underground.
If you're a creative entrepreneur, you know that finding the right space to support your projects can be difficult and usually very expensive. That's where we and you come in.
We partnered with American Underground to build this podcast studio, where all AU members have access to equipment to help them sound their best.
And we're so excited to celebrate this new space with you today as we're live streaming 8 episodes at this podcast marathon.
To learn more about us, visit www.earfluence.com.
But for now, enjoy this episode. Welcome back to the Earfluence Podcast Marathon, live from our new studio at American Underground in Durham, North Carolina. This is our 4th episode in our 8 episodes of this podcast marathon, and I'm so excited for this one today. Keep in mind, if you are loving this, make sure you tell your friends. Go to podcastmarathon.com or also on WRL TechWire's LinkedIn and Discover Durham's YouTube. Give us a thumbs up, give us a share, give us all the love. All right, so this episode is a new podcast that we are producing called the Inside Impact Podcast. The host of it is Elisa Herr. She is the CEO of Unity Web Agency, which makes inclusive websites, phenomenal company, and I'm so excited to hear this podcast interview today. Yes. Elisa, welcome to the Earfluence Podcast Marathon. Take it away.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here.
Yeah, Elisa.
All right. So, hey, everyone, and welcome to the Inside Impact Podcast. I'm your host, Elisa Herr, CEO of Unity Web Agency. On this podcast, we will be taking you on a behind-the-scenes peek at how organizations can create positive change in their communities.
Hell yeah.
Today, I'm here with Johnny Hackett, founder and CEO of the Black Dollar Corp, which has created a free online Black-owned business directory, which is Black Dollar and C, to help people find and shop at Black-owned businesses throughout our state. Have you expanded beyond North Carolina?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Just North Carolina.
It'll happen.
We're at 1,100 businesses, though. A little over 1,100.
The company has also created Black Friday Market in Raleigh, which provides space for Black entrepreneurs to sell their products without additional fees, with the goal of putting dollars in the hands of business owners as consistently as they can.
Yep.
So, but before all of that greatness.
Yeah.
Johnny was a production manager at Unity Web Agency.
Exactly. That's what I wanted to start with. So for everybody listening, like I everybody knows my story that knows I've spent a lot of time in corporate America, Xerox, IBM, a few others. My last stop was with Unity. I worked for Elisa as a production manager, came at a time where she was growing and starting to expand out as a web design company and all that stuff. And I had the most amazing time working with Elisa, and I was so ready to join the team that I left Blue Cross. I was a business systems analyst at Blue Cross at the time. Was getting paid great money through Blue Cross, you know what I'm saying, to do whatever, but it just wasn't challenging. And I wanted to do something different that actually made a difference, took less money to come work with Elisa, and even left Blue Cross a month before I was about to get like a huge bonus. Like everybody gets these huge. Yeah, I don't think I've ever told you that. Like it was, if I would have stayed like 3 weeks, 3 more weeks, I would have received my annual bonus like from Blue Cross. That was like, pretty much like maybe 3 times of a normal paycheck or whatever. I didn't want it. I was ready to like get out of there, and I was like so inspired and impressed with Elisa and interviewing with her and learning about the business and everything you were doing. I was ready to jump ship, man.
I was ready to hire you on the spot.
yeah, it was awesome, man. So, and like, I created this online directory, this website, and I had all this experience, just through Xerox and through IBM, but with Elisa, with you, I learned so much from, just some of the behind the scenes stuff that I didn't necessarily think about as much when it came to building websites. And I tell everybody, like, you are the true genius when it comes to websites, man, and design.
Thank you.
And I tell everybody, like, you're the talent too. Like, so you like to just develop. You don't want to deal with all the other stuff. You like to build stuff, make it great, like really help clients. And I take a lot from that because that's how I am. It's like I want to sit in my comfort zone and my strength area. I want to do what helps other businesses.
Yeah.
And the other
and then
stuff
you hire
I don't
the
want
other
to.
good people to do the things you're not great at.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I learned a lot from you with that. So, thank you, for giving me that opportunity, and thank you for supporting Black Dollar.
Oh, yeah.
And everything we were doing while I was working for you. So I don't know if other people are out there, but imagine going to your boss and telling them that you're wanting to start your own business. And it's it's an online directory, whatever. I mean, do you think they would support you and allow you the flexibility to do certain things while you're working to make your dreams come true? Not too many people are going to do that. And you did that for me. And like I said, I'm forever grateful and indebted to you for that. So thank you. Like,
of course.
She's a rarity.
He's the best. So, all right. So do you remember the moment that you decided to start Black Dollar? What was the impetus behind it?
Yeah, I did, man. It was kind of, I think I was looking for something one day online, and I was looking for like a Black-owned business. I stumbled upon like some other directories, and they were just like out of touch, like out of touch, out of place, maybe not as organized or not as updated. And I think it just pissed me off this particular day, like looking for something. I couldn't find it in social media that well. I had this small directory of like just friends' businesses and stuff like that that I put on another website I was doing. And excuse me, I think at that time I just got mad and just was like, man, I'm going to do this. And it actually took a couple months before I actually built it and created it. But that was just through some, like turmoil with relationship and stuff like that. And then it makes you like dig deep and build something, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember you staying up all night.
Yeah. I think I did it. It was a couple weeks, but there was like 2 or 3 core days.
Yeah.
Where I just stayed up and really designed this whole thing out, plotted it out, and literally had it ready to go. A few weeks later. So, yeah.
Yeah. So, with Black Dollar, like you started this online directory.
Yeah.
And now you've taken it into these physical stores. Like, what do you have an ultimate goal? Do you have like a 10-year vision of where you want to go with Black Dollar?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, a lot of people know about Black Friday Market now, the retail store that basically makes the directory kind of a real place for retail businesses anyway. So, a lot of people call it Black Walmart. We do have an official partnership with Walmart right now, which I haven't.
Wow.
I probably announced it just
I
now.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, exactly. This is like the first time I've like publicly spoken
That's
on
so
it.
cool.
We need to put some stuff out there, but we wanted to become retail stores across the U.S. to where if you're in South Carolina and you want to shop local, then you can go to a Black Friday market, right? And then there's all these different things, within that Black Friday supermarket with the retail as well as the grocery stuff, the Black Friday Express, small kiosks that we rent out to other business owners. You mentioned earlier about the directory and going more than just North Carolina. The original plan for the directory was to create a Black-owned business directory for the entire U.S., but after actually doing some research, talking to other people who had their own directories, I noticed that most of their businesses were located in the state that they were. So it made sense for us to just say, all right, let's just focus on North Carolina. Let's not try to attack the whole U.S. just yet because we need boots on the ground. And we'll start with North Carolina and then expand to the entire U.S. So that's still the goal. We want to be everywhere with it. So 10-year plan is more stores, bigger presence on the directory. In this new project we've got going on, we want that to grow as well.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
So you're from North Carolina, right?
Greenville, South Carolina.
Okay.
South Carolina, born and raised in Greenville, South Carolina. But I've been in Raleigh, North Carolina since '98, so that's more than half my life now.
Yeah.
So I might as well be from here.
Yeah. Well, you're still a Carolina guy.
Yeah. Carolinas, man. South Carolina, North Carolina, it's all the same, man. Right there.
Definitely. So what's your favorite success story of a business, like that has worked with Black Friday Market or Black Dollar?
Oh man, so with the store part is easy. I think a lot of people pay attention to the amount of sales that we get, which is cool. But the biggest success story is seeing other business owners that move on from our store and then open their own store. We've had 4 or 5 business owners who, through the success or exposure that they were getting from being in Black Friday Market, now they have their own storefront. They've opened up their own physical property, and that's what it's about. Our goal for business owners in Black Friday Market is either open your own store, or we want to connect you to a Walmart or a Target or a Belk's and get your products in there. That's kind of our end goal and what true success looks like. From a directory standpoint, there's about 300 people a day going to that website now looking for Black-owned businesses. So we always get messages from business owners, thanking us for the directory. They continue to get hit up from people on the directory, from organizations, from consumers, whatever. So again, we just want to keep those numbers climbing and like grow it across the U.S. And I think we'll be good.
Yeah. So how do people get on the directory?
It's free. It takes 10 minutes of your time. So you can go to blackdollarnc.com. You'll see a button somewhere on there that says list business. Again, doesn't cost anything, just maybe 10 minutes of your time. You go through, fill out basic info, business name, social media info, a description, physical address if you have one. And then you can upload your logo, a couple pictures and stuff like that. And then, you're pretty much done. Like, we'll go ahead and do the rest. And then there's this cool map feature. If you do have a physical business, you can drill down, you can open up the map on the website and actually find and locate businesses, just like you would on Google Maps or something. You can zoom in, you can do searches through the map, all that good stuff, driving directions. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, and they're all Black-owned businesses.
Yeah, the directory is full of Black-owned businesses. Like I said, a little over 1,100 businesses now. Have lost a few in the last couple of years. We have this, maintenance thing every quarter. So we see businesses that, have gone out or, no longer active. There's sometimes that number will go down and you're like, how does it go down? But it's businesses close.
Yeah.
So sometimes.
Small businesses.
Yeah, exactly. So sometimes the number, goes down and then back up and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, once you go there, it's pretty easy to sign up.
Yeah, that's exciting. All right, so there's the first physical store that you opened was in downtown Raleigh, and it's the Black Friday Market. Mm-hmm. Tell us just a little bit about what made you, like, how did you get that store open? Yeah. So that one, it's so much credit back to, just a lot of things, that we worked on leading up to that. But our partnership with Black Flea Market, has been key. They do these market events all around Raleigh, and they have been or have become one of the biggest market event organizers in Raleigh for small business owners. So they did that later part of 2019, 2020, going into that. Even through the pandemic, there was a little pause, but we had to get back out there for small business owners. And then our directory kept going. We were doing a lot through our partnership with the city of Raleigh and DRA. They kind of reached out, after the summer, crazy summer that we had after George Floyd passed away, more violence, more vandalism, stuff like that. So downtown was a wreck. Mm-hmm. In October, DRA reached out and said, hey, what would you guys think about opening up a temporary, pop-up shop, pretty much. And thinking about our whole team and our whole network, I'm like, yeah, that's easy. Like, that's, let's do it, right? So we put a plan together. We presented it to DRA, City of Raleigh folks. We got connected to Empire Properties, who've been awesome for us from the beginning. My man, Ben Steele, I met him down at 23 West Hackett Street one day. We were talking. He said, look, man, I know, they were talking about a temporary thing, but this is a corner spot in downtown Raleigh, retail. If you take this, like, we want you to be here permanently. Mm-hmm. Like, how do you feel about that? I'm like, hell yeah, let's do it. So we got creative on the lease to where it was like, all right, we'll do it for a couple months. And like, if it doesn't work out, we can back away without any long-term commitment. They can back away type thing. But if it's working,
we can let it automatically roll into a multi-year lease. And that's exactly what we did. So we got the keys to that place December 2nd, 2020. And we opened the doors December 15th, 2020, literally in 13 days to what that store looks like now. Like, it only took us, less than 2 weeks to open that store. And it was booming. I mean, it's been booming ever since. Like, I mean, it's been nonstop. The partners that we've had, the partners that we have, there are a lot of people who like are, investors who are owners in Black Dollar that people don't know about, like One of One Boutique. Shout out to my man Whit, Mills, TJ, all of them. They're at the Weave Bar. I'm probably forgetting people. I already talked about Black Flea Market and Jasmine and Dominique and them. Jay, or not Dominique. Dominique's just on my team. But, it's so many of us, man. We couldn't do that without like a team of support. You know what I'm saying? And that's why we can accomplish so many things because there's so many of us.
Yeah.
So we all banded together, man, and in 13 days open those doors, man, and it's been rocking and rolling for small business owners ever since. So
that's great. I remember coming out there and seeing you towards the beginning, and I think you were sleeping in there. You were just there all the time trying to make it work.
Yeah.
And
Clark
it's working. It's great.
Yeah, Clark gets on me about that. He says I sleep upside down in there or something like that. But I spend a lot of nights in there.
Well, I know you want to be Batman. So
yeah, I know, man. I spend a lot of nights in there. It's cool, man, because we just for me as a leader, I don't want to ask anybody to do something I'm not doing. So I'm always going to be one of those guys, like the first to get there, the last to leave type thing. And I'm gonna pull my weight so that the folks who I've been blessed to lead, they have an example to follow. So that's what I do.
So one of the things that we talked about probably a year ago was you expanding from just Raleigh into Durham. I think Wilson was maybe on the list.
Yeah.
There's a few other places. So before we move into talking about Durham, which I definitely want to do today, tell us a little bit about what's next. What's coming up next for Black Friday Market?
Yeah. So Black Friday Market, we did launch the Black Friday Express a couple months ago. So like a small kiosk that we allow business owners like to rent out themselves through a partnership with Downtown Durham Inc. and Nicole Thompson. They've been great. We've obtained a 300 square feet space right on Main Street, right around the corner from here in Durham, actually. A Black Friday Market Express, or Black Friday Express, how we call it. And we're going to allow business owners to basically operate that space on their own, to go into a storefront, physical location. We'll kind of use it like an incubator space where folks, the same things that were done for us, like folks who are thinking about going into their own space, come up with a creative lease plan that allows them some early access to it, but then allow it to roll into something more long-term if they're comfortable in doing that. So those Black Friday Expresses are popping up everywhere. But then the factory, which I posted about today, Carpenter Development, David Meeker, his group, they've been awesome, Kate Charles and some others. His building right behind Trophy Brewing in downtown Raleigh in the Morgan West District. We've moved into there. Next month in April, we'll be opening up the factory to the public. It is a co-manufacturing space, 10,000 square feet of nothing but equipment and retail equipment that business owners need to make their products. So the heat press machines, screen print, embroidery, bottle filler machines, electric mixers, all this kind of stuff. Right, the stuff that they sell in the store at Black Friday Market. Now they're going to have a facility to make these, these candles or whatever it is that they're selling. They can make them on site there, and then have them shipped out, have them pushed out, take them to the store, wherever we need to do, as well as a lot of like our social and business mixers, right? So like our company is growing. We need a headquarters. So we need a place to actually sit and work, which the building has enough space for that. And we also want to, create these social network and engaging events like we used to do like pre-pandemic, getting back into it now, right? We're doing a lot more mixers, but, we want that place for business owners to come, to network, to engage with folks, and to also raise capital through some creative pitch events and some things that we want to do at the space on a consistent basis. Many of the things we like to do is we always talk about doing things consistently, like recurring, business owners need more than just one opportunity to do something. So the factory is going to be a place where we can really make a hub for events, for education, for this co-manufacturing stuff. So we're excited about that. It's keeping me up at night too.
Yeah.
So,
it sounds
yeah.
like it's coming down to the wire for it getting open.
Yeah, it is. It is. You definitely got to come by. We're going to be doing a lot of like community events there as we're like building this stuff up. So people won't just come in and see a finished product. We've allowed people to come through now and just help us with ideas and designs and, how should we furnish this? What paint should we put over there? That type of thing, because we want the community to be involved in actually building it up as well. They're going to have a sense of ownership over this space when it's complete. We didn't want to just, unveil a finished product and then, people don't feel attached to it in some way. So we've been doing a little bit of that already. We're going to start doing even more of that in the next couple of days, actually. Mm-hmm. And we look forward to, the surrounding community, whoever coming in and like literally helping us build that place up and furnish it. So it's going to be cool.
That is amazing. All right, good time for a water break. Let's see.
I'm drinking my LaCroix. LaCroix. How do you say this? What is it? LaCroix.
LaCroix.
LaCroix. LaCroix.
I don't know.
It is good.
It depends
though.
on where you're from,
good.
probably. LaCroix.
Mm-hmm. Right.
What about? All right, let's talk Durham. So there's been something in the works for a long time in East Durham.
Yeah, that it has been since last year. June, July-ish maybe. East Durham has a building called the Old People's Bank. I think it was built in like 1905. Don't quote me on it. I think it's around that time. I think currently it's called the Garland Millwork Building, but it used to be the People's Bank, a part of East Durham, Black-owned bank, a whole like community there essentially. Obviously through time, the building, has gone through its struggles, wear and tear, and, is looking to get revitalized now. So we're actually brought to the table my guy, Will Clark, who is unbelievable, does a lot of development projects, is really passionate about doing things the right way, has been in this real estate space for a long time, is a product of Durham, and wants to see Durham, come back even stronger in some ways, especially as it relates to, how residential projects or commercial projects are carried out. And this guy, he seeked us out. He came and found me. He was introduced to me through another mutual friend of ours, Clark Reinhardt. Shout out to Clark, Load and Dock, Innovate Raleigh extraordinaire. But he was introduced to me through Clark. We got a chance to meet, and Will did his homework, everything we were doing as a company, everything I was doing, and was just very impressed with the network and the community that we had built up until this point. And, he brought us to the table with this project in East Durham with the People's Bank, and, not only putting so much in our hands from, the usage and the utilization of the building, because there's like all these different bays, right, where we want restaurants and, bars and maybe a Black Friday market, and second floor, big open space, courtyard. Like there's all these components, right? And he's entrusted that, him and his team have entrusted that to us. But not only entrusting that to us, they've given us ownership in that building, in that project, which is something you don't see very often. Now, we have to work for it, yes. You know what I'm saying? We have a job to do. But, when we talk about gentrification and different things like that, that is never something that somebody says like, oh, they came and bought the building or they bought up all the houses, but they gave the community like a piece of the ownership. That never happens. Yeah. And so for Will Clark and the Garland team to think of us and that, just think that way, period. Even if it wasn't us, just to even be thinking that way was a huge like eye opener for me. And then the fact that it was us, through his, a series of really finding someone who could handle that stuff. It was awesome. It was awesome for us. So, we're excited. It's a long process. Like I said, this has been going on since last summer. And, there's a lot of folks, who partnered with us who've been going through this journey with us. But, we're turning the corner here now. The building looks amazing. It's coming together. And, in the next couple of months, there will be some more formal announcements over what's going on at the People's Bank. So
it's exciting, too, because, East Durham's gone through a lot of changes just over time. And I know that. So I used to work at a company that was in Golden Belt. Yeah, that was right on the edge. Yeah, right. Yeah. And so now, even just 10 years ago, there was a White Owned bakery there, and it was a successful little bakery. Yeah. But then Refiwa Books came in, right?
Right.
About 2 years ago, was it?
I think so, something like that.
And it's really going back to the community because those Black-owned businesses are really starting to take a bigger stake in the available real estate there, and it's so exciting to see these buildings that went just empty, vacant for so long, that there's going to be this hub and this new. You think of downtown Durham, and then there's the west part of Durham over by Duke and everything, and then East Durham's okay, well, there's some houses and manufacturing.
Yeah, manufacturing and
that kind of thing. But now, so when is this opening?
It's starting to come back, man. So the building we're pushing for September, like a Labor Day, ready date. I'm glad you mentioned Refiwa Books. Every time I go to Durham, Mondays are my Durham day. If y'all haven't been to Refiwa, listen up. If y'all haven't been to Refiwa in Durham, please stop by there. But I'm glad you mentioned them because they're a staple right there, and we're trying to build on that exactly. To your point, to give them a surrounding community that supports them. Right across the street from Refiwa, there's a few shops right there of some good business owners, man. The Nest, a guy named Derek that's running that. I think you probably should pay attention to the Nest. I think he's got an event coming up soon, a street event there where they're going to block the street.
Ooh, that's fun.
Right there at Refiwa beside Nest. That should be awesome. Then there's TNP Fit, Trap Fit, TNP Fitness. I'm sorry, not Trap Fit. Trap Fit is in Raleigh. TNP Fitness in Russell. This guy's former NFL player, hardcore fitness freak. He's got a fitness studio right there. And then there's the Mike D's Barbecue. That's right there. This guy will build you any type of grill you want and creates, the sauces, the spices for barbecue and stuff. But, I mean, if you're looking for somebody to have a grill built, this guy, Mike D, will get it done. I mean, he is amazing. But, that's just a few of the business owners that are right there. Who, when we come in, we're trying to build on what they're already doing and support that area, and ultimately drive traffic to each one of these businesses, and also create a sense of community there that people can be proud of around there. So
yeah, that's exciting.
Yeah, it is. It is.
So all right, so that's September-ish. Mm-hmm. What about the one on Main Street, the Black Friday Express?
Yeah, so the Black Friday Express on Main Street, that is, it's Will Clark calling me now. Main Street is right around the corner.
Yeah.
That is actually going to open next month. We should be ready for that next month. They just finished the last little touch-ups on the front of the door at the kiosk, but it's literally ready to go.
That's cool.
I may stop over there when I leave here. Just to touch base with them, but we're looking to have a business in there next month as soon as we can.
Is that the one that I keep seeing on Instagram where it's a door that flips?
No. That's the one in downtown Raleigh on Fayetteville Street. So that has the glass door, the retractable door.
Yeah.
That's the one we call the kiosk. That's the it's like having a kiosk in the mall, but now you put the kiosk in downtown Raleigh. On a main street. So yeah, that one's pretty cool with the
Nobody
door.
Goes to malls anymore anyway.
Everybody likes that.
yeah, that's awesome. All right, so before we get into I want to talk background more with you, but are you able to talk about this Walmart thing?
Yeah, most definitely.
Okay.
Most definitely.
I want to hear about this.
So
Tell us about it.
the Walmart partnership, this is literally an exclusive right here.
Heck yeah.
I mean, we gotta put it out more. I gotta be better about that. But last year, our partner Seed Spot is a business. They're a top 5 business accelerator in DC. And they exist to educate minority business owners, small business owners, get them ready to go, all that stuff. Met them through City of Raleigh, through that partnership. And they reached out, Zach, who's the CEO of C Spot, he reached out in June and he's like, hey, Walmart has this grant, man. And, I think we should apply for it together because you're doing everything that the grant suggests that you should do for the partnership. And he's like, and we're the nonprofit. So like, if we partner together, we may have a good shot at this thing. And it's one of those things like, I have my own feelings about grants. So I'm like, all right, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay. So we work for the next couple months, work sessions every other week, something like that, put together this amazing, like presentation and grant submission for Walmart at the deadline. We submit, I think after we submitted, literally 2 weeks later, we were like a finalist. And then maybe another 2 weeks after that, it's October. I think it was the beginning of October. I get a phone call from Zach. I'm in Durham. I get a call from him. He's like, yo, we got the partnership. We got the grant. And I was like, yo, are you serious? And so like from October through January was like, real rapid fire, like trying to, finalize all the details and everything with Walmart and all that good stuff. And then in January, because the partnership is more than just financial. So yes, there's this grant, right? And they've invested in both us at Black Dollar Corp as well as Seed Spot, right? But then it comes with basically this access into everything that is Walmart. So like starting in January, I'm getting emails, Walmart is looking for Black-owned food producers, put this in your network. So like we're getting that information and we're putting it out there in the network now. Walmart is looking for other minority business owners in retail. Walmart is doing this master class on retail with Walmart execs and stuff. And we're putting all this in our network and in our newsletter. And that has like been the most amazing part to this whole thing. Even outside of the finances, being able to connect these retailers to that type of information. Again, our goal starting the store was like, all right, yeah, we want to get you to Walmart.
Right.
And now we literally have Walmart, like, you know what I'm saying, as
asking
a partner with us. Like,
that.
they're
so
asking
cool.
for these recommendations and stuff like that. So, it's been awesome. I don't even know if I've had time to really sit back and process. Like I said, we haven't announced it.
Yeah.
Walmart did make an announcement, which included us. It was a press release that they put out. Nothing flashy, but they did put that information out. I think there's a link out there, but we haven't announced it until now. And it's crazy because I was thinking, like the other day, like, man, we need to announce this. Like, we need to talk about it. Like,
so is the goal to get these products? Like, is Walmart's goal to get these products that are currently just at Black Dollar or Black Friday Market or businesses that are like in North Carolina, like Black-owned businesses in North Carolina, into the shelves of Walmart, like across the country, or is it like regionally?
I think it's a thing across the company. It's a corporate-wide initiative for them, and so last couple of years have been crazy through the health pandemic, through the social pandemic, right? Through all this stuff. There's been a focus on supporting African American business owners. There's been a focus on minority-owned business owners. There's been a focus on supporting local business owners, right? So I think it's just one of those things where Walmart sat back and, came to a realization that, hey, maybe they could do more. Maybe they need to, put both their money and the access to them, where their mouth is, when they say certain things, right? So
I can't wait to see it.
I think that's what led to that. Again, we aren't the only ones that, we're blessed enough to benefit from this partnership. So I think they're looking for minority-owned products across the board, across the country. Again, they've kind of opened this access up to a few businesses where we can get businesses to them. Yeah. They've opened these classes up, and some of these like there's a Walmart master class that they're doing on the 17th. Is that tomorrow? I had to make sure. So tomorrow, yes, Walmart has a master class featuring a lot of their execs and other folks. If you don't have the information, like hit me up on LinkedIn or something and I'll get it to you. It's free. But stuff like that, I think they're just trying to like open up that window and get all types of feedback and products in. And I think it's a good thing, man. I think it's good for them to support these business owners in that way. And like I said, it gives us an avenue to like connect business owners into. So it's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
I can't wait to see the success story of that. Of
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You know, and I think it's so cool that you're opening the factory where like maybe there's a company that wants to take like to be part of this Walmart initiative.
Yes.
But they're like, well, we don't have the resources to be able to amp up our production to get them the quantity they want. So then you've got this factory where it's like, okay, well, here we've got your bottle fillers and mixers and everything. And like now they have the resources or better resources than maybe they had before to be able to create the bulk quantities that you would need to be able to sell in a store like Walmart.
Exactly. Yep.
That's
And
so cool.
that's why I want to join this, this masterclass thing. There's another one they have in a couple weeks as well. But I'm trying to get up to speed with some of Walmart's like policies on that, so that we can help educate business owners, because there may be you got to be able to meet this type of demand, or maybe there are just other like quirky requirements or red tape that business owners have to meet to be able to have their products in Walmart, and we want to be able to help with that too. So I got to get up to speed on some of those practices. And then we can help shepherd business owners to it. So
that's cool. So it's just starting out, but maybe a year from now we'll meet again and talk about it, and you'll be like, "Well, look at these 3 or 300 businesses we helped get over to Walmart."
Exactly,
cool.
man. I'm that's what I'm hoping. So it should be cool.
So when you like a year, when was this? It was you found a black dollar in 2019 is when we actually officially launched. Website.
In February
Right.
2019. Yep.
And like before that, so you were at Unity.
Yeah.
But then you have had all these experiences at giant companies like Xerox, IBM, Blue Cross, Wells Fargo, all these places.
Right.
Were you nervous to like go out on your own?
I wasn't. I wasn't nervous. I think because I did it before in 2008 with the Life Foundation.
Yes.
Took the jump. You know what I'm saying? Like took the jump, went out there and it failed. It failed. We did some good work, but we couldn't sustain it. So I've had some failures. I think what is different with this one in 2018, 2019 with the Black Dollar Corp, I give a lot of credit, to my lodge, Widow Son Lodge No. 4, which, I've talked a lot about them. Yeah, you know them, right? So, like, there is, like, they gave me the confidence to really, like, hey, dude, you got it. Like, hey, man, step in front of that. Hey, we're gonna let you do things here at the lodge and do your events and implement your ideas. And, by the way, it comes with, this group of brothers who like will be there for you to support you through all these ideas you have. Some of my ideas before didn't pan out because I didn't have like the soldiers that I needed. Right. And then, Widow Son Lodge No. 4 comes along and, changes the narrative in the book on that. Like, nah, we move different. And I think that is the difference here. I was never nervous, but the confidence was just through the roof when I thought about the support system I had in my lodge in No. 4 in Widow Son. And so, like, from that standpoint, man, I felt like I could do anything, and I was just jumping, man. So, and that's how it is.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
It's like this community around you. Well, you were part of that lodge for years, right? And so, like, you've been involved in the community in Raleigh through your. I don't know if everybody listening knows what that is, but it's Masons, right?
Yeah.
So, like, you're Mason, and like,
that's correct.
By being a Mason, it really means that you're deeply embedded in the community, and the work that you're doing through that is giving back and supporting. And I remember I came to the MLK Day breakfast one year, and like. That was like such a huge community event, and of course pre-COVID,
right,
when you could have something like that. But like, it was always so amazing to see like how much you would do for the community, and it's great that they would come back and lift you up when you needed it.
Yeah. Like I said, and it
feeds itself.
That's what I was about to say, man. It does, man, because it's not just me, it's not just somebody else. Like it's literally. you know, a network of all these different guys, these brothers, this community that, you know, helps pull things off like that, these community events, you know, whatever they may be. And then they have this saying that you get out of it what you put into it. Mm-hmm. And, you know, from when I joined in 2015, I mean, I was just nonstop worker, you know, whatever community event was going on, whatever was needed, like I was there. And I put a lot into it because I like serving my community. So, yeah, it was big, man. It gave me that confidence, like I said, to just, you know, feel like I could really go out here and do anything. So, yeah.
And I remember even at Unity, like you were always a big part of like the initiatives that we did at our company for giving back. Like we did the
the school. You're talking about when we went to the
we went to that high school. It was I can't remember what it was called.
It was like the design. It was a design school or something like that. I can't remember.
It was up by Wake Forest.
It
was a public school.
Yeah.
And it was this high school that did like this amazing class where they had the students in this class got like Adobe certifications.
Right.
Yeah, it was so cool.
Yeah.
And the amount of like I feel like that was like a big thing that you helped bring us to do.
And the students are like, that's a passion for me because that's the first business I started was really for like teenage youth. It's like education.
That was the Life Foundation.
Yeah, the Life Foundation. Like, so, you know, teaching students about credit and health insurance and banking or resumes, right?
Gosh,
like
that's so
making
helpful.
sure, right. So
that.
like making sure that they, you know, don't make the mistakes I made because boy, have I made them. But that you know, the youth and shepherding the next generation and the education, that is always a passion for me. You know, yes, we did it at your company. You know, we had these ideas to do it. I did it, you know, through outside organizations. When I did Innovate Raleigh last year, I told the whole crowd, I said, it is on y'all to help shepherd in the next wave of entrepreneurs, of students. So make time and do job shadowing programs or just invite them out for a day and show them what you do. You guys are the boss. You can do it. Like it's just like you know, we had that idea. You were the boss. You're like, all right, let's go.
Yeah.
Like,
and then
let's do it.
the mentoring that we did for that was like a class of seniors. It was a capstone project at NC Central.
Yeah, we did. So I'm forgetting about all the stuff we were doing. So Elisa volunteered her time.
You volunteered your time too.
We all did. But you allowed us to do that.
Yeah.
You know, through your company, through time when we're working on websites, and you allocated time for us to do that. And like I said, you don't find that everywhere. I had a friend that was at Central working on this capstone project with this whole team. I think they had to build a website or something like that. And they were just struggling.
Aaron.
Aaron. They were struggling like crazy. And so like you know, he hit me up and I asked you about it. I said, hey, how would you feel about having their class just come into the site and, you know, kind of helping them, you know, with their website stuff, right? And you did not hesitate. Like, yeah, let's just get it on the calendar.
Yeah.
And so now, you know, we're at the job at the Frontier, and we've got like 8 or 9 kids, or students, I should call them, 8 or 9 students coming in, and they're just asking all these questions. Elisa is helping, Bud is helping, I'm helping, Lexi, man. That was so fun stuff, man. Yeah.
Yeah. You're such a connector. Like, you seem to know everybody, and like you're like, oh, you want to do this thing? Like, I know exactly who to introduce you to.
Yeah.
It's awesome. So let's see, how much time do we have? 10 minutes. Okay.
10 minutes.
Very cool.
Mark is the sound guy back there, or the 10-minute guy. Nice.
All right. So let's talk community then.
Yeah. Most definitely.
Let's do more of that.
More of community.
Yeah. So as someone who grew up for a lot of your life in Raleigh, like, you've started this business and you've based it out of Raleigh.
Yep.
And now you're expanding beyond. We've talked a little bit about Durham. What about to the east? Are you doing any initiatives out to the east?
I'd like to. You know, Charlotte is.
That's the west.
All right, that's west. Okay, hold on. East. Let's go the other way. Wilmington.
Yeah.
Yes, Wilmington.
Wilson.
So what I was thinking about Charlotte, because I've always had this plan of like going to Charlotte, but then letting it spread back to the east to meet us, because I feel like we don't have as much traction there. But the same goes for Wilmington.
Yeah.
And, you know, that way, and then letting it build back west to us, right? We have a small, we have a presence of businesses on our directory in Wilmington on the East Coast. Not as much. It's not as strong as Raleigh, obviously, but, you know, we want to build that up. A lot of people have talked about Black Friday market being out there. They think it would be so cool. Like it would get so much, just support, you know, from that community and things like that. And I'm always down, like, to go like anywhere. I don't turn any like idea away or anything like that. So like, and Will McGuire, one of our partners, he actually has I think his family has like a house out there in Wilmington. He's always trying to get us to go out there, like take a weekend or something like that. Yeah, I'm gonna try to, man. I am. Jasmine and Jay and the girls, I know they really want to go. Like they've already asked him twice, but I think the dates didn't work out. But they're gonna get me out there in the East. I'd love to, you know, like I said earlier, I want as many businesses across the state of North Carolina as we can get, and then we're gonna go across the United States. So we've got to go that way.
Yeah. For you as an entrepreneur, you mentioned a bit, well, actually, even not just even being an entrepreneur, but with the Life Foundation, the kind of education that you're trying to, like life skills education, what are things that as an entrepreneur you want these entrepreneurs that you're starting to shepherd through this? Like, what are some things that you want to make sure that they learn?
Yeah. Oh, man. Pie formula. We might have talked about the pie formula before.
I like pie.
Yeah, everybody likes pie. And then typically when you say pie formula, people automatically go 3.14, like because that's the formula that people have heard of. But there's this other pie formula that is performance, image, exposure. And it's basically, you know, I think it was a guy that worked at IBM for a bunch of years. He never got promoted. He ends up quitting, developing this pie formula thing. He writes about it, and now he's like a millionaire, gives speeches about it or something like that. But this formula he developed, it seems pretty true. I don't like it as much, but it seems true. And it's basically the formula for success. So it's like performance, image, exposure. So the performance is actually 10% of the equation, according to this guy. The P is performance, 10% of the equation. So if me and you both have 4.0 GPAs and our transcript out of high school looks the same, right? That's performance. We're exactly equal. It's only 10%. So that's why you move to the E to the I, which is image, right? Your image, 30% of the equation. So how you talk, how you dress, what you look like, your beliefs, all this stuff, right? It's like, if we both have the same grade, same performance, well, then how do you start to differentiate us? It's not going to be performance. If it's the same, it's going to be image, right? That's what people do. 30% of the equation. And so then those two things build on each other to go to the exposure, which is 60% of the equation. So, you know, your performance, your image, these are things people talk about. These are the exposure piece. These are things, you know, whether you're in the room, whether you're not in the room, the stuff that people are talking about can be positive or negative, but it can be controlled by you as best as you can. I didn't learn that formula until I was like 26 years old. And I felt like I was done a disservice by not knowing that formula sooner, because I'd made mistakes in corporate, early in my career. I was very good at my performance. My performance was everything. That's what I thought it was. Yeah. I mean, my mom for years, go to school, get good grades. That's performance. But I actually do want to be with the cool kids, right? Yeah. Like, you do want to have a good image. My mom didn't harp on that. She just harped on the report card and the performance. And then I get older and I'm in this environment in corporate where, like I said, it's about, I'm doing the best work, ever. You know what I'm saying? But I drive a 1990 Crown Vic Caprice with, 22-inch spokes on it and come through the parking lot blasting, my music.
Yeah.
So, these types of things start to negatively impact me, and I struggled with it for a long time, and finally had a mentor break it down to me in that way. And not to say that I would do anything different, because I am who I am, but understanding that if I maybe had understood that formula a little sooner, maybe there's, things, slight differences, things you do differently or whatever. But that's what I would, right now it's kind of at the top of my list. Is something I would impart to like future entrepreneurs, future people who are building a career. It's not even, just people who want to have their own business. People who want to establish themselves in their career where they are now at a Xerox or, an IBM or wherever they are. I'd want to give that to the young folks.
Yeah. So the last question I like to ask is, what person or company doing good has had the biggest impact on you? Or a big impact? Or what multiple people?
Oh, man. You know what? It's funny because Billy Warden just did a piece. We did a piece together for WRL Tech Wire, and he asked me a very similar question. I feel like I got to go with the same answers. Okay. It's fictional character, but I like Abel Morales from a Most Violent Year, just because he was someone that everybody around him was doing like illegal things, immoral things, and they were pushing him to do those things, and he just did not do it, and he didn't want to. And I just loved his character in that. And then real people, like I said, Jay-Z, Young Dolph, these are guys who knew what they were, knew what they were going to become. Young Dolph turned down millions to keep doing, stay independent and make his own money because he knew what he was doing. And like Jay-Z is just the example. He's just like the example to me. So like, just trying to do things like them as best as I can and learn from them at the same time. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna stick with Billy's answers there. Shout out to Billy on that article, man. Y'all check it out if you like.
So that actually reminded me real quick. Are you paying yourself yet?
Yeah. A little bit, but not too much.
All right.
Not
so I was
much.
just thinking, you're like, taking that pay cut, like it was part of your story too, of like you had this great paying job, but you weren't happy.
Yeah, man, I had made a decision before Blue Cross. When the decision I made that led me to Blue Cross was a decision I made for money, and it was the worst decision I ever made, because I left an environment in IBM where everybody there is great and is tech geniuses. And then Blue Cross Blue Shield, they literally only have a tech department because 2022 demands that you do.
Yeah.
If they could file claims like it was 1958 with paper claims, they would be glad to do that right now.
I worked at a place like that.
Yeah, they're an insurance company. They're not a tech company. So everybody there in their tech department is, I'm gonna keep those comments, but I was just not happy.
Yeah.
And they didn't want to listen to people who came from places like IBM or whatever. They wanted to keep doing things their own way. So fine, you guys keep doing that. And I was just unhappy. That's why I left money on the table. Pay. I don't care about that.
So then you were at Unity.
Yeah, I was at Unity, and just complete happiness.
Right, it was great. It was great. But then you had this dream that you knew you needed to pursue. So you left Unity. And I remember you were not paying yourself.
Yeah.
And so it's good to hear that you've got.
We make a little bit more now, so there's a little more to go around. But the team is first. And my team knows that. Everybody else kind of they get taken care of first. I'm the one. I'll be okay, right? So like
that's
when
how
you're starting out.
The owner.
Yeah.
It's the business
used to do
is your
it.
baby, and then all the people that work for you, you're like caretaking.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it was a long time. Like this is literally like just in the last couple months it changed for me. But like it's like we take care of them first. I watched you do it. I learned from you. Everything that I'm doing. And I mentioned this to someone else outside for the listeners, that I learned a lot of things from Elisa, both from you.
Make me cry.
Both design-wise, tech-wise, as well as just leadership-wise in running a small business. It was the last piece in the puzzle to me in terms of like fully being ready. I talked about the lodge before. I talked about some of these other experiences. And then you capped it off, you know what I'm saying, both with the knowledge and things you taught me and, you know, just your encouragement. And so I used to see you do that. Like I said, you would sacrifice for us. And that's just huge, man. Like I said, it taught me how to lead and what I wanted to do. So, yeah.
It's amazing. Have you considered getting certified as a B Corporation?
You know, people have been asking me about that because of the work that we do.
Yeah.
Just because of, you know, the work that we do. They're like, yo, man, you should really look into becoming a B Corp. And I've been thinking about it. I don't think I have the time to really sit down and think about it. But Will McGuire, who we talked to out there, me and him gonna sit down.
There's resources.
Yeah,
The NC State has a clinic that's like student run.
Yeah.
That will hook you up with people that'll help you get there.
I need to do that.
You should do it.
I might do that. Yeah, we're gonna look into that because I've been told that a few times.
Yeah. Well, I think that you're the right fit for that because you know what the good news is, there's even resources for Black-owned businesses that they're trying to get more Black-owned businesses to be B Corp certified because there is that barrier.
Right.
There's that barrier for exposure, like you said.
Yeah.
There's a barrier for financial
Okay.
because of the
Okay.
exposure, all that. And
Yeah.
B Lab is really doing a lot to help businesses like yours become certified.
I'm gonna surprise you.
You
I'm gonna surprise you in a couple months. But I know we got some work to
I'll
do
be here to
together.
help.
Yeah, we need to be engaged anyway. I've been reaching out, you know, for the listeners. I've been reaching out to Elisa the last couple months to help us with Black Friday Market, and she's gonna be able to take us for the business owners in the store and Black Friday Market. If you're listening, you know, Elisa, Unity Web Agency, they're gonna take us to where we need to be. And you guys already know what I'm talking about for the back end users, but we're gonna get that work done. It's gonna be awesome.
Awesome. Well, thank you again for joining me, Johnny.
Yeah.
It's always awesome just to see you and chat with you. If people want to learn more about you and what you're up to and hear about these amazing announcements, how do they connect with you?
Yeah. So I would say our newsletter first. Definitely sign up for our newsletter. Again, the website is blackdollarnc.com. The NC stands for North Carolina. You scroll all the way to the bottom, you'll see a newsletter, sign up. And then just social media. Just follow us on Instagram at official Black Dollar or BLK Friday Market. And the same thing for LinkedIn. It's the Black Dollar Corp. Facebook, I think, is BLK Friday Market. But once you hit the website, you're going to see all that stuff.
That's
so
great.
you'll know how to get us.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Well, thank you, everybody, for listening in to the Inside Impact podcast today. To learn more about what we're up to at Unity Web Agency, you can visit us at unitywebagency.com. And if this is the first time that you're tuning in, it is the first time you're tuning in because this is our first episode that's live. But you can, is there a QR code that's at the bottom right corner of the screen? And you can follow the show there. So up next in the American Underground Podcast Marathon is First Check. And I'm Elisa Herr, and thank you so much. And I'll talk with you next time on the Inside Impact podcast.
We are the innovators, the creators, the risk takers, the movers and shakers, the rule breakers. We're the hustlers, disruptors, kick the dust up, muster up the strength to trust in our strengths. We're a collection of the curious, a posse of problem solvers, a group of grit and ambitious people. They call us underground because that's where seeds grow. They call us underground because we do it different than the mainstream as we turn daydreams into great things. We're different. We may scream, "Hey you," because we're getting your attention. Hey you, the atomic symbol of gold. Hey you, an alternate universe where we support the fruit of your genius as it unfolds from bold conviction. We're a campus of doers, a herd of helpers, a gaggle of good ideas from go-getters. Don't act like we know better, just that we know something. And take that know something and turn it to mo somethings. We're learners, earners, burners of the midnight oil, And if our night is foiled, we return to soil underground. And then rise again with our tribe again, and we try again. Hey, you.
Authorities say Jordan died of a single gunshot wound to the chest.
Police have charged 18-year-old Larry Demery and 18-year-old Daniel Green with first-degree murder.
Where did that bullet hole come from? And how is it suddenly there when this case comes to trial?
Is it possible for a man to be shot in his car and authorities not find any blood?
It couldn't have happened as described.
I didn't kill James Jordan. I'm innocent of murder.
The Maternal Health Learning and Innovation Center is a national resource center dedicated to eliminating maternal health inequities and improving well-being for all families in the U.S. It is through collaboration with our experts and stakeholders that we can help to advance maternal health through community and clinical engagement, policy and systems change, and innovations in maternal health. Our team is made up of national maternal and child health organizations to develop and distribute free trainings and webinars to inspire innovation and new policy in maternal health. Learn more about us and the work we're doing to help improve maternal health outcomes. Visit maternalhealthlearning.org.
I'm Devin Lewis. I work for Raleigh Founded. I am our on-staff graphic designer, but I also have my own design company, Devin Lewis Designs. I'd say the biggest benefit has been some of the lasting connections I've made. People who I'd like to keep in my life for a long time, and then giving me the opportunity to do our rebrand. My work with our rebrand has afforded me other opportunities. So far, that's been a pretty great experience. I've been working to make sure that people of different walks of life feel like they're welcome and they can see themselves in the things that we're doing.
Are you looking for diversity education that fits the way you work? The diversity movement offers a new way to improve workplace culture. Anytime, any place. Micro Videos by the Diversity Movement delivers brief, to-the-point insights that teach you how to speak, interact, and lead more inclusively. Our videos are created and curated by proven business leaders and diversity experts. With Micro Videos by the Diversity Movement, it's micro learning for maximum impact.
The 919 Beer Podcast is your go-to resource for the latest information impacting the craft beer scene in the Triangle and across the state. Join Adam Eschball and Wayne Holt of 919 Beer and me, Joe Obias, from the OG every Saturday morning on Buzz Sports Radio from 8 until 9. You can also download the podcast and listen to it anytime at WRALSportsFan.com or wherever you get your podcasts. Join us each week for the 919 Beer Podcast, a part of the Capital Broadcasting Podcast Network.
This sound like Quill.
Nice to meet you, Bull City. We're Earfluence, and we produce over 20 podcasts for entrepreneurs, businesses, and thought leaders in the Triangle and beyond.
And we recently moved to downtown Durham, right here at American Underground.
If you're a creative entrepreneur, you know that finding the right space to support your projects can be difficult and usually very expensive. That's where we and you come in.
We partnered with American Underground to build this podcast studio, where all AU members have access to equipment to help them sound their best.
And we're so excited to celebrate this new space with you today as we're live streaming 8 episodes at this podcast marathon.
To learn more about us, visit www.earfluence.com.
But for now, enjoy this episode. Welcome back to the Earfluence Podcast Marathon live from American Underground in Durham, North Carolina. I am so excited for this episode today of the First Check Podcast with Tim McLaughlin. But before we get started, just so everybody is aware, if you want to tell a friend about this, head on over to podcastmarathon.com. Give us some thumbs up, give us some comments, do all the things so that this podcast can get out there. And be sure to subscribe to it as well with the QR code in the bottom right. All right, now with that said, the host of the First Check Podcast, Tim McLaughlin, is a partner at Co-Founders Capital. I'm sure he'll get into it, but they just raised Fund 3 of their fund, which is just phenomenal, invested in the Southeast. So I'm going to give it over to Tim, your host of the First Check Podcast, Tim McLaughlin.
Well, thank you very much, and it's good to be back, and it's good to be back live in person and with my friend Jason Caplain from Bull City Venture Partners. How you doing?
Good. How are you? Thanks for having me.
I'm doing great, and I'm gonna let you tell everybody kind of about what you do and how you think about investing. But for our new listeners for the First Check Podcast, our goal really is to kind of help investors or entrepreneurs that are raising or writing their first check. So how to think about investing, what kind of questions to ask. So that's how we're going to kind of orient the discussion. But before I hand it over to you, I have to ask you a question. So I went and I was looking at all your accolades on LinkedIn like last night. What can we talk about? And I saw that we had 371 mutual connections. And I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. This is like a cool, tight scene. And then I noticed that we weren't connected, even though we've known each other now for 8 years.
Done, by the way.
So my question is, why did you just keep ignoring my connection request for the last 8 years?
I think last night's, I think when you asked last night to connect with me, I think that was like the 8th or 9th time in the last 12 months or so. So I think you've timed out now.
I have a hard policy that I don't request a connection for the 10th time. So hopefully you'll accept this one.
Maybe after today.
So we'll
see how it goes.
We will see how this goes. There's a lot of pressure now on how this going well. So why don't you just tell everybody listening a little bit about Bull City and your focus and your investment thesis?
Yeah, thanks, Tim. So for the last 21 years, we've been investing through 4 funds now in entrepreneurs, mostly tech companies, software and internet-related companies along the East Coast. So mostly from Philly down through Atlanta. And about 60% of the companies that we funded over the last 21 years have been within like a 20-mile radius of where we sit here. So mostly in the triangle. And we have, I think what makes us a little bit different is that we have a little bit more of a focus on the repeat successful founder and than most other funds do. And then also we have a very concentrated portfolio. So if you look at funds outside of maybe like out in the Bay Area or New York, a lot of those funds have the spray and pray approach. We have a much more focused approach. So usually like 15, 16 companies per fund. And a lot of our companies are seed or early stage software or internet related companies.
And as our listeners and potential investors are thinking about this, and even entrepreneurs that are going to raise capital, it's important to ask kind of the theses of these funds, because it's very hard to get them to convert outside of what their thesis is. Yep. Because they've raised money from other investors that they've told, hey, this is our thesis, this is what we're investing in. And if you go and you make an investment outside of what you're told your investors you would do, it opens you up to a little bit of liability there. So, there's some things that are very similar to what Jason said that we do at Co-Founders Capital. We're trying to invest in 15 to 20 companies in a fund, so a more concentrated approach, more hands-on, early stage technology. Yep. But one thing we say is we'll work with first-time founders, and that's just something where we're willing to part with founders that might be willing to give up a little bit more equity for a little bit more of our time, jumping in and helping them. So It's important as an entrepreneur to ask those questions, I think.
Yeah. So like, if you look back over the last like 21 years, 70% of our companies are led by repeat successful founders. So 30%, are first timers. And but there's no hard mandate around this. So if the next 5 companies we see are first timers and we love them, then we'll do we'll do all those. Similarly, if they're all repeat, we'll do that as well.
So take me back to, I guess, the formation of Bull City Venture Partners.
Yeah.
So when you think about the name Bull City Venture Partners, obviously there was a city, a geographic component to what you were doing. So just what was the origin story? Why here? Why this region? Why the name?
Yeah. So, first of all, I moved to North Carolina, by the way. I never thought I'd be here right now, and sitting across the table from you. So I grew up in Massachusetts, moved down to North Carolina 23 years ago for Red Hat, and really kind of unfamiliar with the area and very, very heads down. But, over the last, 21 years of investing out of our 4 funds, it's been really interesting to see Durham really develop and on its own. And I think the density in this city is unmatched compared to the other regions that we have. And so I live in Raleigh, by the way. David and Michael both live in Chapel Hill. Mm-hmm. So this is a good central spot for us. But we really like the density here with other venture capital firms, the venture banks that operate across the street from our office that many of our companies work with. And I think there's a really strong density of tech companies, not only in the building that we're sitting in with multiple floors of companies, but also in the surrounding area of the American Tobacco campus, as an example.
I remember in 2008, my wife was one of the first 4 employees at my wife, first 4 employees at the Durham Performing Arts Center. Mm-hmm. And just seeing the evolution of this area and the name and Bull City Venture Partners was probably formed that name right around that time.
Yep.
It's just been great to see in this area. And this is one of the first co-working spaces that's been very well occupied that I've entered since, COVID, right? Yep. COVID really kicked off. And since I've come in here, probably in the last 25 minutes, I've seen about 15 people that I know and haven't seen in a long time. And there's just a feeling about this community and what's going on.
I think it's super supportive. Yeah. Lots of energy. It's it's become like a destination, especially for out of town people. So when we're going to lunch, we're constantly bumping into other people, or in the building. A lot of people come through, both out of town investors, other entrepreneurs. So people like you, which is great. So I think that's a different vibe than you may get from sitting in an office in the park. Nothing against the park, but it's just a different vibe. And that actually being in the park would be a shorter commute for me. So I choose to do a little bit longer commute for some of these benefits.
You sacrifice, your investors just where to get the greatest returns. That's good. All right, now people keep saying to me really got to. They say Jason's so much older than you, Tim. They keep saying.
I thought we're the same age.
I don't know if we are, but that's that's what people say to me. They're
dye my hair.
You really got to talk to Jason about the how venture capital's kind of evolved over the last 20 years. And I say, did you mean experience? And they said, yeah, I guess that's what I meant. I really meant older. But anyway, so experience over the last 20 years. How have you seen venture capital and investing, in this area, outside this area? What have you learned? What has changed over the last 20 years that you've seen?
Yeah, for us, by the way, I heard there was a woman that's a partner at another venture capital firm, and she's a little bit older than me, and she was called the Julia Child of investing from another VC who's much younger. I don't want to be the Julia Child, obviously, so hopefully that won't stick. But I think when we started out, and you look at the first fund, which is kind of a proof of concept fund, which invested in all in North Carolina companies, and I was 25 years old when we started out. It took 2 years to raise that first fund, so very, very humbling experience running around trying to collect checks from investors. But as we've grown, we've been lucky to produce some really good returns, I think, for our limited partners. Our funds have become more institutional, and that means not only are we impacting families and individuals, but now we're impacting larger organizations and the impact to their constituents and stakeholders. So I think that's like a little bit even greater responsibility now that we have on our shoulders. I think we've become a little bit bigger player in the local ecosystem. Obviously, we sit on boards now for companies. Earlier on, we were maybe an observer, so we have greater influence in some of the companies that we participate in, and how those rounds how those rounds shape up. So I think that's probably some of the big changes. I think, and also we've had to like withstand like different economic cycles. I think that's a big thing too. Like we've seen lots of ups and downs in the markets over the years, and being able to like withstand that, both like have our companies withstand that, but also like survive ourselves and be scrappy along the way, has been, part of our success.
Yeah, and I think just for local folks listening, but also national, these are national names that people know about, companies that you've invested in. People know of Art.com, people know of Motricity, people know of Spiffy, people know of Channel Advisor. I mean, these are companies that have, significantly changed the local entrepreneurial ecosystem. And so when he talks about some good successes, I think, you put some names to it and people really understand.
Yeah, I think we're having fun along the way too, right? I mean, I love working with David and Michael. So love coming to the office. We're coming to the office, probably should be not say this too loud, but like I've been coming to the office, even like through the pandemic and everything too. So, love the people I work with, and we're having a lot of fun together serving those entrepreneurs.
So as you think, you had just mentioned, it's kind of been a little bit of a roller coaster of some recessions that have been in there since you've been doing it. Totally. How have the last 2 years maybe been different than what you've experienced in the past? And how has it impacted the way you invest, the way you look at companies? Just this latest pandemic.
Yeah, look, I mean, through all the cycles that have happened, we, in the last 21 years, we have been like super consistent with our strategy. So as you shared earlier, there's some guidelines that we give our limited partners and a strategy, a playbook that we give them that we're going to implement. And so like during good times and bad times, we've been sticking to that. So no matter if the market, it seems like super hot or seems really bad, we've been writing 2 to 4 checks per year. That's kind of how our pace. We see about 1,200 to 1,400 companies a year, and then we kind of shrink that down to the 2 to 4. We have gone some stretches where we haven't done a deal, so there's no quota, but we really haven't changed our philosophy. But we do think over the last couple of years, like valuations, especially like outside North Carolina, have felt like very stretched to us.
Yeah, very very high valuations, and so as you're thinking about that from an investment perspective, even if it's outside of your area, if entrepreneurs in your area or where you're typically investing have those options, that's what you're competing against as an investor. You're trying to set terms even for local companies. If they can go outside of the region and raise capital on better terms, you're competing outside of your region then too. So you were talking 2 to 4 investments a year that you're making. You're seeing 1,400 deals a year. This is kind of the question everybody asks an investor, but the first few, levels of getting through of that funnel, of that filter, like what if you had to say 2 or 3 things, what are those 2 or 3 things that, really help you get from 1,400 to 50, right?
Yeah,
that you'd really consider.
Yeah. I think the big items are the team, like who's involved in the business. I think that the market size is super important to us. And then it's like, we also have to answer, and this may sound a little strange, but like, what can we do to be helpful here? So it's like, yes, it's a great entrepreneur, seems like a great market, but if we don't know something to be able to be like, help be an accelerant in the business, we won't do it. So it has to be, there's been a lot of businesses along the way that we've passed on that. So it's a little bit different for us. It's not just like, okay, this makes a lot of financial sense, let's go do it. It's going to be like, what can we do so that the entrepreneur has a great experience with us along the way, and then that they want to make referrals to us of other entrepreneurs, and that when they have an exit, they want to work with us all over again. Mm-hmm. So we kind of think way out on this, and like, why will the entrepreneur have a great experience with Bowl City?
Yeah. So and entrepreneurs that are out there, I mean, one advice that I give is, do your diligence on your investors. Talk to other portfolio company CEOs that they've worked with before. venture capitalists are trying to build long-standing brands over many funds, many decades. And so you do that by treating people right, even if you can get better deal terms or you can negotiate harder or you can, so you try to build a brand over a long time. And I think for entrepreneurs doing their diligence on the funds, not only by talking to other people, but also saying, hey, what can you do for me, right? Outside of capital, what can you bring to the table that's going to help accelerate the business? And then you kind of cut, because every investor says, well, I can be value add. Give me a specific example or tell me a specific time where you think you're going to be a value add investor in this business or in others.
Yeah, but by the way, that's amazing advice. So I strongly recommend all founders go off the 2 or 3 names that a venture investor may give you or an angel investor may give you, and create your own list and call them. And I think that that's probably one of the top 5 things I've learned as a VC over the last, through my career. I think in the first 5-10 years, I probably didn't think about that as much. And I was like, oh, like XYZ firm is interested in our company. Let's take their money. But now it's getting much more sophisticated and thinking about, are they really the right partner? What's the cultural fit of that investor going to be like? Because these things are harder to unwind than a marriage, right? So once you're in. And I've seen, we've been investors in some companies where my opinion is the venture investor negatively impacted the business. So I think that's a really important point.
Yeah, no, that's good. So, okay, let's keep going down the funnel. So we talked about maybe 1,400 deals a year. Yeah. We talked about a couple screens, maybe to get them down to 50. And then there's still a long way to go to get down to 2 or 3, right?
Yep.
Talk to me. Yeah, I'm friends with your partner, David Jones. We've known each other for
friends, kind of loosely.
Friends loosely. That's right. Like you
guys have met.
You guys
before.
talk about me behind my back. We've met
Yeah.
a few times. So it's a pretty tight community here, and I'm just curious, how do you two sit down and make an investment decision? And does that involve like sword fighting or throwing things or?
Poor David.
Yeah, right. So how does it work?
This is great because David's not in the room to like respond.
That's right.
Either.
And nobody's like actually,
right.
People are like listening,
My
watching
phone is
in.
off.
Nobody's going to get back to him on
Right,
this. Yeah.
exactly.
So feel free to say whatever you want.
Yep.
No way it gets back to him.
Yep. No way. Actually, someone else asked us the same exact question earlier today. Like, how do you guys, divide the world? The answer is like we're both out there like chasing great entrepreneurs and trying to like find great companies to partner with. And we both have a separate group of companies that we're responsible for and kind of run point at. But I would say like our shop operates more as a team effort. So it's not like David's deal or my deal. It's our deal together. And so I'm responsible for helping out the companies that he runs point on just as much as he is on things that I may be a board observer or board member on. I would say David is probably inside Bull City, probably a little bit more handle some like the tax stuff internally for us, where I may be a little bit more like outbound, like outward facing, like website, email. So some of the marketing initiatives we have. And of course, Michael is who we hired 5 months ago. Michael Lee has been tremendous and given us a boost in all of that. So he's been kind of the glue for all of this together. But that's that's probably the balance.
And you guys both have to turn your key before making an investment, or?
Good question. We both have to agree.
Okay.
So we both have to agree to make a decision. We try not to have too much like group think, if you will, like David likes to call it. So if I disagree with something like an investment or a follow-on round, he basically has to come back with more data and, convince me or the other way around. And it's not perfect, but today it's been like super functional. David and I sit in the same room together upstairs.
Poor David.
Yeah, poor David.
Yeah.
He's not in today.
Yeah.
But because I told him I was coming in, and then he's like, I'm going to work from home.
Right, that makes sense. Yeah.
But we have a lot of, we travel together. We split a room when we travel. Yeah. So he sees a lot of me.
At Co-Founders, we do this thing where we try to assign somebody the anti-investment role, which is why wouldn't you invest in this company? And to your point, the person that's pro-deal, that's kind of assigned to pro-deal, when we get down to the, really the last few weeks probably of making that decision, has to overcome those objections, be able to handle them and convince everyone. So we kind of take this good cop, bad cop kind of role for the company, just to make sure we have our bases covered. And, angel investors that are out there too, it's very easy to get wrapped up in a great idea, a great pitch, a great entrepreneur even, but putting all those pieces together and to the right opportunity, I would make a recommendation, especially early on in your investment, before you've seen a lot of trends, a lot of repeat types of companies, a lot of repetition on deal flow, to have somebody play that devil's advocate. Tell me not what do you like about the deal and not like, why specifically would you not invest in this deal? And I think that's a helpful exercise.
We do that. Yeah. So we will be, even if I get excited about a company and David's, maybe championing it inside our shop, like I'll definitely take the other side for a while. And he knows what we're doing, but I'll take the other side just to hear the answers and better understand it.
Yep.
I think it's a healthy exercise.
It is. I think so too. So tell me something you do that you think you do that really pisses off entrepreneurs. Like, on the surface you're perfect, obviously, but there's something you're doing that is probably pissing off entrepreneurs, and you might have an idea of what that is. I'm curious.
Yeah, I think.
And then you can defend yourself why you do that.
Yeah. Look, I think it's being an entrepreneur is super challenging and juggling a lot. They're juggling raising capital and managing the business, which is really one and the same, I guess, and what they're doing. But, I think there's probably differences we have along the way on how that capital is spent. And, maybe there's been, I remember one time I had a difference of opinion in one of our companies about them hiring a very expensive salesperson. And he was really expensive. But that one salesperson brought the company from $5 million to like $30 million in revenue, like inside 2 years.
Wow. On
the back of that one person. So like, I think we have disagreements around like how dollars are spent sometimes. But I think there's a lot of trust we have in the founders too. And I think we try to give them rope. So we may disagree, but at the end of the day, they're responsible for making those decisions and have to live with that outcome. And I keep reminding them, even though I have my opinions, that I'm wrong a lot. So I think it's their responsibility to take a lot of input and then digest all of that, then make kind of their own decisions. And also realize that, like, hey, if I was that smart, I would be doing what they're doing, right? So we're not, right? We're writing checks rather than being the founder. So yeah, I think that's probably the big thing is like the differences of like how the cash is spent.
Yeah, and I think entrepreneurs, one thing that you might want to talk to your investors about are they can't call the shots and then hold you accountable at the same time. That's not a fair thing to do.
100%.
So talk to your investors about, are you going to hold me accountable if you are the one telling me what to do? Because that's just not a world that works or is fair for anybody. And any investor that tells you otherwise, you might not be the right partner.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yep. Well said.
So I'll say something just because I know I do stuff that pisses entrepreneurs off.
No way.
I do.
Come on.
No,
I haven't heard. This is going to be interesting.
It's very true. I think that entrepreneurs, one thing is there can be very investable businesses, and entrepreneurs can be very successful in their business and can make a good return to a fund that writes a check.
Mm-hmm.
But trying to take it to the next step and explain, we believe in you, we believe in this business, we believe that there could be a good return to our investors on this, but it's still not the right fit for us in our fund at this time, is something I know must piss entrepreneurs off. But there are things that are going on inside of the fund internally that they're not aware of, or when they're talking to an angel investor that they're not aware of. For example, they could be a great business, but that week they could be the second best business on the list in our perspective. And that's no fault of that entrepreneur. There just might be another phenomenal opportunity that's out there. You might be at a certain stage in your fund, early in your fund, late in your fund, where you're looking for a certain type of deal. And so I know that impacts entrepreneurs when they hear from an investor, you're great, the business is great, you can make a lot of money, you can make a great return for your investor, but we're not writing a check. I can't imagine how frustrating that must be. And so try to have an honest conversation if you can about, is it the stage of your fund?
Yep.
Is it another deal you're looking at? Because even though the time might not be right now, it could be right in a year, it could be right in 5 years, your next business could be the right fit. So try not to burn the bridges on both sides between the entrepreneurs and the investors.
I think that's great. Like, one of our best success stories, one of our best outcomes from a multiple standpoint was a company we passed on 4 times. But we stayed like really close to the founder along the way. So that kind of like exactly like makes the point or kind of reinforces the point you're making. There's, let's see, bright context and contextually were both companies we invested in when we passed on their previous companies. So we passed the previous companies, back their next company. So we've done that a few times with a handful of entrepreneurs. Those are kind of 2 examples.
Yeah, no, that's good. That gives some entrepreneurs hope out there.
Totally, yeah.
All right, so now that I've let you say that there's some things you do that frustrate entrepreneurs, and nobody wants to feel bad for a VC, right? I mean, entrepreneurs out there don't want to feel bad for VCs, but I'm gonna let you complain for a little bit. Okay, what's the hardest part about being a VC?
Yeah, I think the most, like for me, the hardest part is saying no. So going back to this, like seeing 1,200 or 1,400 companies a year, we get to say yes 2 to 4 times a year. Like it's pretty depressing, right? You get this entrepreneur who's wildly excited, many times quit their job at big company or another company, has lots of excitement around, they're all in on doing this new business. And it's really kind of like depressing to saying no, like 1,398 times. Like that sucks. So, and I'm empathetic for what they're doing and trying to do. And it's also hard for many people to like keep going, you know, as the entrepreneur going and trying to ask lots and lots of investors and hearing no over and over again. So, being part of that. So we've really tried to like think about how we say no. I think trying to say it with some kind of speed, which we've tried to improve on as a firm, especially even over the last year. And probably some of that's by me personally, like rather than wait 2 weeks, like try to get back to them within a week or something. So, you know, fast no's, let them know why. And they also try to stay in touch, but make sure they have even though we're saying no, they still have a positive experience with us.
Yeah. And I think that no is a little bit easier if there's some way that you can help, right?
Totally.
There's a meaningful introduction you can make. There's some piece of the business that you can give them advice or feedback on. And so entrepreneurs, I would say, in those meetings, because the high likelihood is that the answer at the end of the day is going to be no from an investment standpoint, which is why you need to create a big top of the funnel when it comes to investors so that you do raise the capital that you need to grow, scale your business, especially when you're raising your first rounds or you're unproven or whatever it is see what positive outcomes can come from that meeting.
Yep.
Taking one investor meeting and turning it into 4 new ones, that's a successful meeting. That's a successful outcome. And the founders I've struggled with a little bit are the ones that the only metric of success of that meeting is getting a yes to move closer to getting a check. And so, you know, try to find value, I guess, in those meetings.
Yeah, I also think, like, we recognize, like, we're not going to be impactful to, or we looked at it like, okay, we're not being impactful to, like, all the other companies here in the ecosystem. So we try to do, like, other things, like our Entrepreneur Series event, which got up to, like, 700 people downtown Durham. So we're like, look, we've got this really interesting network. There's a lot of great founders here that we haven't backed. How do we fuse the community with some of the other people in our network? And so that's kind of things we're trying to do and think like, okay, we want to impact more companies than what we're able to with our capital. So
I've been to that event a couple times.
And the feedback is?
The feedback, it was great. I had to sneak in. I didn't get an invite, so I had to sneak in the back and wear a disguise. I did.
Okay.
I did. I snuck in and wore a disguise.
Did you wear a David Jones mask? Or?
I did, but I didn't quite have his personality, so people knew right away that I was out. I got kicked out a couple times too. So how about now flipping on the entrepreneur? So stuff you do that bothers an entrepreneur. What can an entrepreneur do that will bother you? Will move you, something that they think is helping and is moving them closer to a no than a yes, maybe?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question, Tim. I think there's a few probably bigger things and maybe some smaller things that could have bother us or bother me. One is probably an entrepreneur that presents their company to us and they don't really understand the competition as well, or they understand the competition but they don't list it, so they may like hide it a little bit. I think someone that comes out and with all the data shows that they've really thought this through and they have more confidence around what they're doing. So we looked at a company recently and it was interesting, like the companies that they listed weren't really competitors, but then we knew that market really well. So there were like 3 big players there that they like left off. So that kind of like is some red flags for us. In companies that we invest in, we love preparation. So this is a little bit different topic, but like for board presentations, we love getting that information, that board pack well in advance, so we have time to digest it. Like if we have a meeting, then board meetings the next morning, we don't love getting the board deck the night before. That gives us less time to prep, because when you show up to a board meeting, we feel like as investors we should have already looked at it and be prepared walking in that room. So I think the best companies, the best founders, send it out well in advance to give the investors and the board time to digest it. So I think that's probably a couple things.
Yeah, I think it's one interesting thing is you start to see trends when you get these pitches, and you talked about how many pitches you get, and you start to see trends. And then when you see maybe the third company that's in a similar industry, solving a similar problem, selling to the same customers, you see the third one in a month, and then that one says, we don't have any competition.
Right.
You know that that's factually not true.
Right.
Because you've just seen 2 other pitches. And so you constantly run this balance, which is, hey, it's okay if there's some competitors because that means there is a market here.
100% agree with that. Yeah.
And there's a real problem that needs to be solved. And so we don't have any competition, there's nobody in our space doing this, is something that no venture capitalist is really going to look at and take seriously.
That's like saying Bull City doesn't have any competition.
Yeah, that's right. Especially when all entrepreneurs want to come and work with us.
I know, right? I know. We're jealous. We're totally jealous.
That must be tough. Well, okay, on that topic, here's a good question. Let's talk about syndication of deals. Yeah. Okay? So if you're an entrepreneur, what would you say to an entrepreneur that has an opportunity to go and say, hey, I can raise $2 million from
co-founders or $2 million from Bull City?
Right.
I would definitely, let me think about that.
Well, you have to subscribe and pay to find the answer to that. No.
There we go.
So that's our teaser.
Pay Tim.
Yeah, right. So but the question is, I can get it from 4 different funds, right? Or I can get it from 15 different angels, or I can get it from one fund or one fund plus one individual. How should an entrepreneur think about that, right? If they can come and get money from Bull City and co-founders and split $2 million and get $1 million from each group, or they can get 2 from one, or what question should that entrepreneur be asking?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and like everything, it depends.
Sure. So what does it depend on?
Yeah, so I think like we've done all of the above, right? All the different combinations over the last 2 decades, and I think about things like who can add truly open doors and add the most amount of value to a company, who can continue to write checks along the way and be supportive. So not just this round, but the next round and the round after that. So how can they continue to participate? I think about door openers to other investors. So what's a Rolodex like with other investors? And then I think about what's been the health of their other companies that they've invested in over time, the pattern of those companies. So like how have companies exited? How have companies progressed in their portfolio and the overall health? And so that's probably if I was to kind of like put those put those out there, those are probably the items.
Yeah. We've, like you, we've done all the above. We've syndicated rounds with a ton of different angels. We've done it with angel groups. We've done it with other venture funds. And when we tell entrepreneurs there's no right answer to this, but here are the check boxes that you want. And it's almost identical to what you said.
Yeah.
do they have deeper pockets, and can they follow on in subsequent rounds if things are going really well or they're going bad?
Yep.
Right. You're going to need more capital either way. What kind of value add can they have on your industry, on your business, on connections, on introductions to potential customers? What access do they have to other venture capital funds, right? And then making sure that they're not a risk because of their reputation, the way they interact with their businesses, what relationships they've had with their past founders, and all that stuff is, stuff that founders need to vet.
So I think like we've had founders when we're in diligence on a company ask us for a list of the founders where the companies have failed, because they want to start the reference checks there and see how we behave as a partner when things aren't going well.
Do you give them that?
Yeah, absolutely, have to.
Yep.
And I think it shows confidence, right? We've even shared like performance numbers over time. So like, hey, here's how we've done like through multiple funds. So it's like, I think they're being transparent, right, with us, and we want to be transparent on our end to make sure there's a good match there between the two, and that, as we build a company over the next decade, that there's like a foundation for a really good relationship.
Yep. Okay. Well, I'm going to switch gears a little bit, ask a fun question. So 371 mutual connections on LinkedIn.
Why is there only 371, by the way?
I don't know. It seems like it's. I
how do you know that number?
Because it says it right under your name.
I know, but like you look to like see how many common connections.
It says 371 mutual connections, and it says that Jason Caplain has not accepted your friend, your
not
connection.
Yet. I told
request.
You it depends on today.
Depends on how everything's going today. So maybe I need to be nice with my opinion on this one. But if those people can only be connected to me or you, they had to pick one of us.
Right.
It's an odd number. One of us would win that. Who would win?
Well, assuming Toby and Tim went with you, you'd have
Toby and David.
I mean, Toby, yeah.
David
So David Gardner and Toby went with you. They didn't go with me for some reason.
Yeah.
You'd have 2 votes. So you'd have 2. I'd have the rest.
Oh man.
But I guess I'm connected to Emily, right?
Oh, my wife. Yeah. My wife. Yes.
I'm wondering where she would go.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. If she had to pick, you're saying,
we've been working both out of the house for the last 2 years, so she might.
She might go.
But I might get David Jones too. So
you might get David.
Yeah.
I'd have to think about that.
Okay. Well, we might put that to a test someday. I think that would
be fun.
That would be fun. All right. So here's a question that I ask.
Was that a serious question? That was a fun question.
That was
a serious question.
Yeah, that was a fun question. I thought maybe you would give me double-digit votes. I thought maybe you would give me more than 3 out of the 371.
I'd love to know who the 370. We should go through the 371 are.
Yeah, we could
and then
we could bucket them. Yeah, that's fun. So I asked this on every one of the podcasts, which I think this is really telling, and I've gotten a ton of different answers, great answers. So you personally have to write a $100,000 check. You have to at the end of 10 meetings. You meet with 10 entrepreneurs you've never met with before, never heard their business plan before, never met with them before, and you get to ask all 10.
Don't know their names or anything ahead of time?
Nah, you can say, hello, my name is, and then you got to ask them one question.
But I don't have the information about who they are beforehand?
Nope, you do not. You got to ask them one question, and you got to write a check, a $100,000 check into one of the 10. But you only get to ask one question. You got to ask the same question to all 10 of the founders.
Stressing me out, this one question thing.
What? Yeah, I know. As a VC, you're very uncomfortable. Yes. You want 3 months and a lot of risk mitigation.
Lots of diligence.
Lots of risk mitigation. What's the one question you ask those 10 founders?
I think I would ask them what they're going to do with 100K.
Okay. And what are you hoping to get out of that answer?
I think I want to hear through that. I think I unlock a little bit about their background, understand their approach to building the company, and it leads to hopefully understanding what the future looks like, a little bit about their vision, a little bit maybe. It touches on a few different areas that are important to me. But I really want to know about their backgrounds as well.
Okay.
So, I mean, we're very, very, I would say we have a very heavy weighting on people. So kind of like also want to understand their background. So Yeah, I think I'll stick with what they're going to do with 100K.
What are they going to do 100K? And then because I had to change the rules for you and gave you a follow-up question, you might ask about their tell me.
I would definitely want to know their background. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a close second, and maybe those two could be interchanged.
I'll run it by the board of First Check Podcast, but I'm pretty sure you only get to ask one question.
Yeah,
so
okay.
you might get shot down. Shoot. So what would be a bad answer to what are you going to do with 100K? What would immediately eliminate you from getting that check?
Well, there was a local company a few years ago. They closed on a small seed round, and we weren't an investor there, but I knew him really well. He closed on less than $1 million, and the first thing he did is he rented a limo and went out on like Glenwood South for a big party, and had a rough night. So, or a great night, rough next morning.
Great night, rough next morning. Yeah. And you were mad about that because you didn't get
invited
to that party?
Well, actually, I did get invited. That's how I knew about it. I couldn't go. I was,
yeah.
I really wanted to be there.
Yeah, double whammy.
But I think we want to see that someone, and it's not about 100K. It's more like, hey, what are they going to do with the amount? We're putting in more dollars than 100K, obviously, when we write a check. But I want to understand, how are they going to use the dollars efficiently to get to the next spot for the company and create value with those dollars today, and over the next few months to get to another value, create more value in the business and grow the value so that we're at a higher spot months from now.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm going to throw a little curveball at you.
I like curveballs.
Okay.
Well, maybe not. I don't know.
We'll see.
We'll see. The LinkedIn connection is depending on this question. Maybe kind of hinges right here.
Right. Would your question or approach change at all if it wasn't a personal check and it was a investment through the fund?
No. I mean, so David, Michael, and I all invest in our funds, and we have all on the way personally. And all my dollars are, and it's a pretty big commitment for me and my family. So it wouldn't change. I treat my dollars the same as the fund's dollars. It's one of the same.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Good question to ask, but that's identical.
That's fair. And for entrepreneurs out there, I think it's important to understand that if you go the opposite way, often it would be different. So if you go from a fund, right, and then ask, how would it change personally? That a lot of times that could change. There are a lot of businesses that I've seen that I would like to if I could invest in personally.
Yeah.
But I can't through the fund because of one reason or another. I also think the type of question I would ask would be very, very different.
What's your question?
Well, we haven't gotten to that. That hasn't been disclosed. That would be a future episode of
First
Check
Podcast.
Whole
Episode?
Maybe a whole episode. We'll see.
Whole hour.
It might be a whole 5. It might be like a short episode, just a teaser.
Edge of my seat.
Maybe we'll invite you back for that one, so that you could be there for that one. But I'm collecting a lot of great answers so that I can educate myself and then come up with a really good one. But I do.
So are you getting to the point
one
where you can only ask the founders one question and then you guys decide to invest?
Yeah, that's right. That's how we're trying to do it real quick. We're trying to give founders answers.
I need to send more companies your way.
Question. That's right. Send them my way. They better answer that one question right. All right. So we've talked now about kind of the history, your investment philosophy. Let's talk forward looking. And while there's a national audience for First Check Podcast here.
Yeah, I realize that.
A lot of people are. I know you're an avid listener. A lot of people are local around here. What do you see for the Triangle in North Carolina over the next 5 or 10 years? How do you think we're positioned from an entrepreneurial ecosystem, an investor ecosystem, and maybe what have we done well? What can we do better?
Yeah. Look, I'm very biased since I live and work here and love this place to death. And like I said, I never had the thought that I would be here this long. My plan was to be at Red Hat for 2 years and leave and go back to back up to Massachusetts. But fell in love with the area. I've got 3 kids. A great place to raise a family. Awesome spot for have a venture firm headquartered here. I love the access with the airports. I think we've got a really easy, airport with lots more direct flights coming. But I think there's been tremendous growth, and we've been saying this for a long time that the Triangle is on the come, and it's kind of arrived in many ways. Traffic has picked up. We've got, don't need to tell you, we've got Apple, Google, coming here, and I think that's actually a great catalyst. I know some people don't like that, but I think it's tremendous for the area. And I think when I evaluate, I think this is really important. When I evaluate markets like the Triangle, I look for, and we're heavy software investors like you guys, and so I kind of evaluate a market by the number of $10 billion software companies in the area, since we're software investors. Okay. So and you got to have, in my opinion, you've got to have at least 3 to be successful, to be a real good, strong region, good ecosystem, because when you have those $10 billion companies, you get more people with wealth coming out of those companies, creating other companies. So like Red Hat has like birthed like over 20 CEOs, 20 startup companies have come out of there. And lots of local success stories of that. Our area finally has 3. So we've got SaaS, we had Red Hat, and now, Epic Games. And you can squint now and see number 4 and 5 kind of come up with like Insight Software, last valued at $4 billion. You got Pendo. So I think I'm really excited about like the future here. And I think that the best is like right around the corner. And totally like, we're totally pumped to be here.
Yep. Well, this is, I know for Co-Founders Capital and for you, probably going to be home for, several decades.
Better be.
Yeah. And we're not going anywhere. And so we're happy to be here, happy to be doing this in American Underground in Durham. Thanks for hosting me in your home city.
Absolutely.
I was able to come over. I was able to come 15 minutes and get over here. So that's good.
Thanks for visiting with us.
Yeah,
Tim.
you are very welcome. And with that, I will wrap it up and say it's good to be back. First Check Podcast live and around a lot of great people. So thank you.
Thanks.
All right.
We are the innovators, the creators, the risk takers, the movers and shakers, the rule breakers. We're the hustlers, disruptors, kick the dust up, muster up the strength to trust in our strengths. We're a collection of the curious, a posse of problem solvers, a group of grit and ambitious people. They call us underground because that's where seeds grow. They call us underground because we do it different than the mainstream as we turn daydreams into great things. We're different. We may scream, "Hey you," because we're getting your attention. Hey you, the atomic symbol of gold. Hey you, an alternate universe where we support the fruit of your genius as it unfolds from bold conviction. We're a campus of doers, a herd of helpers, a gaggle of good ideas from go-getters. Don't act like we know better, just that we know something. And take that know something and turn it to mo somethings. We're learners, earners, burners of the midnight oil. And if our night is foiled, we return to soil, underground. And then rise again with our tribe again, and we try again. Hey you.
We all belong, we all deserve, we all have voices to be heard. It's who we are, who we are, who we are. Yeah, take some courage and a little bit of unknown, mixed with kindness and watch how it grows. It's who we are, it's who we
are. Forward with Nacy, inspiring entrepreneurial action, a podcast that shares the stories of everyday entrepreneurs, entrepreneurial leaders, and the communities that support us. We hope that this diverse collection of stories brings you inspiration, inspires you to take action, and ignites entrepreneurship in your community as we make our way forward together.
Healthy mothers, parents, and babies are a cornerstone of thriving communities. Maternal health refers to the health of women and other birthing people during pregnancy, childbirth, and the following postpartum period, sometimes called the fourth trimester. With the right care and support, each of these stages can be a positive experience. Unfortunately, every year in the United States, more than 65,000 women suffer complications related to pregnancy that are life-threatening, and more than 700 die every year. Maternal mortality is defined as the death of a woman during pregnancy, at delivery, or soon after delivery. Maternal morbidity is a term used for injuries or negative outcomes a woman experiences related to pregnancy that do not kill her. The health impacts may be life-threatening and may impact her for the rest of her life. Both are currently on the rise in the United States. The good news is that we can reverse this trend. Access to quality healthcare services and other social determinants of health play an important role in ensuring birthing people have positive outcomes such as safe and healthy pregnancies and births. In 2019, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, or CDC, published a report stating that about 60% of the pregnancy-related deaths that occur annually in the United States are preventable. We know that roughly 1/3 of these deaths are due to heart disease and stroke. We know that stark racial and ethnic inequities exist, especially for Black women and American Indian and Alaska Native women. We know that listening to and involving pregnant people, families, communities, as well as the community health workers, doulas, midwives, nurses, doctors, and public health workers who care for them is key to improving maternal health. We also know that addressing the health of individuals before and beyond pregnancy is essential. Collaboration and strategic partnerships are instrumental in ensuring that mothers, parents, and babies have positive experiences and outcomes. The Maternal Health Learning and Innovation Center is committed to supporting maternal health practitioners in public and clinical settings by sharing best practices and promising innovations. Our goal is to ensure that every pregnancy, birth, and postpartum experience is a healthy and positive one through policy, innovation, and engagement.
I'm Devin Lewis. I work for Raleigh Founded. I am our on-staff graphic designer, but I also have my own design company, Devin Lewis Designs. I'd say the biggest benefit has been some of the lasting connections I've made, people who I'd like to keep in my life for a long time, and them giving me the opportunity to do our rebrand. My work with our rebrand has afforded me other opportunities. So far, that's been a pretty great experience. I've been working to make sure that people of different walks of life feel like they're welcome and they can see themselves in the things that we're doing.
Walking in someone else's shoes, seeing it from a different view, learning to appreciate how differences for the better. So much more than our backgrounds, deeper than a hue or a pronoun. As unique as you are, you yourself are strong. Let's bring the change, put the work in. Let's bring the change, gotta put the work in. Let's bring the change, it's all worth it. We all belong, we all deserve, we all have voices to be heard. It's who we are, the grass is greener when we see the other side. Even if courage is borrowed, then there's hope for our tomorrows. And believe we're all worth it, can be the change, put the work in. We all deserve, we all have voices to be heard. It's who we are, who we are, who we are. Yeah, take some courage and a little bit of unknown, mixed with kindness and watch how it grows. It's who we are, it's who we are. To be the change, we gotta put the work in. Let's be the change, put the work in. You put the work in, you gotta put the work in.
This sound like Quill.
Nice to meet you, Bull City. We're Earfluence, and we produce over 20 podcasts for entrepreneurs, businesses, and thought leaders in the Triangle and beyond.
And we recently moved to downtown Durham, right here at American Underground.
If you're a creative entrepreneur, you know that finding the right space to support your projects can be difficult and usually very expensive. That's where we and you come in.
We partnered with American Underground to build this podcast studio, where all AU members have access to equipment to help them sound their best.
And we're so excited to celebrate this new space with you today as we're live streaming 8 episodes at this podcast marathon.
To learn more about us, visit www.earfluence.com.
But for now, enjoy this episode. Welcome back to the Earfluence podcast studio in American Underground. We are on our 5th episode of our podcast marathon, and I am so excited to introduce this one because it is one of my favorite podcasts, over 100 episodes of what is going on in and around the Triangle. If you're watching us live, make sure you share it with a friend. Tell them to go to podcastmarathon.com. We're also on Discover Durham's YouTube channel. And give us a thumbs up. Give us a comment, and we'll put those in the show as well. But with that said, I'm going to introduce the host of the WRAL Out and About podcast, Miss Kathy Hanrahan. Kathy, take it away.
This is exciting. I'm not in a place where I'm with people normally, so I'm very excited now. With the pandemic, I've been doing all these via Zoom. So to have a person sitting across from me and another person, and then people over there, I'm just like, whoa, I can't wear my pajamas. I can't be, it's amazing. I'm just so happy when you guys asked if I could do this, because number one, it got me out of the house, but also it gave me a chance to talk with someone amazing from Durham Performing Arts Center. That's one of the first places I think I went to whenever we moved here. It's an amazing place. So I'm with Megan.
Hello.
Megan, you are the community outreach. You're the person that connects to the community. You're like that. That's your job. Tell me a little bit more about what you do at Durham Performing Arts Center.
Sure. I am the community engagement manager. So my job, it spans over a couple different things, but mainly I focus on making what we do accessible to our community. That can be through youth educational opportunities, affordable ticket initiatives, drives, connecting with some of our community partners. There's a lot of different things that I touch on. It's pretty wide.
It's a fun job. I think you got a pretty fun job.
I think I have the most fun job at DPAC. I firmly believe that.
So I feel like a community is only as strong as its partners. It's kind of a nice symbiotic kind of relationship between the two. Tell me more about the type of initiatives you guys have going at Durham Performing Arts Center. I mean, it's been around since 2008. Which is when I got here, which is kind of weird. It's like I started living here in 2008, and all of a sudden, you guys just popped up. It was like we're together. So I feel like it's always been there for me. I've always seen it, and I've always gone to shows there. So what do you guys do to kind of connect and keep that the Durham community involved?
Well, that's basically one of the main things of my job. I hope that we can say we're doing a lot, but I also want to say that we couldn't do anything that we do without our community. If the community wasn't supportive and fierce advocates for DPAC, we wouldn't be able to have the amazing tours and performers that we do on our stage. So we all, no matter what our job is, give a lot of thanks back to our community just for that support. But the things that I do through my day-to-day work at DPAC, I have, again, affordable ticket initiatives. The biggest one is DPAC for All, and that is resident discounts. So any Durham resident can get a $15 to $20 ticket to any of our Broadway shows.
What?
Well, most of our Broadway shows.
Most people don't know that, I feel like.
No, and I'm really trying to get the word out. So I'm thrilled to talk to you today.
We're telling them right now. So if you live, if you live in Durham, you can do that.
Yeah.
Because it is expensive sometimes to go to the shows.
I mean, it is. It really is, especially for the huge shows. So this is a great opportunity to get a super discounted rate to see these amazing Broadway shows that are coming through Durham. And then there's also some concert and comedies that slide into that DPAC for All discount as well. So it's really easy to use. You can just call our ticket center and mention you want a DPAC for All seat, and they'll give you that price. And you can also do that at the ticket window.
That's nice. All right. Well, that's a great initiative. Let's talk about for the theater kids.
Okay.
I assume were you a theater kid growing up? Were you a kid who was into drama or music or arts or anything like that?
I dabbled in theater. I mean, in middle and high school, I definitely was in our school plays and musicals.
Which
and
ones did you do? Do you have any memorable ones that you were like, that's the show
that
broke you, or that just made you?
I was in Wizard of Oz and Oklahoma and things like that. But there were, I was just in the chorus and nothing special. I think the doors that really opened to me in the arts were all in dance. I studied ballet pretty seriously growing up. I had amazing instructors. I studied under Jean-Pierre Bonnefou and Patricia McBride, who were Balanchine dancers. They were famous Balanchine dancers. And then also Rebecca Massey-Wiley she had a career dancing for ABT. So I just had this incredible exposure to dance, and I met a lot of people through them who really molded me as an artist from a young age. And I actually tried to shy away from that. I think when you're really young and you're talented and you spend all of your extra time focused on your art, then you're like, wait, I don't feel developed in all of these other ways. So I went to college with a fierce agenda of not being a dancer, and I wound up at Holland's University, which lo and behold has an amazing modern dance program that's very connected to the American Dance Festival, which is here in Durham. So I would spend my summers here, and I watched shows at DPAC right after they opened in 2008, and I fell in love with Durham. It's just such an amazing place for artists, and it's one of the major reasons that I ended up moving here. And it's kind of all come full circle because I was this young artist who benefited from exposure from these really talented dancers and performers, and loved Durham. And now here I am. My main job is to find opportunities with our touring performers, Broadway shows, et cetera, connecting them with the youth in Durham and giving them master classes and educational opportunities.
That's what I wanted to ask about.
Yeah.
And I was kind of going in that whole direction, Triangle Rising Stars, but you've also got the Next Broadway type program, which is like a Broadway boot camp kind of a thing. It's like you go and you learn all this stuff. And I'm like just my little theater kid kind of heart, I mean, I was in some plays and of course they always do musicals. And when you can't sing, it doesn't or you can't dance, which obviously you can dance. It doesn't do me much good, I was cast as a variety of chorus members in Guys and Dolls. So I did Guys and Dolls.
Yeah, I think we did Guys and Dolls too, but I don't even remember what my role was. It was so small.
I was a tourist, and then I was a dancer in one of the clubs, and I had to climb on a table. Wow. And I remember very distinctly having to climb on a table in some very tall shoes. And I also remember that my dress had a slit in it, and I didn't really realize how high the slit was. And I happened to be sitting like this to the audience, and I ended up with my whole leg and I heard about it for like the rest of the week. It was just like my mom was like, I cannot believe that. I'm like, Grandma made the outfit. It wasn't my fault. So, I mean, we had to dress. It was pretty crazy, but we had to get everyone to get the costumes and do all these things. And but it was a lot of fun, and I remember that camaraderie. Mm-hmm. I'm just working on a production. So tell me more about the programs that you're working with the youth, especially like the teenagers who are trying to kind of maybe move on.
Yeah. I mean, well, you're asking me about probably my favorite part of my job. So I'm happy to talk about Next Stop Broadway and Triangle Rising Stars. Next Stop Broadway that you touched on, you called it kind of a boot camp. Yeah. That's not inaccurate. It's a summer program for students ages 10 through 17. And it's something that DPAC essentially hosts. It's directed by a man named Tony Parisi. He has a really incredible resume, Broadway veteran. He's been through it all, and he's a very talented man. And he started Next Stop Broadway at a different venue in a different part of the U.S. And he basically takes this program to a few different places across the U.S., and we're one of them. We have 100 students come together. They become called cast members, and they train with Tony and his team of other professionals that he's put together over the years. And they teach bits of musical numbers, but then also the cast members have an opportunity to create their own unique skits and stuff too. And then at the end of the week, that's all presented for their friends and family on DPAC's stage, and it's a really special culmination of the week on DPAC's stage.
It must be amazing to get out there. Now, do you have anything for writers, people who are aspiring writers? Or is it just maybe acting at this point? Maybe that might be something. Because I was always a writer, and I always wanted to write.
Well, I will say I have a Performing Arts Ambassadors program, and they have a blog. So they actually do write and they video blog about their experiences. My ambassadors, that's a group of about 20 to 30 high school students across central North Carolina. They're selected in the fall, and they get to come to a wide variety of DPAC's shows, and they shadow our staff members, and then they attend shows, and they report on their experiences on that video blog or like written blog posts. So there's a lot of writing opportunities there, and it's all on our website, so people can read their reviews and what they're up to.
And I know I see them on social media all the time, and they get to work with you guys, and it's amazing. Just DPAC is an amazing place. I feel like I'm doing an ad for it. Like, it's an amazing place. There's just something special about walking into a theater, especially now after all the time we've had. But you walk in and you just have this feeling, especially before you see a Broadway show. There's just like this transformation that happens in front of you. You're being transported somewhere else. Tell me about some of those experiences that you've had with going into theater and just seeing a really great show. Like, what are some of your shows that you've really enjoyed? Maybe Broadway, and also you can talk about concerts and other shows that have come through at DPAC and not at DPAC.
Okay. Well, at DPAC, that's such a huge question. There's so many wonderful things that I've seen.
You have to break them down. You have to like break it down, like, maybe touring shows, maybe,
Yeah. Okay, I will say that my my favorite Broadway show ever of all time, no matter where I'm seeing it, is Les Mis. And I did get to see it at DPAC, and no matter where I'm seeing it, I cry at that show. It hits me in that spot. But my other favorite Broadway shows that I've seen at DPAC, I really loved Cabaret. Who wouldn't enjoy Kinky Boots? And then you can't not mention Hamilton.
You have to mention Hamilton every time.
Yeah,
It's
and
just...
I will say I had like such an amazing experience when Hamilton was here, because that cast was just the most friendly, down-to-earth, kind group of people. I had the pleasure of coordinating a really large masterclass educational workshop for Durham Public Schools while Hamilton was here, and I worked with Nick Walker, who was Aaron Burr in the tour.
So good.
He's so good. He's so good. And he was one of the most powerful masterclass leaders that I think I've worked with. I mean, there were students, he pushed students to a place in their own like vulnerability while they were presenting monologues or solos for him to like, workshop with. And I mean, he had teachers in tears, the students in tears. He just really like got everybody to that.
He knew how to, and that's a gift. That's such a gift, because not everyone can do that.
No, I mean, I just won't forget that. And I will also say, like, I've stayed in touch with a lot of the Hamilton cast members. We still text each other from now and then. They're just like that cool. So that for Broadway, I think those are probably the top for me. I also have really enjoyed some of the comedians that have come through. I really liked John Mulaney when he was here.
He seems like a nice person.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get to meet him, but I was an audience member that night, and I had a great time.
He's got a baby now.
I heard there's a lot of drama.
There's a lot of drama going on with him, but he does have a baby, and that baby is adorable.
I have no doubt.
Oh my goodness, that child is so cute. So hopefully everything's going well, John Mulaney. We'll at you later. See what's up.
Yeah. I'm also excited for Chris Rock. We just announced that he's coming back.
So good.
Yeah.
It's going to be so good.
Yeah. So that'll be really fun. So,
I mean, he's been here before. Like, he's done the whole thing before.
Yes.
So
yes,
I imagine he would be really cool to like meet.
Yeah. Maybe we should try to meet him.
We should just maybe we should try and meet. I would love to try. Let's go try. I mean, we can make.
We know where the stage door is.
And you kind of have it in. You have a badge.
I do have a badge.
We shouldn't tell everyone our plans in front of like everyone who's watching.
This was our first mistake.
This is our first mistake. We'll make sure we don't include that information for everyone to follow us. I can understand. We've had some great shows. I've seen Jerry Seinfeld there. Fantastic. We've seen Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, I almost mentioned him. That's the most fangirling I've done.
Really?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
My
Yes.
husband fangirled over him. He loves that, like the podcast he does. He loves all of the stuff about space and science.
Did he watch Cosmos?
Oh, he loved Cosmos.
Yeah.
He's all about that. So I thought I was going to be in for a night of just like space and science. And I was expecting like I'm going to fall asleep. But it was so good. It was so good. And we were able to kind of get in there and do the little VIP. So we got to like meet him. My husband was so happy. I don't think I could ever buy him a gift in life that could be greater than seeing Neil deGrasse Tyson for him, because he really enjoyed that. So it was a nice experience. Yeah, it was fun. We've seen a lot of stuff here. We've seen Peppa Pig live, which she's coming back.
Yep.
The pig.
Always around, Peppa Pig.
Yeah, she is. She is. Yeah. And my 2-year-old, I'm sure will want to go to that. You've had Blippi.
Yes.
You've had Blippi, which I am deeply ingrained in right now because my daughter loves to watch Blippi all the time on YouTube.
I've been learning about these things. I don't have children, so
You're very lucky not to know
learn about a
Blippi.
lot of these. I mean, the shows I watched when I was a kid like aren't on tour. Like, where's Arthur on tour, and where's
my daughter
Magic
watches
School Bus?
My daughter watches Arthur all the time.
I could still sing you the theme song to Arthur.
Oh, she loves Arthur, and she has this little game. Because we're totally off the rails now, but she's got this little game, and it's on her iPad, and it's Arthur. It's like an Elwood Thanksgiving, and she's feeding everyone for Thanksgiving, and she puts food on their plate.
That's sweet.
And she just nonstop just makes cakes and feeds them, and
There you go.
Arthur has not gone away.
I'm glad to hear
He
that.
is still around, but he's not on tour. Not like Blippi, not like you've had Paw Patrol, which I know is a really hot one as well. That's I feel like there's a variety for everyone. I feel like that's what's been a lot of fun to go and see shows with my children, but also be able to say, okay, mommy's going to go and see, Book of Mormon. You were not invited.
Yeah. Definitely don't invite your 2-year-old to Book of Mormon.
No, not the 9-year-old yet either. No, but no, Book of Mormon was one of the ones I remember seeing here. And it was funny because David Crabtree was like sitting down the aisle from me. He works at WRL with me, and he's like ordained and everything. And he's sitting down from me the whole time. I'm just like, hey, David, what you think? What you think, David? He's just crying, laughing so hard. He was loving it. It's one of his favorite shows. So we were talking, but usually a lot of the WRL folks, we end up there the same night. So we'll end up seeing shows. And I have to say, Ken Smith is probably, I call him, he's the GOAT for this thing. Like he goes to all the shows with his wife. He has a lot of fun. The guy is smart enough. He goes to the Lexus Club or the VIP Club, and he always puts cookies in his wife's purse to have during that second right after intermission.
There you go.
It's the Ken Smith, tip. Always take the cookies and wrap them up and then save them so you can enjoy them during that second act. You don't have to,
Yeah, that's a smooth move.
I never thought that far ahead.
Yeah. I mean, there's also some pretty good Chex Mix in the President's
There
Club
is. There's there. It's worth getting the membership, the fanciness to
just
go back
for
there.
the Chex Mix.
Just for the Chex Mix. I mean, that's I snuck in there for Chex Mix one time, but it's a really cool place, and it's one of those venues that I feel like you don't really have a bad seat. I mean, I've sat up on the roof to see Kathy Griffin long ago, and then I'm trying to think who else I've seen there. We've seen a lot of comedy there, and Kelly Clarkson when she performed there. And
I think that must have been before I worked at DPAC. That's cool.
Probably
I
was
didn't know
Kelly
Kelly Clarkson was at DPAC.
Oh, she performed at DPAC. And Clay Aiken was in the audience.
Well, I know Clay.
Yes, Clay. So I was going to bring that back to the Clay Aiken. Here we go.
Well done. Yeah, we're besties. No, we're not. No, Clay is the host of Triangle Rising Stars, which is probably the biggest lift of my job, which I work on that year round. So
that's a huge event coming up, right?
Yeah. We are going to be in person again. Triangle Rising Stars will be at DPAC on May 11th, hosted by Clay Aiken. And I guess I could tell you a little bit about it, because I'm not sure everybody will know.
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people don't know a lot about it. So
yeah. Triangle Rising Stars is a regional awards program. It's part of the National High School Musical Theater Awards, which is also known as the Jimmy Awards. The Jimmys are run by the same people who coordinate the Tony Awards each year. So if you think about how big the name the Tony Awards are, that's basically how big that feels for our high school students across the country. So we have a regional program here that allows high schools and students here and all across central North Carolina to apply, and I send judges out year-round to review high school musical theater, and then that culminates in May on DPAC stage, and we have 20 high school students that are considered the top 20, and they perform on DPAC stage, and from there to our announced Best Actor and Best Actress, and they go on to compete on the national level at the Jimmy Awards.
Amazing.
But there's a lot of other awards that that happen at that ceremony. It's not just Best Actor, Best Actress. There's a whole lot of things that are recognized. So it's a great opportunity to just recognize arts in our education system and accomplishments in a lot of areas, tech, ensemble. It's not just the stars that are being celebrated. So,
well, yeah, it's a whole celebration of the arts in North Carolina, and that's just so cool that it happens. You can go see it at DPAC, and also Clay Aiken's going to be there. I have never met Clay Aiken.
Yeah, well,
in all my time at WREL, I have never met him. I've met his mom. I've met everyone but Clay Aiken.
Well, he's been a really amazing addition to our Triangle Rising Stars team. I'm so lucky. I have a really strong team of local professionals that are really passionate about Triangle Rising Stars, and they do amazing things for this program. It's not only Clay Aiken, it's Freddie Lee Heath. He choreographs everything for Triangle Rising Stars, and we have Mark Hopper with McGregor Hall, and he provides a full band for Triangle Rising Stars. He does all of our musical arranging. He's just incredible.
It's going to be so much fun.
Yeah. It's just a lot of really talented people who somehow are here in North Carolina and they are happy to support the passion of these high school theater kids. And you were talking about the community that high school theater kids have. It's so special. And this is one of those moments where we just kind of get to watch that happen and watch how they support each other and lift each other up and celebrate each other.
You foster that growth a lot. And I feel like that goes back to what you do as a community engagement, and how you're connecting everybody together.
Yeah.
I have my little questions here. If everybody sees my little sheets of paper. So neat. Everything's very neatly here. We talked about the Tonys. You mentioned the word Tonys. And
I did.
We got to talk about the Tonys.
I know. Okay, well, I heard
Have you ever been to the Tonys?
I haven't, and I heard that you got to go, so I'm fiercely
I did.
jealous.
Okay,
I want to
so-
hear about your
Okay.
experience.
All right. So, I'm looking over here. I'm like, we need to come up with a plan. Okay, along with the Chris Rock thing. Okay,
Yeah.
we need to come up with this plan for us to go to the Tonys.
I agree.
Okay, so the year I went to the Tonys, we did not have tickets to go on the red carpet. Like, we didn't have red carpet access. Like, we got denied for whatever reason. And we stood next to the red carpet, and we live streamed using, like, our phones. So we were live off the red carpet. And we only got one person to, like, walk over close by, and it was Felicia Rashad.
Wow.
And she was gorgeous. And she was just walking around, and I'm like,
Wow.
and I couldn't breathe. And then we saw Helen Mirren, and I couldn't breathe again. And I really couldn't breathe because I was in this beautiful dress from Justin LeBlanc from Project Runway. Shout out to him. He is an amazing designer. Lent me 2 dresses to wear. And my little buddy who was handling Deepak stuff, Sammy, who shout out if Sammy's out there, because I miss you, Sammy. She was handling social media, and so she was there with me. And Sammy also had a Justin original as well. She was wearing. We looked fantastic. We got our makeup done over at Sephora. We didn't even get a glam squad. We went to Sephora, and then we went to the blow dry bar, and we had our hair done, and we rolled up and stood next to that red carpet like we owned it. And my dress was made completely of zip ties.
Oh my gosh.
Completely of zip ties.
Wow.
That's very uncomfortable, but it was gorgeous.
Yes, sitting in something like that sounds very...
Oh, yeah. I had never thought about sitting in it. And then I realized I had to sit in it. So
I want to see pictures of
I
it.
will. We will. We'll have pictures. We'll definitely share photos, but I had zip ties. And it was really, really cool. And I had to shove little napkins down my shirt to protect my stomach because my stomach was like very irritated from the material. And so I just kept going back to the bar and just grabbing more napkins. And I'm like, thank you. And we sat there the whole time and we just killed our phones because we were tweeting because we didn't have anybody back here doing anything. So we were doing all of the social at the awards. So we're sitting at the Tonys, like literally tweeting the entire time, like killing our phones. She went back to the hotel and I decided I was going to go celebrity watching. Actually, before that, before we took our seats, I happened to notice like there was this man. And he looked really familiar. And so I'm walking, and I'm trying to be really cool and not fall down in the shoes and the outfit. And I'm walking. And I see this guy, and he's staring at me. And I'm like, he looks really familiar, and I don't want to stare. Then I realize it's Sting.
Oh, my gosh.
And Sting is looking at the dress like, what is this, And all of a sudden, somebody like tapped me, and I turned around. And of course, then I don't get my picture with Sting, and I'm so frustrated.
But you had a conversation starter.
Yeah, Sting was totally like, what is that? And then Helen Mirren stopped and told me she loved my dress.
Wow.
And I was like, I love you so much. So that was a great moment. And anyway, Sammy went back to the hotel to rest. And I decided I wasn't going to sleep because I was in New York and I felt like Cinderella. And I changed dresses to like this really cool white dress that I had from Justin. And I said, I'm going to go stand outside of the plaza and see if they'll let me into the party, even if I could just like watch the people. So I stood there, and a woman got out of a limo and she said, does anybody just need one ticket? And I was like, I'm by myself. And she's like, here, I'm a vocal coach. I go every year. I'm tired. Take this ticket and have the best night of your life.
Wow. How cool.
And I was like, okay. It was just luck. And I got to walk in. And the first person I see in there is Monica Lewinsky.
Oh, my gosh.
And I was like the most random person. I mean, I was random. Like, what is she here? I was like, hi. So she was hanging out, and I saw Sting again. And I was like, hey, Sting. Like,
now you're best friends.
I waved from a distance. I changed dresses. He might have not recognized me. And I ended up sitting next to Helen Mirren and her brother. And they were like partying. So I sat like adjacent to them. And I'm telling you, anytime you can get into the plaza, at all is a big deal. But you get in there for a party like that, and you get to see Helen Mirren drinking champagne and eating cupcakes till 2 a.m. in the morning when they literally had to say, Helen, the party's over. And her and all of her friends who were just as old as she is, like they were partying, like they were having so much fun and laughing. And I'm just a fly on the wall sitting there holding my shoes because my feet were so sore and my feet were just on the concrete on the floor. And and her brother's like, you must have such sore feet. And he starts talking to me, and I'm like, it's the closest I'm ever going to get to actually talking. You're really talking to her. So she is as beautiful and amazing as you would expect. But she was just chilling there. I can also tell you Darren Criss is pretty amazing because he was also there. And
He's been to DPAC too. I've seen his signature.
He was there. Well, he was there with Leah Michelle.
Leah Michelle, yeah.
They had a great show.
Yeah. I watched a little bit of that
He's
show.
very friendly. I've never met Leah, but he's very friendly. He was very excited because at the plaza, they had little areas set up with the different foods. You could kind of walk and go get like frozen yogurt and just walk around with your frozen yogurt. It was very random, and they had like these crepes. And Darren Criss was so excited because he was like, these crepes are the best crepes I've ever had in my life. Have you had the strawberry crepes? You have to get the straw. And he was like, just go over and get. So he was like bringing them over, and he was talking all about this food because he was. And I didn't think a lot of people ate, in Hollywood. I figured they all worried about their figures.
Yeah.
He was just eating, and he was having fun. And his now wife was like, we got to get going. We got to come on. I said, are you his handler? And he goes, she's been handling me for so long, for so many years. And she's like, yeah, I'm his girlfriend. And it's just, oh my God. She was rolling her eyes because she was ready to roll.
Yeah.
And he just wanted to talk and visit because he was talking about kinky boots because he was getting ready to do kinky boots.
Gotcha.
And he was obsessed with kind of, doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my little Tony's moment of like being the fly on the wall. And that was Your Fun Home, won a whole bunch of stuff.
Okay,
So for
cool.
context,
Yeah.
that was good. And that was
Yeah.
a lot of fun.
That's awesome.
Kathy's little weird little stories about celebrities. How you go?
I'm so jealous.
Don't be jealous.
That's amazing.
We'll hatch our plan and we'll go and we'll find ourselves some really fun celebrities.
Yeah, we have some plans. I'm really glad that we
on
sat
that.
down today.
Get on that. It's good stuff though because you get to meet people that you otherwise wouldn't meet. Because they come to this amazing arts center.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the things I love is the fact that we can show up and see these amazing people on stage, whether they're local performers like, these high school students, or whether it's someone like Jerry Seinfeld.
Right.
Or God, who else is coming up? We've got so many people coming up. We've got Oklahoma coming up. I know we've got
I'm
Broadway.
very excited about Oklahoma. Did you see that? I saw it on Broadway, the revival on Broadway.
I did not see it on Broadway.
It blew me away. I don't know if I'm a minority here, but I am more excited about Oklahoma in our current season than any other show that's on the lineup.
What's coming up there? We got a few things
It's the
coming
next
up.
one.
Next one is Oklahoma. What else do we have coming up?
Oh man. Let's see.
Is Hamilton coming
Switching
up?
gears.
Isn't
We do have Hamilton.
Hamilton is coming
but I don't
up.
think that's in our actual season. We have
No, it's an
Jesus
add-on.
Christ Superstar. We have To Kill a Mockingbird and Oklahoma and Pretty Woman. And I think that's everything in the current season. Yes. I think that's
And then
everything.
the upcoming season, Frozen.
Yes.
Frozen.
Frozen.
Are you excited about Frozen?
I'm very excited about
I
Frozen.
mean, the music in Frozen is amazing anyway.
I'm
but
glad that it's going to be here for a good length of time.
I think people will like it. I think it'll be a great family-friendly show you can go to. But you got Frozen, Moulin Rouge.
Yes, Moulin Rouge. There's a bunch of shows I've never
so
seen
many good
coming up
shows
in
coming
the
up.
next season.
A lot of great music.
Yeah, there's 6 coming up. I've not seen that
Oh yeah,
either.
I've heard so many good things about 6. And then you've
too.
got Jagged Little Pill.
Yes.
For all of the 90s.
I've heard really good things about
Hello.
that as well. Yeah. 90s.
90s.
So I grew up in the 90s. So I'm
It's for
very,
the 90s kids.
Yeah.
It's for the 90s kids.
I'm
know.
excited about
I see.
that.
I'm old. No, I grew up in the 80s and 90s. So I'm kind of one of those kids that I remember. You're more 90s than me.
I mean,
more
I was
80s.
born in the 80s, but
You remember the 90s better.
Yeah, I mean, I was like 2
Oh.
so in like the 80s. So yeah, the 90s were definitely
The 90s were your
I have a
time.
lot more memories there.
So definitely like the shows like Jagged Little Pill will be kind
very
of hit home for
special.
that.
Yeah, for sure.
Some of my favorite shows that have come to DPAC have been like Come From Away.
Yes.
That show blew me away.
Mm-hmm.
It just Come From Away, Dear Evan Hansen.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Hamilton and Book of Mormon. I mean, there's so many good shows that I feel like I've seen.
Yeah.
And I feel like I think there was one, the one that I did see that was so it was so odd. I'd never seen Willy Wonka ever in my life. Like, I've never seen The Chocolate Factory, nothing, none of the
Like the
movies,
movie?
not
Oh,
the
wow.
movie. I've never read the books. So I went and saw the show, and I was like, this is so dark. I had no idea. And I got teased so badly because I had never seen anything with Willy Wonka.
Wow.
So to see the show on stage, it was like I was coming in completely blind.
That's how I felt with Hadestown that was recently here, because I didn't know any of the mythology. The music was so fun. I thoroughly enjoyed the show, but not having a strong knowledge of the mythology going into watching that show, I was a little like, what is going on? What's the drama? And then I did my homework, and I have a deep appreciation now, but I was a little like, I don't get why this is a big deal. Now I totally get it now. But that was a really fun show. Did you see Hadestown?
I did not see Hadestown.
Oh, okay.
I was still in hibernation.
Got you.
Because, it's hard. It's been hard out there to kind of get back into going places. So I'm easing back. This is a big step for me being here. But we're slowly starting to get back to be able to see shows and everything.
Yeah.
So I unfortunately did not see it. But you've got me ready for the next time that I get to hopefully see it when it comes back around.
I'm sure it will. They always do. They
most
circle
shows
through.
do come back around. So I'm looking at our notes and everything to see, because we've got so many things I wanted to make sure that we touched on throughout our time. How long have you been at DPAC?
I started at DPAC in 2015. I started in a different capacity. I was hired in the ticketing center, and I was doing customer service related things. And then I worked for Blumenthal Performing Arts before I worked for DPAC, and I'd always been really interested in what their educational department was doing. And so when the opportunity to apply for this community engagement job opened up, because it has a lot of the educational components to it, I jumped at the opportunity to apply, and here I am.
There's a whole new team there. I feel like everyone is just so many great people. They've moved on to do other things that are fantastic.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to get to know the team there, because we've had some fun times. Like, we've gone to New York to see some different shows. I don't know if you've ever heard about the time that we had to we traveled in the private jet.
I did hear about that, and I saw pictures. Yes, I heard all about that. That seems so fun.
Well, we did go, and someone had to sit in the bathroom. Did you ever hear that story?
No,
the fact that not everyone could fit?
That part was not shared with us.
Yeah, not everyone could fit. It was rather interesting, the fact that not everyone could fit in the seats. We had to have someone ride in the bathroom. So someone sat on the...
Who drew that straw? Like, how did you choose who sat in the bathroom?
Well, they volunteered.
Oh, okay.
And it was really funny, because they were like, I'll just sit back here. It's fine. And they just sat on the toilet, literally had to sit on a toilet in the back. And they were like, if anybody has to go, let me know. We all sat there like little rock stars, all of us sitting there in our little private jet taking our trip. But it was the funniest and weirdest experience, because we were getting in that jet and we were all like...
But still cool, you can say that you've been in a private jet.
We could say we were in a private jet, and I said it ruined us, because then we all were like, oh, this is just... I mean, they said, you can have your popcorn. They gave us popcorn, and we were like, what? We can eat popcorn and like drink Fiji water? We were like, this ruined us. It ruined us for life.
That's really special. That's really cool
that was a special
happened.
moment.
But yeah, you're right. We have a really great group of people. Then and now, we have a lot of new energy at DPAC right now. It's been really fun coming back from being working from home, not really in the building so much, getting to know kind of the new team. It's been really fun. There's a lot of young energy at DPAC now, and I feel like things are like shaking up a little bit. We're having fun.
I like that we've got so many new people for me to meet.
Yeah,
because I'm like, there's so many great people.
It's like a whole new team. Yeah, it's definitely a whole new team.
I love it. I love the fact I have all these new people to meet. Especially there's someone sitting over there who I haven't even met.
Yeah.
So I'm waving. It's your new social media.
Yeah. Well, digital marketing. Yeah.
Alexander, right? Yep. So hi, Alexander. I know you're not on camera, but we're saying hi to you anyway. I mean, you're over there. He's over there observing from the couch. That's what you guys can't see, the behind the scenes excitement that goes on.
Behind the scenes.
Behind the scenes fun. So is there anything else you think people need to know about what you do, or any funny stories about what you do? Or any funny fan encounters or fangirl moments?
Those are so many questions.
Just throw it. Hey, it's rapid fire. Just go
okay.
there.
All right.
Share.
Well, things that I haven't touched on that are kind of new that I've just recently started that I'd love to share. I have something called Deepak's Local Hero Spotlight. People in the community can nominate others that are doing really great things in service to their community or family, and then we review those nominations and we gift VIP ticket packages to a wide variety of shows that we have. That includes 2 great center orchestra seats, access to the President's Club Lounge, so that Chex Mix,
they
those
can get
cookies,
the Chex Mix and the cookies, get the cookies.
And VIP parking.
So you can't beat that. You want that VIP parking.
So basically, these heroes that we're spotlighting, also we try to help spread the word of all of their good work that they're doing. So we have social media posts to kind of elevate what those organizations and those people are doing. And I have an inclusion project that's fairly new as well. And basically, we have some shows that do want to give back to the community, and so if they can come to me and say, "Hey, Megan, I would love to gift some seats to deserving community members. Can you help me do that?" I actually have a place on our website right now where local charities, nonprofits, youth-driven organizations, etc., can sign up for my inclusion project. And when I do get those requests from shows, I use that list and I reach out and provide complimentary ticket options. And this just started, and so far this season, I think we have close to 1,500 seats that have been distributed through the Inclusion Project.
Wow.
So a lot of brand new faces coming into the building for the first time through that project. So if you're listening to this and you think that you work for some place that might apply, please put your name on that list.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, it's a really awesome program. So I'm really excited to see how that continues to grow.
And you bring people through the door the first time, and then they realize it's more accessible. I think it's very daunting sometimes to go to a show for the first time and walk in and then this place, it's so big, and then you realize, oh, it's something for everyone.
There really is something for everyone, and I think that it's a bit of a misconception because that Deepak is just a very expensive place to be. What I'm trying to do slowly through my day-to-day work is share that there are many opportunities for affordable tickets, for complimentary tickets, especially for people that have never had a chance to see a show. I have all these things in the works. So if you have any questions, reach out to me because I probably have an option or two to get you into.
And they
the
can
building.
get there through the website, right? They can reach out to you through Deepak and see.
There's a community tab, and if everything under that tab, that's me. So.
That's awesome. Well,
Yeah.
I'm excited to hear about those programs, initiatives, because I think there's a lot of people that want to get involved, and they maybe didn't know they could do some of these things.
Yeah, exactly.
So, gossip, come on, tell me anybody you've really been excited about meeting or haven't met yet. Maybe you're kind of excited about who's either a show or an artist who's going to be coming to the venue.
Well, I will say, one of the people that I did get to meet, and this is kind of specific to my job, but it was really, really special for me when Mean Girls came through town because English Bernhardt was a part of that tour. And English won Triangle Rising Stars a few years back, so it's really special for me because I pour so much energy into this program, and to watch somebody benefit from what they receive from that program to the point where it's affected the success of their career, and to watch them on tour in starring roles, like what a cool moment for me. And she's just so talented. So I got to watch her in 3 different starring roles of Mean Girls while she was here that week, and that was a very, very special moment for me. I think I hope that I continue to have moments like that for people who graduate through Triangle Rising Stars.
It's a full circle kind of a moment. Mean Girls was good. It was the last show I think I saw
Really?
before the pandemic.
Oh, okay.
I think when the pandemic came through, I think Mean Girls might have been our last stop. Yeah.
Yeah, wow. So I mean, we've had some other great success through Triangle Rising Stars. Last year, Elena Holder actually won the Jimmy Awards, so that's a big deal. I mean, she got $20,000 in scholarship, opportunities to audition for huge Broadway shows, meet with Disney theatrical. She performed in Times Square early fall. So, I mean, just comes with like huge opportunity when you have success like that. So we're really proud of Elena. She'll be back to perform on May 11th.
Oh, great. So she'll be
for Triangle Rising
That's
Stars.
Gonna be so great to
it'll
have
be
her
fun.
back.
It'll kind of be like her DPAC debut, because last year Triangle Rising Stars was completely virtual. So she didn't get to perform on DPAC stage. So it's really cool that she and Joshua will also come. He was our male winner. Jimmy, nominee. So
That's amazing. So they'll both get to take the stage. So that stage, it's prestigious to be able to go and perform.
Have you
on
ever
the
stood
stage.
on it?
I have stood on it.
It's powerful.
Ken Smith got engaged on it. I think he
really?
was just like, here, he's like, what? It's like, I'm going to go ahead and do something big. So he got engaged, I think, on that stage. Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. No, every time I stand on the stage, it just kind of takes your breath away a little bit. I think especially like after the doors were closed for a while, I think all of us at DPAC, we really just feel it. Like it feels magical again. You know, it never stopped feeling magical, but when it's just something that's your day-to-day life, I go into this building every single day. I see the stage every single day. But then like with it being so quiet for over a year, now that things are coming back to life, it just feels magical again, but amplified, you know, because we're all so excited and grateful to be able to do what we love in whatever capacity that is. So it's just been really awesome.
Were you there when the Rockettes came with all of the live animals for the nativity?
Okay, I wasn't, but I have heard stories. I've heard Josh Anderson, our tech director, has talked about that show. I cannot believe that we had wild animals.
There were wild animals, and it was. I went to interview the animals too. I went out there.
How do you interview an animal?
I can tell you don't because they eat your microphone. I had a donkey like eat my microphone. It just took it, and I was like, I was doing like a little live shot thing. I was like, I'll do my stand up next to like a donkey and a camel, and those animals were just grabbing a hold of the microphone, and it was kind of a mess.
Wow.
It was really fun to talk with them and to do this great show, but it was just really funny that I got.
There's some really funny footage.
It ended up like on Yahoo or something, because the people were contacting me, and people were like, it's so funny, it ended up on Yahoo, it'll be on America's Funniest Home Videos, and people were just like cracking up over it. So I mean, I have my moments.
Wow.
Where
well, maybe we can do that again sometime.
Maybe we can do that again.
Josh Anderson would be like, probably no.
Oh, probably no. And this is airing on Discover Durham, I know, YouTube channel.
Oh, cool.
So I have to give a shout out to Margaret.
Yes.
Margaret, not a lot of people know this, but Margaret is an amazing photographer. She was uncredited with her work several years ago with a viral video that she needs credit for. I ate a tarantula over at Bull City Burger, and Margaret was the one that videoed it.
Wow.
And Margaret did it because I didn't have a photographer, and I arranged to eat this tarantula burger thing, and I was like, Margaret, do you think you could just come over and meet me there? And I need somebody to help me shoot it. She's like, oh, sure. I have a meeting at like 2:30. I'm like, okay, it won't take long. I'll start eating fast. So by it was like 2 o'clock or something. So I hurried up and I ate that thing because Margaret needed to get back to a meeting. And Margaret videoed it, and it ended up on the news that night and on the Today Show. And so Margaret's work was
that's amazing.
She live streamed it.
Was Bull City Burger serving
Exotic
spiders?
Meat Month coming up in April.
Oh, okay. Thanks for connecting those.
It's coming up. Yes,
Okay.
coming up in April actually. So it's very timely that we're not far from there. But Margaret, shout out to Margaret, because that was a clutch moment where she came through, and that video ended up making it to the Today Show and everywhere else,
Wow,
all across the globe.
Awesome. I'm gonna have to look that up after this.
Yeah, Margaret needs a shout out for that. So, and if we do it again, Margaret, if you want to come and have a tarantula burger.
They need to bring those tarantula burgers into the Bull City Food and Burger. Don't we have an event at DPAC with like tons of food?
You do have one. You do. Tarantulas are not easy to get, by the way.
I would imagine.
They're very difficult. They only get a certain number of them brought in, and so it's like a big thing to get one to even eat. So I think it was like $30 for the burger and the fries, but I think I got a discount because I didn't get the fries and I didn't get cheese. And that was the craziest expense report that I had to make because it was like 8 tarantula burger. Here is receipt.
What did it taste like?
Well, the tarantula tasted like, I would say it tasted kind of like smoky. And of course, if I had smushed it into the burger, it might have helped. But Margaret was on a time zone. She was in a time crunch. So I didn't want to just slowly eat. So I just picked it up and ate in pieces. And I dipped it in the ketchup.
I'm really glad that you had that experience.
Oh, you're glad I had the experience and not you.
Yep.
Because I have a burger, No, but it's something nearby here, and I always think about that whenever I think about Discover Durham. They do such great work.
Yeah,
you guys do such great work.
Well, Discover Durham is awesome. We work with them in a number of ways, and really grateful for all that they do in the community. Yeah, huge shout out to Discover Durham.
And also American Underground and Earfluence, which we really appreciate you guys letting us kind of come and just get to know each other.
Yeah.
I feel like it was like speed dating. We had a little speed dating session for like an hour where I got to learn all about you.
Yeah.
And you learned way more about me than you ever needed to know.
I learned a lot of great things about you today. I have a number of things I'm going to go home and Google.
No, that's probably not great. But it's a great thing. Out and About podcast, we are returning. We took a little bit of a hiatus, kind of redoing things a little bit, adding some additional hosts. So that's something you guys are going to be excited, I think, to hear. We're going to be taking you more places. I can tease that I'm going on a ghost hunt next month that I hope is going to turn out well. I'm hoping to go to Figure 8 Island, maybe for a little experience there. So we'll see how that goes. That exclusive private island that no one apparently can get into off of the coast.
I've never heard of it.
Well, that's why we're going to try and take you there. So we've got a lot of really cool things coming up with the podcast. You'll have to go to WRL.com and look it Out and About. And I think in April, we're going to have a lot of good stuff.
That's exciting.
That's a little tease for you. So I think we're wrapping up, right? Are we... They're just shaking their heads. They're giving us a thumbs up. 5 minutes. Oh, it's 5 minutes. So are we, is there anything else you want to tell people right before we sign off? I want to make sure people know exactly the website to go to for you guys. So it's DPAC NC.
Yes, dpacnc.com has all of our upcoming events, everything that DPAC's up to. My whole world is under the community tab. So far right hand side of the screen, community will be there. All my programs are listed there, how to contact me as well. So I'm happy to talk about our community initiatives at any time, and I'm really grateful to sit down with you today and get to know you a little bit. This has been a lot of fun. Thank you.
It's been a lot of fun. It's been great to get to know you. WRL Out and About. Just go to WRL.com, search Out and About, and we're WRL Out and About on all social media, including TikTok, which, I got to figure out how to use that. My kid's been teaching me. So, you guys have a fantastic rest of your day, and just check out both of our sites.
We are the innovators, the creators, the risk takers, the movers and shakers, the rule breakers. We're the hustlers, disruptors, kick the dust up, muster up the strength to trust in our strengths. We're a collection of the curious, a posse of problem solvers, a group of grit and ambitious people. They call us underground because that's where seeds grow. They call us underground because we do it different than the mainstream as we turn daydreams into great things. We're different. We may scream, "Hey you," because we're getting your attention. Hey you, the atomic symbol of gold. AU, an alternate universe where we support the fruit of your genius as it unfolds from bold conviction. We're a campus of doers, a herd of helpers, a gaggle of good ideas from go-getters. Don't act like we know better, just that we know something. And take that know something and turn it to mo somethings. We're learners, earners, burners of the midnight oil. And if our night is foiled, we return to soil, underground, and then rise again with our tribe again, and we try again. Hey, you.
Authorities say Jordan died of a single gunshot wound to the chest.
Police have charged 18-year-old Larry Demery and 18-year-old Daniel Green with first-degree murder.
Where did that bullet hole come from? And how is it suddenly there when this case comes to trial?
Is it possible for a man to be shot in his car and authorities not find any blood?
It couldn't have happened as described.
I didn't kill James Jordan. I'm innocent of murder.
Are you looking for diversity education that fits the way you work? The diversity movement offers a new way to improve workplace culture. Anytime, any place. Micro Videos by the Diversity Movement delivers brief, to-the-point insights that teach you how to speak, interact, and lead more inclusively. Our videos are created and curated by proven business leaders and diversity experts. With Micro Videos by the Diversity Movement, it's micro-learning for maximum impact.
The Maternal Health Learning and Innovation Center is a national resource center dedicated to eliminating maternal health inequities and improving well-being for all families in the U.S. It is through collaboration with our experts and stakeholders that we can help to advance maternal health through community and clinical engagement, policy and systems change, and innovations in maternal health. Our team is made up of national maternal and child health organizations to develop and distribute free trainings and webinars to inspire innovation and new policy in maternal health. Learn more about us and the work we're doing to help improve maternal health outcomes. Visit maternalhealthlearning.org.
Forward with NACY, Inspiring Entrepreneurial Action, a podcast that shares the stories of everyday entrepreneurs, entrepreneurial leaders, and the communities that support us. We hope that this diverse collection of stories brings you inspiration, inspires you to take action, and ignites entrepreneurship in your community as we make our way forward together.
My name is Zainab Baloch, and I'm the co-founder of YAP. We're currently working on making and developing an online entertainment platform to engage Generation Z in our democracy. I think Raleigh Founders is a space that's accessible. Raleigh Founded is more than just a host location. It's a place where they really invest in the community. Everyone's really open and supportive. I definitely think Raleigh Founded makes it way more attractive to get really competent and high-level employees. People just come in and are just like amazed with the space right away. And it's not just beneficial to me or the company, it's beneficial to, honestly, an entire community.
This sound like Quill.
Nice to meet you, Bull City. We're Earfluence, and we produce over 20 podcasts for entrepreneurs, businesses, and thought leaders in the Triangle and beyond.
And we recently moved to downtown Durham, right here at American Underground.
If you're a creative entrepreneur, you know that finding the right space to support your projects can be difficult and usually very expensive. That's where we and you come in.
We partnered with American Underground to build this podcast studio, where all AU members have access to equipment to help them sound their best.
And we're so excited to celebrate this new space with you today as we're live streaming 8 episodes at this podcast marathon.
To learn more about us, visit www.earfluence.com.
But for now, enjoy this episode. Welcome back to the Earfluence Podcast Marathon live at American Underground in Durham, North Carolina. This is the 7th episode of our 8-episode series, and it has been amazing so far, and I am so excited for this next episode. But before we get to that, make sure that if you're tuning in, you tell a friend, go to podcastmarathon.com, give us a thumbs up, give us a comment. They'll show up in the live stream, which is pretty cool to see. All right, so this episode is the STEMedia podcast with Dr. Nehemiah Mabry, which is actually on the Ebony Podcast Network. That's right. Ebony Magazine Podcast Network chose Dr. Nehemiah Mabry to be one of their shows, and it is amazing content. So enjoy it. Let me hand it over to you, Dr. Nehemiah Mabry.
Absolutely. Jason, thank you so much. Y'all, welcome to STEMedia. I'm excited. This is the place where we chat with some of the most inspirational and creative people in STEM. And today is no exception because I have in front of me a wonderful guest, a phenomenal guest, Miss Daisy Magnus-Aryitey. Did I do it? I killed it?
You got it.
Oh, man. Yes. Good start. Good start, right?
Well done, Dr. Nee.
How you feeling today?
I'm good. This is my first podcast ever, and
man.
I'm told that this is live, so let's do it.
And you're wearing purple, so you know what that means, right?
What's that mean?
I don't know. I was hoping maybe it meant something good. I was hoping so. But anyway, royalty. There we go. Royalty, dignified. We're excited about this. We're excited about this. So I'm here in your home, I guess, where you're based now, and we're going to get into this as it relates to your profession. But we're coming to you live and direct, straight from American Underground, straight from the underground. Shout out to folks, 8-Ball MJG, Memphis. They know about that connection. But I'm going to ask you this question. What is a random fun fact about yourself, just to break the ice?
Oh, yeah, a fun fact about myself.
Yeah.
Oh, last night I almost bought tickets to go see Janet Jackson in Cleveland. I really would love to go to a Janet Jackson concert, and that hasn't happened yet in my life.
Oh, man, you want to dance with somebody, huh?
Janet
Jackson.
Yeah, Janet Jackson, Rhythm Nation. Yeah, all that.
Oh, my goodness. Janet Jackson's one of the best performers out there.
Ever.
Yeah,
of
yeah.
all time, yeah.
But you said almost bought it. Why did you almost buy it? What happened? You had a last-minute conviction?
No, the tickets just weren't great. Like, the seats weren't great. If I'm going to see Janet, I need Janet to see me. I need to be front and center.
Y'all heard that she said, if I'm going to see Janet, Janet needs to see me. I like that energy, right? Like, y'all both need to go ahead and connect, right? This can't just be a spectator. I got that. All right. So Janet Jackson, one of your favorite artists growing up?
Absolutely. Yeah. So we grew up, my parents were super religious.
Okay.
So we didn't have any kind of secular material or secular music, and we didn't go to the movies. But my mom did buy the Janet Jackson record, and that was just what we played on loop for years.
What? Like vinyl record?
Yeah, vinyl record.
What? Nobody broke it or anything, right? Scratched it or nothing?
It was precious.
Oh, my goodness. You got to keep it flowing. Keep it flowing. All right. Janet Jackson in the house. I like that. Awesome. So you almost bought tickets. So I guess whenever the next one pops up, if you ever comes to North Carolina, you're probably going to make sure y'all can be within eye shot of each other, right?
For sure.
Awesome. Well, cool. Let's talk about this, right? You talked about growing up, and I understand you are originally from Ghana.
Yeah.
Right? Small village outside of Accra?
Yep, that's where I was born. Small village called Mongpong. That's outside of Accra. Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And you moved from there. What can you remember about the move from there? Because you were pretty young.
Yeah, I was 4 years old, but I actually have an incredible memory. That's another fun fact about me. So I do remember, I remember living in Ghana. I remember moving to the U.S. I remember the first time I had a burger from McDonald's. Like just like the sensory, the taste, the feel of it. I remember playing outside with the other kids in the neighborhood, and they didn't understand what I was saying. I didn't understand what they were saying, but we were kids, so we worked it out.
And you're talking about in Ghana, right? So
I'm talking about when I first
moved.
Yeah,
so what state, what region of the United States did you move to?
It was New Mexico, so it's Southwest. Wow. Oh, New Mexico is gorgeous.
Okay.
It's gorgeous, yeah.
I've never been to New Mexico, but I would assume it is quite different from Ghana, or is it kind of similar in terms of the nature and landscape?
Yeah, so it's warm like Ghana, but there's snow in New Mexico. So that was the first time I ever saw snow.
First time, okay.
I remember that too. It was gorgeous.
Yeah. That's awesome. And then y'all ended up somehow in New York. Am I right?
Yeah.
All right, talk about that New York. Give me a little bit more of the narrative. So Ghana, New Mexico. Were there any stops in between there or direct flights?
Lots of stops actually. So we moved to New Mexico after when we first immigrated to the United States. Okay. Then eventually my family moved to Connecticut, and that's where I grew up. I went to college in New Jersey, and then after I got married, my husband and I lived in Brooklyn. New York.
BK.
Yes.
BK, stand up. All right. So out of all those places, we're not going to try to upset too many people. But which one would you say has, a lot of fond memories?
Oh, all of them.
All of them? Yeah, she did the right answer. There you go.
All of them. I mean, Brooklyn was great. New Jersey was wonderful. I love New Jersey. Connecticut is, I still consider it my home.
Yeah.
I miss the snowfall in Connecticut. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Man, awesome. So you got a pretty solid taste of the U.S. after being here at a young age, and you've learned a number of things, right? So, corner of 5th and 22nd?
Yeah.
Bodega in New York and Brooklyn.
Yes.
Something happened, right? You kind of had a epiphany of some sort, or a memorable experience. Talk about that.
Yeah, so after we got married, one of our wedding gifts was this. It's a cookbook from Williams-Sonoma, and their recipes are complex. They're delicious, but everything is super scratch made. So I had this recipe where I had to. It was like a turkey, sort of like a chicken roll up type thing. I don't know. It was bougie and beautiful, but part of the recipe said that I need like a quarter of an ounce of turkey, of deli turkey.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, well, how do I get deli turkey? Like growing up, I never had turkey sandwiches. Like that's just not part of, our culture. And I was like, how do I, like real talk, how do I get turkey? So I went to the deli around the corner from our apartment in Brooklyn.
All right.
And I just had to like stand in the line and just like watch person after person like go up to the counter and order.
You were studying people.
I was studying. I was like, okay, what words do you use in order to acquire this turkey? Like there are lots of turkeys. How do you know which one that you're gonna get? And so just kind of having that experience of like, there's a very kind of common experience that a lot of Americans have, and I'm sort of on the outside. And how do I figure out how to do this thing?
Right.
Kind of opened my eyes to how, how being an immigrant has kind of instilled within me like a capacity to observe and learn through observation, and to be flexible and to kind of grow in ways that are not traditional, right?
True. Yeah.
Like even like the little things are tricky when you're coming from a different culture, and so being able to like push past that kind of discomfort into to get your turkey.
Get your turkey, you know what I mean? Get what you need. And that's crazy because you were in New York too, so it's not like you would have had all the time in the world. If people got to go, right? They would have been able to sit there and watch you try to figure out how do you cut it, or that kind of stuff.
Right. And I wouldn't even have the words to ask, like, how do you get turkey? Like I would have been, I don't even know what kind of looks I would have gotten.
Yeah. So I guess the question is, did the recipe turn out right at the end of the day?
Oh, for sure.
For sure?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So that means you did a good job of ordering it. You got the nice thin slices that you needed, right?
Yeah,
all right.
absolutely.
You stood up there confidently proclaim. And I think that's really important because, as you said, right, coming into this, this new environment, learning things that people probably took for granted, but for you, it's a whole new experience. Really set you down this path of being able to, like you said, learn on the fly, figure things out, know that there is a way to get it done, and sort of work through casual, common experiences in a very systematic and logical way.
Yeah.
And that's what you're able to do, which connects a lot to the world of technology,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
Software development, coding, and things of that nature. So let's talk a little bit about that, because you are the co-director of Code a Dream, and that is an interesting just statement in and of itself, because I understand Code a Dream was instrumental in how you made it to the world of tech.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, sure. So back in 2014, I was a stay-at-home mom, and my kids were getting a little bit older, and so I said, I should go back to work.
Okay.
But having been out of the workforce for several years at that point, like my options were limited.
Yeah.
And so I remember I got a course catalog from the local community college, and I was like, okay, I got to be really pragmatic about this. I need a job that's going to make money. So I could do IT or I could do welding. Those were my two choices.
IT or welding. Wow. You were thinking.
Because those are where the jobs are. That's what's going to make me money. So
okay, respect.
So IT or welding. Right about that time, I stumbled upon an email. And at the very bottom of the email, it said that there was a new organization called Code the Dream, and they were offering free classes to immigrant groups. And I was like, free? That's perfect. I signed up, and I took that class, and just immediately I fell in love with the subject matter.
Yeah.
And then I fell in love with the people that I was learning with as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
So I went through Code the Dream. That was back in January of 2015.
What were you doing before, by the way? I know you were a stay-at-home mom, but what was your career field? I'm just curious because I know people are listening are probably thinking the same path. Like, where did you come from?
Yeah, so in college I studied criminal justice, and my goal was to become a lawyer. So I did go to law school, and I was in law school for a couple of years, and then then I couldn't afford it anymore. It was like around 2007 when the market kind of crashed, and so I did. So I left law school, and then after that I didn't really have any kind of dreams for myself. I just wasn't sure what's next.
No dreams until you were able to code it.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
We were working out stuff. All right, so you went to Code the Dream. You were done with that. What happened after that?
So then I went to another code boot camp that was about 3 months, and then I started at Duke University as a front-end software engineer. And so that road from writing my first line of code in Code the Dream to working full-time at Duke was about 9 months.
Talk about come up. I mean, less than a year, right? So first line of code to now at Duke, and Duke is a pretty reputable brand there. Yeah. And your title was software developer?
Yep.
Get out of here. Software developer at Duke from, your kids, were they young or,
They were 6 and 3, so they were.
Get out of here. Listen, I know somebody's inspired by that. I'm inspired by that just listening to you, right? You went from, of course, in a whole nother field. You were a stay-at-home mom. You want to get back into, some of the workforce outside of the home. Wrote your first line of code. 9 months later, you can walk around. Oh yeah, I'm a software developer at Duke. Nothing big, Decided to change, get dressed, and get out the house, and here I am. So, what was that job like, though? Was it challenging? Did you find yourself exploring any or encountering any what they call, imposter syndrome or anything like that?
No, imposter syndrome is a myth.
Okay, all right. Talk about that.
Yeah, so I don't ascribe to imposter syndrome.
Okay.
Because I think imposter syndrome puts too much of the focus on the individual to solve what is essentially a systemic issue. And so I don't think I struggled with imposter syndrome. I think that there were legitimate times where I was new to the field, and so I didn't know or I didn't understand a concept, and I just needed, help along that way. But it's not because I was an imposter.
Right.
I think I got there because I was good enough. I was in the room because I was good enough.
Right. And you said legitimate. I mean, when you're new to something, who knows all the answers when they first start something?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, there are people who are engineers for 20 years and they still don't know all the answers.
Still Googling, right?
Absolutely.
What's the syntax for this particular operation? I have no idea. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's a good point. I'm glad you brought that up. That's really interesting. And it puts too much focus on the individual. So here you are gaining confidence at Duke. I'm just killing the game, and I believe you went to another spot after that. Am I right? Was it still in higher ed?
So after I was at Duke for a bit, and then I came back to Code the Dream because at that point it was, we had the opportunity to take it from a pilot program to its own standalone nonprofit.
Yeah.
And I was like, Code the Dream changed my life, and I know that it could do the same for others. And so let's do this. Let's make it big.
And I don't know if we pointed this out. When you first did Code the Dream, it was a pilot program.
Yeah.
So you were the pupil.
Yep.
That eventually became the master or the teacher, right? Yeah. But when you first came back, and this is the part I probably didn't know, you came back in another role. What was your role when you came back?
I was the director of programs.
Okay. Got you.
Yeah.
And was that sort of like, intentional that you wanted to come back to Code the Dream after you had, allowed it to upskill you? Was that the goal?
Yeah, it was intentional. I did. I just, it wasn't enough that I got a job. I wanted other people to have a job too.
Yeah.
I wanted other people who just didn't have an opportunity, who didn't see a path forward. I wanted them to have a job in tech, and I want the money that comes with tech, and that feeling of telling people, I'm a developer and this is what I do.
Hey, I like that. Yeah. I like that. It's not enough for you to win. Other people got to win too, right?
We all got to eat.
We all got to eat. Yes, absolutely. So that's what you're doing in even more substantial ways, I would say, because you went from pilot student, right? I mean, obviously it was amazing that you just kind of went from pilot student to software developer in 9 months. But you were tapped from being a student to now becoming an executive director, a co-executive director for this very organization. how did that feel, right? They come and saying like, hey, you know, they probably met you not that long ago, or at least some of the people were probably still there when you were a student, not having a clue about coding. And now, hey, here are the keys, right?
Yeah, it's, you know, I'm humbled every day. I'm grateful every day. It's just simply a dream come true. I think one thing I really value about Code the Dream is that it matters to them that their leadership reflects their student population and the participants, right?
Yeah.
And so being an immigrant woman, being a Black woman, a lot of the participants can look to me and say like, okay, her story is similar to mine. You know, her experience is similar to mine. Because at this point, Code the Dream is 80% people, Black, Latinx, and people of color, and 50% women and gender non-binary.
Wow.
And so that is, you know, the flip side of what the tech industry is.
The complete
at
flip
large.
side. And that is what we all aspire towards, just as an industry. And you all are doing it.
We are.
It's the current makeup of Code the Dream. You're a co-executive director. So go ahead and break it down for the people listening right now. What's like the mission? What's the objective? I know you said, you know, reflect the student population, but give us a little more high level.
Right. So the mission is, and I wrote it down so I would not stumble over any of the words.
Okay.
Code the Dream creates opportunity that changes lives, builds technology that benefits our communities, and supports the diversity that drives a more just and innovative world.
I had to chew on that. Let that breathe for a little bit, y'all. Yeah. Supports a just and innovative world. And that sticks out to me, just, right, and innovative, because we do hear a lot of important words too, such as equity, which is important, and things of that nature. But just is really interesting, because apparently that implies that there are, you know, injustices that can happen even in this world of tech. And so, what would you say would be some of the more common, you know, inequities or just maybe even more egregious injustices that you all find yourself having to combat on a regular basis?
Right. So I think one of the ways that technology doesn't serve everybody, and I think this is, you know, becoming more and more part of the conversation, is that technology is not neutral.
Right.
And so we see this a lot with developments around AI and, you know, what data is going into AI and machine learning. If that's not neutral, if that's not, you know, unbiased, then the outputs are not going to be unbiased as well.
For sure.
So one thing that, you know, really strikes out to me when I think about just and equitable development and software tools is I think about like, well, where are we putting our focus? What tools are we actually building?
Yeah.
You know, like everybody can build an app to find a coffee shop or to do online banking, et cetera. But there are still, you know, students in the United States who cannot get their homework done or cannot write essays because they don't have access to certain digital tools.
Right.
And those are the things that Code the Dream is focused on. We're like, we want to build access. We want to give people, you know, the same opportunities that everybody else has. And that's not necessarily like, you know, exciting or glamorous or sexy tech, but it is just and it is important. And so that's what we want to use our platform and our development shop to build, to make sure that we're building equitable tools that are serving marginalized populations.
Yeah. And so I guess that can be direct or indirect, because you're saying that, you know, there are certain services that can be more accessible, more friendly, more culturally sensitive in areas such as homework or things of that nature. But even like on a broad scope, when we start looking at the possibilities of AI, you know, being implemented into the justice system itself, right? Like, don't we want to make sure that the way that data and inputs are handled are in a way that is fair, that we don't just repeat the structural, you know, inequities that already exist kind of in the world. Now it's just hard-coded in even more. Like, that's a scary thought, right?
It's absolutely terrifying.
Yeah.
It's an urgent issue, too. I think one thing that sort of frustrates me about tech is when people talk about, like, building a pipeline. We don't have time. Like, we need to get people into jobs in 9-month spans because the technology that we're building right now is causing real harm. And
For
so
sure.
we don't have, we don't have years and years to build a pipeline because it is a very urgent issue.
Yeah. You said something one time. I heard you on another platform. You were quoting somebody, right?
Mhm.
And you were saying about picking a battle that's big enough to matter, but small enough to win, right? And
I
you
said
said,
that?
yeah, you said that. But I mean, if you want to give me
That was-
credit,
yeah.
I'll take it. I'll take the credit if you want to give it to me.
Smart. I said that.
Well, I don't know if you're quoting somebody else, but here's the thing that I think is, resonating with me right now as I even think on that. And that is the fact that, hey, okay, these are big issues.
Yep.
And we can sometimes, sort of intimidate ourselves by making it sound so big because it is big
right.
and it does really matter. But to your point, there are very small things we can do that does not necessitate building an entire pipeline, but we can get people into the jobs right away.
Right.
I.e., signing up for a Code of Dream program.
Yes,
Right?
yeah.
And getting into there, learning some languages. So tell us a little bit about the practical things. Like, what are the outcomes if someone's listening to this and they say, hey, and I've talked to other people who represent other coding programs, but give us just that quick little,
Sure.
quick little sales pitch, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So we have applications open right now. So this is perfect
All right,
timing.
all right.
So codethedream.org. Our classes are free.
Okay.
They run 6 to 9 months long. And then after classes are complete, we invite people to participate in a paid apprenticeship. And that
Really?
is a 9 to 12 month apprenticeship. We focus on Ruby on Rails and React.js. So those are two really popular technologies, front-end and back-end technologies.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, what kind of outcomes do we have? So like I said, our classes are 50+% women and gender non-binary. We have a lot of folks from immigrant and refugee backgrounds.
Wow, okay.
Our classes are asynchronous too, and so they really fit in with people's, lifestyle.
On
If you're-
demand kind of
yeah,
deal. Okay.
Absolutely. We try to be as flexible as possible so
Yeah.
people can make it work. But yeah, we've seen people go through our program and land jobs at companies from IBM to Cisco to Airbnb. Just lots of Google. Yeah, lots of great companies
Yeah.
around the triangle and around the country. And we're online too. It's completely virtual, so anybody
be.
from anywhere can
Yeah, no,
participate.
that's dope. So your students are as far as where? You said across.
Yeah, so we're up to 17 states around the country.
Awesome. All right. From right here in the tribe, right here in the Bull City,
Yeah.
Durham. No, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. And that paid apprenticeship program, is that with you all or?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
Code the Dream is two things. We are a free code boot camp, so like an intensive immersive program, and then we're also a code, a development shop. And so in our development shop, we're building real world apps, and it's our apprentices that are working on those.
On those apps.
Yeah.
I did not know that. So does that, because in order for you to have a free program and instructors and all that, you have to have revenue from somewhere. Is that kind of how you facilitate your revenue?
Yeah, we do
Or
get
is it
some revenue from
that? Okay.
but we're a nonprofit.
nonprofit too, so donor based as well.
Yep.
No, that's great. That's
Yeah.
great. Making differences in lives,
Yeah.
changing some pay grades for some people, right?
Yep.
Pay. That's good. That's good. So when you talk about those outcomes and people who've gotten these amazing jobs and gone on to even get the apprenticeship, get jobs at very high profile names, are there any stories that stand out to you that you don't mind sharing? Like maybe any anecdotes that say, oh, this particular person was someone that I often think back on.
Yeah, a story that I was thinking about just the other week is one woman who was in our program, and she's like fantastic, and now she's at a big company. I won't put her on blast, so I won't tell you exactly.
Okay.
But if I told you
Shout
the
out to
name,
you.
you would recognize it.
Really?
Yeah,
All right.
but she was a really, really brilliant, really hardworking woman. And she was a single mom. And this was a couple years ago when we were working out of the office. And it was a snow day, one of those days where we get like a quarter of an inch and everything
shuts down.
Yeah.
Don't go nowhere. Everybody stay still.
One of those days.
Yeah.
But we were still in the office. And so she came into the office and she brought her little girl. And I thought, this is amazing. This is exactly the culture that I want to have, to exist within Code the Dream. That people feel that they are seen, that they are understood.
Yeah.
and that, you know, they can bring their kid in when, you know, like babysitting falls through and it's going to be fine.
Yeah.
I know that when I was growing up, my mom was a single parent, and sometimes it was just a juggle to like figure out childcare. And
Right.
And so to be able to offer, you know, that freedom and that flexibility to somebody else, like that's one of the highlights of my career.
Yeah, yeah. And then just the example that she's setting for her daughter as she pursues this thing, and she's determined. And now the exposure of her daughter saying, yeah, of course I can go and figure out a code. Yeah, I see my mom do it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
To her daughter, the only developers that she knows likely are, you know, females from immigrant backgrounds.
I love it, though. I love it. That's her normal, right?
That's the normal.
It's an amazing thing to make that a normal in the lives of the next generation.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And that's honestly what we're hoping to accomplish as we continue to put out, you know, episodes of this podcast, right? There's so many different stories, so many different creative and inspirational viewpoints on STEM that have not only the technical depth, and we can have a very clear discussion on Ruby on Rails or whatever the case may be, right, and what you offer, but we can also see the why behind it all, right? Because that why is really what empowers the how. So that is fantastic. That's fantastic. So when you look ahead, though, I'm just really curious, now that you're in this leadership role, are there some things that excite you about the future of the field? Like, what are some of those areas that you're saying, you know what? Yeah, we definitely got to look at some curriculum opportunities in these areas. And or here are some areas where not only can we make life more just for individuals, but we can probably even continue to push the needle forward and progress.
Right. You know, I'm just focused on growing our presence.
Okay.
Growing our capacity to bring on more students. You know, as it stands, we can take on about a quarter of the amount of people that apply, because we just get so many applications. Not to discourage anybody, please apply.
Yeah, please apply.
We want you to apply for sure, but we want to grow our capacity so we can bring even more people onto Code the Dream.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure. That's great. Yeah, I think you are clearly, you know, very, very demonstrable about your passion for it. Your story really coordinates with what you're trying to achieve. And hey, you excuse the expression, you have eaten the dog food. You have eaten the dog food, right? Right. They say for people who are leading organizations, eat your dog food. Make sure your product is something you would take. Yeah. Hey, she's actually gone through the program. It equipped you, Daisy, to be able to have not only a career in tech outside of Code the Dream, but to then come back and help lead the organization. Phenomenal story. And I know great things are going to come of it. Let's talk a little bit more about just what it takes to be a successful software developer, software engineer, and more specifically, empathy. I want to ask you about empathy, talk a little about empathy. You know, it's really important to be able to understand the thoughts, the feelings, even the unspoken, right, of others, right? How does that apply to software development? Can you give us some specific examples of how that empowers someone in the field?
Yeah. So, you know, like I was saying before, software is certainly not neutral, and computers can show bias based on what we design. And so I think, you know, there's always opportunities for empathy as we're designing technology, from, you know, deciding what to build to deciding how we build it and how we deploy it. And so one thing I really love about Code the Dream is that, you know, we're all coming from different backgrounds, but many of us can deeply identify with the folks that we are building an app for. And so if we're building an app for migrant communities, there are many within the Code the Dream family who come from migrant communities or come from immigrant communities, or, you know, come from low-income backgrounds or have been justice involved. And so they look at the technology with a different lens. It's not a, you know, it's not necessarily a puzzle to be solved, but it's like, how do we serve people through this? How do we consider, you know, how they're going to use it, where they're going to use it, what questions that they would have, like, as soon as they open up the app. those are all things that we think about. We don't get, the tech is super interesting, and I'm not going to take that away. The engineering part is really fun. But to me, I think the part that is most impactful is that we can come at this with a different perspective, with that eye of really how are we going to serve people through this tool.
So here's I guess more philosophical question then though. Can a person who was not in the community adequately serve a community on the same level and depth as someone who is a part of the community? And let me ask that a different way. A software developer who is a part of, say, the able community, right? Other able community, and software that isn't, like, will the products be the same or will they be different? Or in order for them to be the same, what does that take? What do you think on that?
Gosh, I think there are a few different answers, and I'm trying to be hopeful. I think empathy is ultimately a muscle.
That's the muscle. Okay. That's the determining factor.
That can be built up over time. But I think it takes, first an awareness that one may or may not have the amount of empathy needed for a project. And once we can kind of have an honest conversation about that, and if folks are willing to kind of engage in the activities to build that muscle, I think it can be, I think it can go a long way to mitigate the harms.
That is interesting. I'm glad you provided that insight, because there are things almost in a lot of different capacities, maybe not identical, where some people may be positioned or predisposed to be able to do better than other people, but through an extra effort, right? A person may have the natural ability to jump just because they just have bigger than normal calf muscles or whatever, right? But another person could do the extra work, right? So where they can still jump in a comparable way of the person who may have a natural inclination to be able to do that. And so that's when I hear when you use the word muscle, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. So for a person who is not a part of the Black community, but also wants to serve the Black community, can just strengthen the muscle of empathy to be able to better serve the Black community. A male who wants to be able to be more helpful for women in certain fields may not naturally have that muscle, right? But out of intentionality can strengthen that muscle. So the same thing is helpful, I guess. So perhaps if I wanted to design something to really serve a community, I think about my older sister. I have an older sister who has Down syndrome, right? And there are things that she does extremely well, but there are other things that she has a harder time with. Well, I can, if I want to serve her, can absolutely learn more about what it takes to serve her. And I can even bring some other people who, A, have the empathy, like you said, desire, right? And then B, care enough to do the extra work, to spend some time maybe with my sister, to go some places and really observe. So that's a really good observation that you mentioned that, because I think, that can really spark debate at times if people look at it from a very polarizing lens. But there is a path forward. There is a path to be helpful. Yeah,
absolutely. I think that's an interesting example that you use about your sister. I would think that in your case, you were like, oh, I understand. She's my sister. I've known her my whole life, so of course I understand. But I think there's always like a bit of humility when it comes to empathy. And I think that we have to come at it with I could learn more.
For sure.
Like maybe my closest friends are, Latinx or from immigrant communities, but that does not mean that I understand.
Right.
I can always learn more. I can, listen to learn. I can observe. I can ask questions. I can really come at it from a standpoint of humility.
And that definitely applies even to entrepreneurship, because I know you've had some experience in entrepreneurship around, right? And how many people start companies because it's something they deal with, their natural problems, they care about it. I am the user of my own product, but at the same time has an incredible lack of understanding of the market, right? Because they're just going based on, I always know this, that, and the other. But so even if you are identical in many ways to those you're trying to serve, if you truly want to serve them, get off your high horse, right? And your vantage point of, I already know, and start trying to learn. Now that's really big. That's really big.
Absolutely. I find that that's probably one of the most joyful parts of the work is just hanging out with, people at Code the Dream and just
that'd be cool. Yeah.
Just talking to them and just the things that come up and the things that I learn. And, you know, humans are just so fascinating. And so there's just so much depth to every single person. Yeah. And so it's really a joy to, you know, just to talk to people, just to understand where they're coming from, understand like the nuances of the problems that they're facing and the joys that they're feeling. Yeah, I think it's a great pleasure to do that type of thing.
I can sense that about you. You know, I really enjoy people. I enjoy doing things like this, chatting with people, getting to know people on camera, putting out value. But I guess that speaks to the fact that some things are taught, but then some things are really just caught, right, from being in an environment, right? So you can put together a curriculum on how to learn JavaScript, right? You can say, all right, here are the sequences, here's the modules, you know, here are the syntaxes, here's the logic behind it. But you can't necessarily put together a curriculum that's going to characterize how much I'll glean from you if we go grab some lunch.
Gosh.
You know what I mean? That's just natural, yeah.
That is such an important part of learning too. You ask great questions.
Oh, thanks. You know, shout out to Ebony Podcast Network. Throw us some extra bread. Anyway.
Yeah, so you're an academic, so like you know that, you know, you can learn some things in a traditional manner, but when it comes to, you know, the ways to do things or sort of like the customs and the cultures,
right?
You learn that through like interaction, through community, through collaboration. And it's really no different from, you know, from learning how to code. Like you said, you can really like go through a tutorial and learn like, you know, these are the steps and this is what it looks like. Yeah. But when you're like working on a real world project at Code the Dream, then you kind of have like a different set of complications, which like ultimately enhances your, you know, your understanding. Because it's like, then you have to understand, okay, the client said that they want this, but is this what they actually want? And is this going to actually solve the problem? Yeah. And if I wrote it out like this, like what are the implications when they, you know, face this set of circumstances? And so like your understanding just, you know, it just escalates dramatically when you're learning in community.
Yeah. I remember reading one time a case study that even said, if you gave a survey and asked people, oh, what features do you want to keep and that or the other, even that doesn't always match or correlate with if you just gave them a product and said, here, now use it.
Just use it.
And just watch them interact with it, right? Because they were like, sometimes people might be like, oh, yeah, don't take away this feature. But then, like, you watch them, it's like, you've never touched on that thing since I gave it to you, right? And so, there's some things that I guess it would even be safe to say there are some things you only get from exposure and community. Yeah. You can't get from a book.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And that's sort of, you know, that's like the one thing that I find really exciting about learning, but that's also one of the reasons why there's just so much disparity in who enters the technology field. Yeah. Because if a lot of that information or knowledge is like transmitted through community, but there's nobody in your community that does this, then it makes it that much harder to sort of break in and to stay in.
You can't reach it as much. It's not as reachable or the touch points is so far. Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. All right, let me ask you this then. Like, all right, we all got those friends. Like, oh, I got an idea for an app. Like, this is about to be, this is going to change the game. Daisy, I'm telling you. I got this brilliant idea. Sometimes, you know, you can just Google it and be like, actually, it's been done about 50 times, right? But then nevertheless, there are some people who have ideas, but they're like, man, I don't know where to start. Yeah. I have no idea how to begin the process of developing something that I have the idea, but how do I get it out of my idea? What's some of your advice on where to start for a person who feels like they have that next big idea?
So my advice for them would be don't build an app.
Don't build an app.
Do not build an app. You do not need one. Apps are expensive. They take a lot of time. And the thing is, when you're starting out in entrepreneurship, you want to spend as little money as possible. Because you don't want to get invested in something, you know, financially or even emotionally. Ooh. You don't want to get invested in something that simply does not work.
Ouch. Like, I don't know what she knows. She's stepping on my toes right now, but it's like, no, but I've spent so much time with this thing. You know what you mean? Right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. You just want to you just want to date the idea. Right? You don't want to propose.
Date the idea.
Just
I like
date
that.
The idea.
Okay. Which means what? Rough draft, prototype.
Yeah. Don't spend a dime. don't quit your job. Just like do things on the weekend.
Yeah.
You have to really test it out to make sure it's a good idea, that people are actually going to pay for it. That people are actually going to pay for it. Not that they'll say, oh, yeah, I'll buy that.
Yeah. If you do that, I definitely would pay for it.
Get their credit card numbers.
Okay.
And then you'll know it's time to build an app.
People vote with their spending for real.
Absolutely.
So make it even more practical, just to kind of continue to dig deeper. What is a very cheap prototype that you've seen people do that kind of could work?
A piece of paper.
Yeah, that's it.
That's cheap, right?
Just on paper, yeah.
Yeah,
you can get much cheaper than that. Okay.
A piece of paper for real. Like if you have an idea for an app, say to to connect people to mentoring opportunities or something.
Okay.
I would draw it out on a piece of paper.
Okay.
And then just take it to people and say like, hey, is this something that you would use? How would you use this? What would you use this for? How often would you use this? And then just find out, because then you have a piece of paper and people tell you, you know what, like I would not use this for mentoring, but I can never find a great pizza shop. And so if there was an app that would just help me find a pizza shop, then that would be really wonderful, right? And you haven't spent a dime.
Yeah.
Ultimately, you just want to talk to people for a good long time to kind of understand before. Listen, apps are expensive.
No, I believe. I already know. know. I've dropped a couple of big ones on some things that were great in my head, right? But not so much. And I guess that implies too that if a person isn't even willing to give you feedback on an idea, then they're probably not going to pay for it.
Absolutely.
Right? So if you're saying, I can't even find people that's even going to talk about my idea, it's like, well, what make you think that people are going to flock to it once it's on the App Store?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
That's some sage advice right there, y'all. Don't spend any money, because again, like I just kind of alluded to, once you drop a lot of money, you spend a lot of time on it. It's almost like a toxic relationship at that point. It's like, yo, your app sucks. But what do you mean? I spent $50,000 to get this. You see this? Yeah. Oh man, yeah. Hey, there you have it though, from a executive, right? An executive from an organization that's doing phenomenal things. Code the dream. Thank you for that advice. Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, hey, this is a really, really great conversation. I'm really enjoying it. And time is just really flying. But I would like to ask you a little bit more about just kind of like your family and those who've sort of watched your rise, right? People who kind of step back and say, man, Daisy, I remember she was doing this and now she's doing that. How have the dynamics changed? Have you found people to be more interested in tech now as a result of knowing you being in tech? Are you getting those app ideas? People hitting you up, hey, can you do this on the side real quick for me? Like, what's that like?
I used to get those requests, and I had to say no, because I just didn't have the time, and I had to, come to that realization that I didn't have the time. Gosh, I'm trying to think who has, my sister has really seen me kind of grow. My husband, I think I've always been super ambitious.
Yeah.
And so maybe for them, they're not surprised, at where I am. But I think they're definitely surprised at how fast it happened.
Yeah.
I think that surprised me as well.
Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised sitting here hearing about it. Yeah. No, that's awesome. That's awesome. It's like, what's next? I mean, hey, and have you built anything that I guess at one point in the past you were really trying to push, or projects that you were like really passionate about that maybe did go out and do some things? Like, what are some specific things that you may have built that are kind of part of your portfolio that you'd like to share?
Well, at Code the Dream, we built a lot of projects. Last year alone in 2021, we worked on over 40 apps and websites for nonprofits, for entrepreneurs, Black entrepreneurs, and government agencies just around the country. We do a lot of cool work. I love working with entrepreneurs because they have a very clear vision of what they want, and I love being able to give them the technology to sort of scale what they're doing. I think that's really important. Let's see, some of the projects that we've worked on I'm really proud of is we worked with the city of Durham at the start of the pandemic.
Okay.
To help build an app where parents could put in their information, and then the city could help coordinate meal deliveries to kids who were or to families who were struggling with food insecurity.
Yeah.
And so, that kind of project is really just emblematic of what we do
Yeah.
at Code the Dream. We want to make sure that we are serving people
Yes.
who need urgent help. And, there's, I don't know who is more urgent than children who have lost access to meals because
right, 'cause
during
school,
because the schools are shut down. And so that's the type of thing that I think we're gonna continue to be proud of.
Absolutely. Whenever I talk to my coding friends, though, just people in software and stuff, they always seem to be like a team front end versus team back end. You know what I mean? That's one of those things like, what about design? Design don't matter if it's not functional, all that kind of stuff. And here's why I ask you this. I want to ask you, I know obviously both are important, right?
Yeah.
You can see inequities and injustices on the front end as well as in the back end, right? But where do you feel like there is probably more commonly egregious like errors and like, or traps?
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, interesting. Oh gosh, that's a really interesting question. I thought you were going to ask me about the gang wars at Code the Dream.
Which team? Yeah, I know y'all probably got gang wars because y'all teach both, right? I mean, when you talked about
we do teach both, but we have folks that take classes in both. And so a lot of folks come back and take classes with us so they can be full stack.
Yeah.
So I think most people know a little bit of both, and so there's
so y'all are building well-rounded, right?
Yes.
Engineers and developers.
Okay. We are deeply focused on just continual learning because that's so much.
Yeah.
That's just so much a part of software.
In terms of what you all offer, or just making sure that.
Well, in terms of what we offer, but then also in terms of like having a career as a software developer, like you just have to be able to learn on the fly. You have to be able to continue to set a time.
Watch how people order in their turkey and all that kind of stuff.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Because you can't Google stuff like that.
You can't Google stuff like that. How do you order turkey? Yeah. But I mean, I guess there are traps on both sides, as I mentioned already. Like, there's the user experience side that can really be slated and biased, but then like sometimes nefarious things are happening beneath the surface, and you all are trying to make sure that you are producing products, i.e. your people, right, who are developing these apps, these softwares, these programs, are cognizant of both, are intentional in both, and are ultimately serving and helping people on both fronts.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Yeah, absolutely. Well, cool. This has been a fantastic conversation. I'm wondering, as you just continue to do what you do. I remember you said a quote. I've heard you say, other quotes as I've done a little bit of my research. Back on the prototype thing, you quoted someone saying, if a picture's worth 1,000 words, a prototype is worth 1,000 meetings or something like that. Yeah. That like how prototypes aren't so important. So you seem to appreciate a good quote and a good word of advice. Do you have anything for us today, kind of like some parting words of wisdom as it relates to maybe someone who wants to go into a tech career, or really just anyone in general? Because I feel like you have a perspective of sort of making a career change. Right? What would you like to say to the audience who's not only watching us, visually, but those who are listening to the podcast?
Yeah. Well, audience, I don't know if this is going to be very sage or well spoken. I don't want you to spend money if you want to learn how to code, at least not initially. I think there are a lot of wonderful free resources online that you can, sign up for a course and you can take a free course and just, give it a month to learn a couple of things. I think you can learn a lot in a month. You can learn, 1, whether or not you like it. 2, whether or not you want to spend the time doing it. Like learning to code does take some time. And so, it might take an hour or hour and a half every day, but you got to be able to put in the time. And so you want to try it out in a free setting, in a low stress setting. You don't want to invest anything up front that you can't get back. And so just try it out for free. And if you decide that, this is something I really like, this is something that I want to put my time into, then I say go for it. And even then, there are great free programs like Code the Dream. But don't get suckered into paying a whole lot of money up front when you don't need to.
Don't pay a lot of money.
Yeah.
If I could go back in time and get that advice to the younger Nehemiah, I definitely would give that to him. This has been a good conversation. I feel like, we're like old friends now. We've been chatting for a while.
For sure.
And I got one more question. Okay. I was doing my research, and before we get ready to say goodbye, I remember you talking about, first of all, let me ask you, do you sing?
I do.
You sing. But she doesn't know where I'm about to go with this, right? I was looking about, just your story of how you, came over to the States and learned culture and English. And if I were to hum these notes real quick, hold on. Let's see if you can help me out. Bum, 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 bum. Thank you for being a friend. Bum, 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 bum. Travel down the road and back again. Bum, 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 bum.
Your heart is true. You're a pal
and a confidant. Bum, bum, bum. You know what I'm talking about? Golden Girls theme song, if y'all are wondering. No copyright infringement intended. Yes, thank you for being a friend. Thank you for coming on this show. Thank you so much for all you're doing with Coda Band, Coda Dream. We wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nate. This is great.
Yeah. All right. That was the STEMedia podcast. Give it up for our guest, Daisy Magnus-Aryitey.
We are the innovators, the creators, the risk takers, the movers and shakers, the rule breakers. We're the hustlers, disruptors, kick the dust up, muster up the strength to trust in our strengths. We're a collection of the curious, a posse of problem solvers, a group of grit and ambitious people. They call us underground because that's where seeds grow. They call us underground because we do it different than the mainstream as we turn daydreams into great things. We're different. We may scream, "Hey you," because we're getting your attention. Hey you, the atomic symbol of gold. Hey you, an alternate universe where we support the fruit of your genius as it unfolds from bold conviction. We're a campus of doers, a herd of helpers, a gaggle of good ideas from go-getters. Don't act like we know better, just that we know something. And take that know something and turn it to mo somethings. We're learners, earners, burners of the midnight oil. And if our night is foiled, we return to soil, underground. And then rise again with our tribe again, and we try again. Hey you.
The 919 Beer Podcast is your go-to resource for the latest information impacting the craft beer scene in the Triangle and across the state. Join Adam Eschball and Wayne Holt of 919 Beer and me, Joe Obias, from the OG every Saturday morning on Buzz Sports Radio from 8 until 9. You can also download the podcast and listen to it anytime at WRALSportsFan.com or wherever you get your podcasts. Join us each week for the 919 Beer Podcast, a part of the Capital Broadcasting Podcast Network.
Are you looking for diversity education that fits the way you work? The diversity movement offers a new way to improve workplace culture. Anytime, any place. Micro Videos by the Diversity Movement delivers brief, to-the-point insights that teach you how to speak, interact, and lead more inclusively. Our videos are created and curated by proven business leaders and diversity experts. With Micro Videos by the Diversity Movement, it's micro-learning for maximum impact.
We all belong, we all deserve, we all have voices to be heard. It's who we are, who we are, who we are. Yeah, take some courage and a little bit of unknown, mixed with kindness and watch how it grows. It's who we are, it's who we are.
Healthy mothers, parents, and babies are a cornerstone of thriving communities. Maternal health refers to the health of women and other birthing people during pregnancy, childbirth, and the following postpartum period, sometimes called the fourth trimester. With the right care and support, each of these stages can be a positive experience. Unfortunately, every year in the United States, more than 65,000 women suffer complications related to pregnancy that are life-threatening, and more than 700 die every year. Maternal mortality is defined as the death of a woman during pregnancy, at delivery, or soon after delivery. Maternal morbidity is a term used for injuries or negative outcomes a woman experiences related to pregnancy that do not kill her. The health impacts may be life-threatening and may impact her for the rest of her life. Both are currently on the rise in the United States. The good news is that we can reverse this trend. Access to quality healthcare services and other social determinants of health play an important role in ensuring birthing people have positive outcomes such as safe and healthy pregnancies and births. In 2019, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, or CDC, published a report stating that about 60% of the pregnancy-related deaths that occur annually in the United States are preventable. We know that roughly 1/3 of these deaths are due to heart disease and stroke. We know that stark racial and ethnic inequities exist, especially for Black women and American Indian and Alaska Native women. We know that listening to and involving pregnant people, families, communities, as well as the community health workers, doulas, midwives, nurses, doctors, and public health workers who care for them is key to improving maternal health. We also know that addressing the health of individuals before and beyond pregnancy is essential. Collaboration and strategic partnerships are instrumental in ensuring that mothers, parents, and babies have positive experiences and outcomes. The Maternal Health Learning and Innovation Center is committed to supporting maternal health practitioners in public and clinical settings by sharing best practices and promising innovations. Our goal is to ensure that every pregnancy, birth, and postpartum experience is a healthy and positive one through policy, innovation, and engagement.
This sound like Quill.
Nice to meet you, Bull City. We're Earfluence, and we produce over 20 podcasts for entrepreneurs, businesses, and thought leaders in the Triangle and beyond.
And we recently moved to downtown Durham, right here at American Underground.
If you're a creative entrepreneur, you know that finding the right space to support your projects can be difficult and usually very expensive. That's where we and you come in.
We partnered with American Underground to build this podcast studio, where all AU members have access to equipment to help them sound their best.
And we're so excited to celebrate this new space with you today as we're live streaming 8 episodes at this podcast marathon.
To learn more about us, visit www.earfluence.com.
But for now, enjoy this episode. Welcome back to the Earfluence Podcast Marathon, live, not quite at the American Underground studio. We have a venue change, and you may, if you listen closely, you may be able to hear fire alarms going off at American Underground, but we have pivoted to a new location at Betteron Studio. So thank you, Ryan, from the Betteron team. He is amazing. But this is our last episode of the day, and thank you all for tuning in to this. It has been so much fun to do this. Make sure that you're giving us a thumbs up. Make sure you're doing comments. Make sure you're doing all those things and telling your friends to go to podcastmarathon.com for the last episode of the day. And that is the Talk West podcast with your hosts, Mike Manganillo and Derek Ross from Walk West. What is up, guys? I'm going to leave it over to you and bring it into our last episode of the day.
Hey, I'm excited. You close out the day with, usually the headline, right?
Yeah.
But no, there was amazing shows all day. And so I was able to catch a few and very insightful. I learned a lot.
I want to thank you guys for putting this on. It's been great to watch all day and great to actually come down and be a part of it. Can't beat the view. Definitely wish we had better weather, but still love being down in Durham.
Awesome. Well, we're excited about our conversation today. Not only are we in downtown Durham, but we're also with one of our clients.
Yeah.
And
wild.
How amazing is that, right?
First time in person.
For the first time in person.
First time I met you.
Together since last summer.
Yeah.
Crazy.
From Zoom to in person, right? So it's awesome. So Talk West, if you haven't listened to Talk West before, we're having real conversations with people who happen to be professionals, but their stories and their journeys, those are the things that connect us, that gives us insight to our career path and also who we are as individuals. And so we're excited to have a conversation with Kara Russo, who is the Chief Marketing Officer at Discover Durham. Hey, Kara.
Nailed it.
How are you?
I'm doing well. Well, we're not seeing the best weather in Durham, but hey, at least it's not freezing.
That part.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited. It's like, people say, with Durham or even in North Carolina in general, like your forecast could look like all 4 seasons plus a season in 1 week. So
I think we're about to enter the pollinating. I saw that go through a lot recently. So that season's going to hit soon.
As long as we're past fake spring.
Yes. Exactly. It's like, and I saw an article about, usually I don't look forward to the silkworms, right? That come from the trees and like they're in your hair. But then I saw an article, I think one of our colleagues put it in our Slack channel about like the spiders that like the size of a child's hand that's going to drop from the sky in spring. And I'm like, you know what? I'll be back in the house. If that happens, I will be in the house. Awesome. Well, we'll go ahead and get started. So Kara, tell us a little bit about yourself. I know, we know you, but for those who don't know you or getting to see you the first time, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Sure thing. I'm one of the few folks around here who's from around here. Okay. Born in what used to be Durham Regional, and I will forever call it that. Grew up outside of Durham on the Haw River. Went to UNC, did my MBA there as well. Every single job I've ever held, I was thinking about this on the drive in today. Every single job I've ever held is somewhere in Durham County. So I've only made income from the places that really make Durham awesome. So I've worked at the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. I've worked at the Research Triangle Park, and I've worked at Duke University, all before coming to Discover Durham about 5 years ago.
Wow, Durham through and through.
I have a tough question for you. That's kind of on topic of what we're going through.
Let me guess,
tomorrow.
Basketball?
Yes. So you represent Discover Durham. That there's a school associated with Durham that not a lot of people want to talk about. However, you went to UNC.
Mm-hmm.
All the viewers want to know and listeners where your line stands.
So this was a tough question to answer when I was the social media manager at Duke University.
Okay.
Working at Cameron live tweeting, live gramming, live snapping, having to say that, the Blue Devils are the best fans in the world. The Cameron Crazies are, rocking. There was one time, and anyone who's done social media knows all about this, where you toggle between your personal and professional accounts. Mm-hmm. There was one time I posted on Kara's personal account, Cameron Crazies, best in the world, and my network blew up. So I am personally a heel through and through. Professionally, I cheer for Duke and Central all day long.
Mm-hmm. I have to give you a fist bump. Tar Heels all day. Hello alone. So yes. I'm happy. Awesome. Well, I always like to take it back because I think a lot of times, our traits and the things we're interested in when we're younger typically follow us into adulthood and even, part of the decisions that we decide to make. And so how was young Kara?
Kara.
I just thought about that. I was
we're in the South, so I get it half the time.
I know, right? And
I
always think Care Bear. In my head, I'm like, Care Bear. But young Kara, how was she?
I was homeschooled. And if you've ever known an extrovert who's homeschooled, they do everything they can to get out of the house and be active. So I was a competitive gymnast. Oh, cool. I rode horses. We had 3 growing up at our house. So it wasn't like I was the equestrian that showed up. I was mucking stalls every day. Really into Odyssey of the Mind, which is like a problem-solving creative kind of program. I was always on the car team because there were no other girls, and it was all of the cute boys that wanted to make the cars. And again, I was homeschooled, so the pool was
anything to get out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Anything to get
yes.
out. I would say in terms of traits, total perfectionist, and I've lost that along the way a long time ago.
Awesome. I like that because, you mentioned the creativity and do any of those traits show up now, even like across your professional career? Like do you see some of those traits as a kid, like getting out there, saying yes, volunteering, being a part of a lot of different elements?
That's a good question. I would say that probably what I carry the most are the traits that I learned and developed as a competitive gymnast. Growing up, I was in the gym 40 hours a week. And then that actually translated into my first job where I started coaching gymnastics at 12. My coach was like, well, you're homeschooled, so could you come in early and help me with the babies and do birthday parties? And so I would say that the things that I learned as part of being a gymnast is the individual competition, but also the team competition, because it's one of those interesting sports where you do both. So I think that that's something I've carried into my adulthood, is wanting to personally be successful and hold myself accountable, but always remembering that there's a team around me and the importance of motivating that team together.
I'm interested in, how was that transition of being an extrovert, being homeschooled, to going to college and being out there with tons of people in a different environment? Were you excited? Was it a little nerve-wracking at first?
I went back to I went to high school for 1 year. So I did my senior year of high school. And if y'all have ever seen Mean Girls, where Lindsay Lohan is like eating lunch in the bathroom because she's scared of all the mean girls in the cafeteria, that was totally me, totally overwhelmed. But by the time I got to school at UNC, I think I had gotten my feet under me and was just really stoked about all of the energy and excitement that you get on a college campus like that.
Yeah.
What high school did you go to?
Northwood.
Okay. I went to Jordan.
Okay.
Yeah, I went to Jordan.
So Northwood's in Pittsburgh, which is just growing exponentially. But I did gymnastics in Durham County off of Guest Road. So I really spent most of my time here, actually.
Okay. You know what? It's so funny because I wanted to go to Carolina undergrad, but I did early admissions and I got waitlisted. And so I ended up going to UNC Charlotte because I wanted to run track. And so when you were talking about gymnastics, both being an individual and a team sport, I could definitely relate to that because track and field very, very much the same, individual and a team. And so I find myself having those same traits that I've learned as a, student athlete. And then as an individual, knowing that, I have to focus on my race and the things I need to do, but I also need to be supportive and have a team around me. So those are definitely great traits.
How did you get into marketing?
I didn't know it was happening, honestly. I didn't know. I went to college thinking I was going to be a psychiatrist. I was a psychology
I was too.
First
year.
And then I ran into the science. They expect you to take like
That part.
chem and dissect things. And I was like, hell to the no.
Mm-hmm.
This is not the right path. But I did pick up some things in psychology that I think we all use in our for both personal and professional lives.
Mm-hmm.
I then changed majors to be an economics major. After I took Tershi, I'm not sure if he was still around, an economics professor at UNC. He's just like notorious for being the toughest ever. And when I got an A in that class, I was like, well, I'm good at it. So I might as well if I'm switching my majors. So I went into economic development, which is how I discovered marketing. And the thing is that economic development and business development and sales, it's really marketing.
Yeah.
It's understanding your audience.
Yep.
It's figuring out your channels. What is the message? When to hit them? Where to reach them? And so I fell in love with economic development first and then realized the undertone of all of that and the cohesive threads were marketing.
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
What about you?
How did I get into marketing?
Yeah.
That's a great question. As a kid, I always loved television and I always loved commercials. It was one of these things that commercials came on back in the day. You weren't able to skip them, so you had to watch them. And I always found them fascinating. And I was like, who made that commercial? How did they make that commercial? And then I went to a small school, Loyola in Baltimore, and I took marketing classes. And it's interesting where you could have became marketing through communications or marketing through business. Right. And I went the business end, in which unfortunately I had to take accounting, which was to the day one of the worst things I've ever done in my whole entire life. And still wake up and sweat every other day thinking, oh my God, do I have to go to accounting? But when I graduated, I had a lot of internships. I interned at Mercury Records back in the day, which when they used to have like record companies, it was like Hanson, shout out to Umbop. You guys remember that one?
Hanson?
They were big back then, 311. And then I actually took an internship at a finance company. So I think it was like Merrill Lynch or something like that. And I remember my senior year, I was like, when I graduated, I was like, I can go to finance. Or I could kind of go into that marketing, cool, like just like creative world. And I really struggled, I was like, I could make money or I could kind of hopefully enjoy what I'm doing. And I decided to choose kind of something that I thought I was going to enjoy doing. And I remember I went to go see when they used to have like real recruiters. Like you would go in an office, they would talk to you about what do you like, what do you want to do? And I never there was no advertising classes. It was marketing 101, international marketing, sales classes, really just understanding the basics, the 4 Ps, right? And I remember them asking me, do you like math? Or you like, dealing with people and clients? So I was like, I actually really like math. Like I was a math nerd. And they put me in basically the media department of a huge, advertising agency at the time.
It's a lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, it was a lot of spreadsheets. Yeah. But then, my career developed from still questioning, at the time it was like, here's $2 million, here's your audience, go do something. And I was like, but wait, what's the creative? Like, how do we do that? How do you get to the audience? So that led me down this path of being a part of kind of full service creative agencies and being a part of the whole process versus like, here's your dollars and here's your target. So it's always just kind of thinking creatively about, what you do. Yeah.
It's fascinating to hear people's stories of, how they either fell in or fell into love with marketing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. I was, like I said, I started off as a psychology major and then I changed it to communications and then I ran into comms theory. Did not like comms theory. So I dropped comms theory, international business, and then came the question about statistics. And so there's 2 different statistics back in the day. Either it was like one science-based and one for like business, and the business one was a little bit easier or better. So I ended up shifting from international business to marketing. And because I wanted to be in PR, like I back in my head, I was like, I like people. I want to be in marketing. And so ended up going into marketing, did an internship. And right out of college, I was lucky enough to, and it's funny, when I came out of college, I said I was an entrepreneur right out of college because my first job was actually as a consultant running a mobile marketing grassroots tour for a basketball tournament in Charlotte. And so they were like, hey, here's the truck. Find the groups, the audiences, and, pretty much create this tour. And I'm like, what do I do? And so luckily, and ended up at a full service creative agency as well, and just love the dynamics and just having something new every day where you can learn and really grow. So yeah, I love that. Marketing is a great field to be in.
So how's it feel about being like at Discover Durham? Like you were saying, you've always lived here and now, you get to promote it.
Yeah.
Is it amazing?
For me, it's a dream job. The idea that I get to go to work or sit in my office at home on Zoom every day, and the thing that I'm promoting is the place that I love is the coolest thing ever. I have always felt strongly about my own personal career in marketing that I never want to just be selling toilet paper or Coca-Cola. The product stuff just really doesn't interest me. Economic development, higher education, destinations. That's for me something that I can really rally and get my head around and feel proud of about doing the marketing. And, when we do all of these really sneaky, creepy tactics of putting cookies and things on people's mobile devices, at least it feels altruistic when it's a destination, right? Rather than having them do something that might be bad for them. I think that Durham is a very good thing for us to be marketing and promoting. And that's the coolest feeling to really know in my heart that this is where I should be and that it's for the better. And it's not just, kind of a selling out type of situation.
Yeah. It's a powerful position to be in when you have access to tools and resources to really influence and impact people on kind of not necessarily what to do, but influence their decisions and what they decide to do, whether it's products or, services and things of that nature. And so I think, having that intention of really wanting to see impact and really wanting the betterment of, not only Durham, but then people who come and have those experiences, I think is really important for anybody who's listening that wants to be in a career and you are in a leadership position. It's important to have those intentions connected to the work that you do, because it's great to see your impact.
And it's really fulfilling to look around, and Durham has a lot to sell. There is a lot for us to be marketing. There was a recent statistic that I heard Downtown Durham Inc. Say at the Chamber's recent event that 90% of the businesses downtown were started in North Carolina. So these are homegrown, local, independent, and a huge amount of them are minority and women owned. And that's something that you can be really excited about promoting. Back in the summer of 2020, we started a crowdsourced listing of all of the Black-owned businesses in Durham. And it just kept getting fed with hundreds of people emailing us and tagging us on social media and sending us DMs and saying, oh, you don't have this group listed. You don't have this group listed. It is the most viewed web page on our site of all time. And I think that speaks, one, to the character of our community, that they have that interest, but also to the people who come and visit here and their huge appetite for experiencing Durham's diversity and the unique flavor that we have. And it's not just, we like to say we're not the beaches, we're not the mountains, but we make waves.
Love it. Well, it's interesting. I'm going to steal your line, bringing it back to Durham. So I've been down here 13 years, and my first job down here was McKinney, right down the road, right? So
and they were the first tenant.
They were the
over there
first
in
tenant.
American Tobacco, which really revitalized downtown.
And when I came down here from New York, New York's a bubble. I thought was it RDU Airport? So it's like that's one place. Like there was no differentiation of the triangle when I came down here 13 years ago. And I remember coming to Durham, and I lived at Raleigh at the time, and half the stuff wasn't here, right? But there was a promise of, at that time, it was like, we're going to become the next Austin, and we're going to do it. We're going to build this, and we're going to do it. And you can gradually see over the years, and I was there for about 5 or 6 years, how much expanded, how much opened, the restaurant scene. There wasn't a huge restaurant scene 13 years ago to now having, award-winning chefs everywhere.
Speaking of, we have 2 finalists in the James Beard Award that were announced.
I think one was
today.
on a podcast this morning.
The Saltbox was on earlier, and then Alley 26 from Outstanding Bar. So fingers crossed for some good news in June.
But so going back, I guess, to economic development, I'd be interested to hear, like, what was that plan? Is it for what was that like? It must have been like kind of daunting to kind of build to what it is now and in the future. I was talking to American Underground about all these high rises and hotels going up. It's incredible.
It's been a really cool and humbling thing to have a very small part of. It was baby Kara at 21 who worked in the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. And giving away my age, that was 2004 when American Tobacco, I did a hard hat tour, and they weren't even open. There was one place besides McDonald's that I could walk to get a sandwich for lunch downtown from City Hall. And the DPAC, I was part of the interviews for the group that now operates the DPAC and brings the Broadway shows in. And so like for baby care, that was a really cool exposure to what the future of Durham is going to be. And I remember sitting down and seeing the master plan that the city and the county had ginned up and being like, that's hell no. That's, that's not going to happen here. And it did because the community invested and they rallied behind the importance of the character of Durham coming back into the downtown. And we also need to remind ourselves that Durham is not just downtown.
Yeah.
There's so many parts of our county. I live up in North Durham right now by the Eno, and it has been such a pleasure during COVID to be able to just pop over to West Point. I call it Little Mexico because there's so many good Hispanic eateries and bakeries up in that area. And then you've got East Durham and the Hayti corridor, which are really picking up. So we've seen this influx into downtown, but it's continuing the ripple effect all over Durham.
Yeah.
And so that brings me really into the conversation around, like, for people who may have heard of Discover Durham, but don't really know what Discover Durham is and what you do. Can you tell us a little bit more about Discover Durham? Because you're talking about all the amazing things that is to discover in Durham. So just a little bit about that.
Appreciate that. So we are what you would call a convention and visitors bureau or a destination marketing organization. So what we do is the tax dollars that someone pays when they stay in a hotel room are what actually funds our budget. So there is a small percentage when anyone stays in a hotel room that is reinvested for the marketing and sales to bring more visitors to Durham. And so that's what Discover Durham's benefits are in terms of what we add to the community. There are thousands and thousands of jobs in hospitality that are supported by visitors. Huge amount of money in the tax base that offset the taxes that our residents pay. So these are benefits that visitors bring to us that we don't always see when we see someone, passing by us, staying in a hotel. And what Discover Durham does is we try to tap into what makes Durham so appealing to those visitors. And there are all kinds of visitors. We have leisure visitors. We have visitors who travel for conferences and meetings. And then you've got sports tourism, which is huge in terms of both youth and pickleball is a thing.
Oh,
y'all.
huge.
I know my mom and stepmom have been talking about
it. No, it's getting younger.
Awesome. Yeah. And then festivals and just, and there's so many things to do. And I think, like you said, with so many different types of visitors, right, there is something for everyone. Like when you really think about it, just being able to either park your car and walk around, take an Uber, so many restaurants and opportunities. And so I think that's what I love about Durham. And I'm a resident here. I live here, and there's still so many things that I have yet to discover that I look forward to doing every day, especially a lot of the businesses, like you said, that have come to town, and a lot of the minority businesses. I think DT, Donald Thompson, the Donald Thompson Podcast, and he was on with M&F earlier today, and they were talking about the wealth gap, and 10 to 1 when you look at African Americans compared to Caucasians, 10 to 1. But then if you're a business owner, that drops to 3 to 1. And so it's like just that network of being a business owner, and then how your network increases and expands from that perspective. And so the work that you all do, the list that you were talking about of like all the different businesses where people can be patrons too, and what visitors are able to do when they come into town and visit and try out these locations is phenomenal.
Can you talk about how you guys survived or strategies you had in place during COVID? And have you been seeing a lot of visitation go up and conferences being booked and hopefully a bright future for Durham?
Absolutely. Things were pretty dark for a while. Travel and tourism paused, and Durham has been so careful. And, I attribute it to, we are the city of medicine, and we have some of the smartest people, one of the strongest populations of smart people in the country. And those smart people have been masked up. They've been staying home. They've been staying safe. And we're now just starting to reemerge. The mask mandate was lifted last week here in Durham. And I totally support whatever any individual chooses in terms of that. I'm bringing up the mask mandate because it is allowing our restaurants to be more open with how they do dining and our bars. So thinking about how it affects the hospitality industry. I'm not getting into the whole mask, no mask.
No, totally. Yeah. And you have a big upcoming conference too, which is huge.
We do. We have Visit and See, which is the statewide tourism agency. We'll be here starting on Monday. We're going to hit the Bulls. We're going to have the Poetry Fox. We're going to have some arts activations. The North Carolina Central University sound machine. Their marching
Mhm.
band is going to come through to
Oh,
the conference.
nice.
Y'all will get to experience that on Monday morning.
Yeah.
So we're really excited to see that conference coming to Durham.
Mhm.
And it's one of the first and biggest that, we've really seen coming downtown. And the next couple months are going to be busy for us with things picking up.
So, we're about to step into spring. So what are you most excited about for the spring here in Durham and what Discover Durham has going on?
So personally,
Yes.
I just went to my first DPAC show since COVID.
Awesome.
Last weekend, I saw Liza, comedian, hilarious. And it was just so cool to be back with my $20 drink and, to eat out before the show and do that whole rush to eat. Places were packed and to be at a live performance. I also have my Sylvan Esso tickets. They're doing 3 nights in a row in May at the old historic park that the Bulls used to play at.
Cool.
Durham was filmed there. So those are 2 things for the spring I personally am just really stoked about. Professionally, you mentioned the Visit and See conference. So having conferences and meetings coming back is huge. We also have something called the Durham Convention and Arts Complex that's going live later this spring. There's a public art installation that's going to be happening in the plaza by our convention center. And we'll be able to use the convention center, the Arts Council, the Carolina Theater, and the Armory spaces all together to host larger meetings, but also to be really artistic and creative and fun. So those are a couple things that we're looking forward to for the spring. And obviously our spring campaign with where we will be talking about all these
great
and
things.
more.
Yes. Yeah, that's going to be exciting. I'm excited. I think I'm more excited this spring. And I guess because the past couple of springs have been in the house or there's been limitations. So I'm really excited to spring into action. That's a little fun. Just throw that in there, but to spring into action and get out a little bit and explore.
Yeah, I know one of our campaign taglines has been, it's been on pause, press play. So let's press play hard this time.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, for our visitors, before we go, from a visitor's perspective, what are some unique things about Durham? I know we talked about we're not the beaches or the mountains. We have the big city amenities and things of that nature. But what are some other things that, from a visitor's perspective, is unique about Durham that you would like to share?
I think you just started to answer it.
Well, hey.
We have those big city amenities through the DPAC, our University Central and Duke are wonderful, beautiful places. And we have things like baseball. The Bulls and fireworks are coming back. Opening day is in early April. So we have all of these really big city things that you can enjoy, but with space and openness and outdoors and a lot of public safety that's been put into play. So we have the combination of the amenities and the safety factor that everyone's looking for right now.
Awesome.
I want to know one hidden gem, a Kara secret. Let's do on the personal, not professional level. Place to be, somewhere to go see. You mentioned one near River I never heard about, but
okay. My mind went right to restaurants.
Okay, that's fine. You can do restaurants.
I love to eat, and I went right to restaurants and bars. I love the Walking Taco at Accordion Club. If you haven't hit it up, you should.
Okay.
You know what a Walking Taco is? They open the Fritos and you do the cheese and the chili and amazing. And just pair it with a PBR, go sit on their back porch.
Accordion. I've been to Accordion Club. That place is great.
Yes.
Yeah.
And play some pool and Pac-Man while you're there.
Yeah, I always say that's my corner. I think I told you this when we first started working together. I was like, even when people come into town, any age, kids, no kids, dogs, but that full steam, pit, motor co, all of that is there. You could spend a day just kind of hanging out. And you can't get that anywhere else. I love it. Awesome. I'm trying to get our agency to move to Durham for the people watching.
I wouldn't object. I'm right down the street, so I would not object.
That's how much we love it. And I've been coming here once a week on American Underground, which is thanks for hosting us. But hopefully in the next year, we'll see.
Awesome,
Fingers crossed.
Yes, toes too. Well, Kara, thank you so much. And I can't think of a better way to finally connect in person than on a podcast, right? Outside of Zoom.
Absolutely.
And really able to have these kind of conversations. So thank you again for just your time and all the work that you do and the passion behind that as well. And I think, people will be able to see that, when they come to Durham and experience the city and everything that it has to offer within it and outside. So
it's been cool hanging out with you.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, that's it for Talk West
That's
today. You can find us on any podcast platform. If you haven't listened to us yet, make sure you check us out. Also, if you're looking for marketing and branding guidance, you can visit us at walkwest.com. For Mike Manganello, I'm Derek Ross, and thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.
We are the innovators, the creators, the risk takers, the movers and shakers, the rule breakers. We're the hustlers, disruptors, kick the dust up, muster up the strength to trust in our strengths. We're a collection of the curious, a posse of problem solvers, a group of grit and ambitious people. They call us underground because that's where seeds grow. They call us underground because we do it different than the mainstream as we turn daydreams into great things. We're different. We may scream, "Hey you," because we're getting your attention. Hey you, the atomic symbol of gold. Hey you, an alternate universe where we support the fruit of your genius as it unfolds from bold conviction. We're a campus of doers, a herd of helpers, a gaggle of good ideas from go-getters. Don't act like we know better, just that we know something. And take that know something and turn it to mo somethings. We're learners, earners, burners of the midnight oil. And if our night is foiled, we return to soil, underground. And then rise again with our tribe again, and we try again.